Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl, the $5,000 Valorant Invitational. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and joining me is Esports Doug Cortez to shepherd you through all of the action. We had a fantastic tournament yesterday in the European region, and we're ready to kick things off with North America. How you doing today, Doug?
I could not be better. Yesterday was a blast, and without getting into this too much yet, if you just look at the teams that are playing today, holy smokes, today's going to be a blast. I could not be more excited.
Yeah, that's awesome. Let's take a look at those teams that will be playing for the North American prize pool today with the bracket. Right there at the top, that's the match we're going to follow. It's a big match. Dignitas and Skyfoxes. This is the CSGO Dignitas roster. They just participated in a tournament yesterday, coming up in second. Skyfoxes, the sister organization, the North American branch of the Skyfoxes organization that came in second place in the European Valorant tournament that we held, as well as Mirage Esports against Tempo Storm, mouseSpaz, not the normal mouseSpaz that you normally used to seeing. That's a lot of CLG guys up against Orbit Esports, the big ticket item of the day, Sentinels in their second competitive tournament with Sinatra and that fully stacked roster up against Simplicity, so not an easy task to start things off. Highgrounds, the PUBG boys getting together and playing, led by your boy Dre up against Collegiate Champs Operation 2. Cloud9 Esports, or Cloud9 will up against Elite Esports. So that'll be an interesting one that hopefully we'll be able to get to follow along with. SoaR Gaming against Full Focus, and 303 Esports against the other collegiate champs from the Andbox tournament in New York, Mission Control. So we've got a lot of established names here, established organizations up against some teams that qualified on in, just like what we had in the European bracket.
Yeah, and you know, again, there was so much about that bracket yesterday that turned out to be so much fun, right? Like, we had a number of matches that went all the way to the 25th round. We had the grand finals went to map 3, and it almost went the distance too. Like, there was such a good mix of talent. And then again, you know, I mentioned this earlier, but you've got names like Cloud9, like Sentinels, like SoaR Gaming. You have Tempo Storm. Like, there are so many good names here. And what I love so much about this is the talent. We're still figuring out how deep the talent pool, is for Valorant. So there's so much we're going to learn today. There are going to be names that my hope is they pop off today in this tournament, and they're getting phone calls from other orgs here in the near future. So this is just such a really cool opportunity for the players and for the fans to get to meet some new faces and get to know some of these players and these teams.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like right now it's the Wild West in Valorant esports, where these guys are going to go, which organizations are going to go ahead and pull the trigger and sign some of these players early on. And there's a lot of opportunity for guys that you've never heard of before, possibly come from other games. And, you know, it's been a huge sticking point that there's been a lot of Overwatch guys that have been swapping on over into teams. And then now we have like basically a full PUBG esports squad coming on in. So I'm super excited to see how my boys from Highgrounds do and how some of these mixed rosters will play together. Let's take a look at that bracket from yesterday's matches, the European bracket, where as we went through, our winners bracket finalist was not the overall grand champion. Skyfoxes, in a fantastic, one of the best matches of Valorant I've ever seen, went all the way to the 25th round, back and forth against Demise GG. Demise GG demolished everybody, including eventual champion NIP in the winners bracket semifinals, but then fell to them in the loser bracket semifinals, and that set us up for the big NIP versus Skyfoxes finals that we got to watch, and that was a pleasure, wasn't it, Doug?
Oh, a pleasure doesn't cut it. I was looking back over some of the film, just, to get hyped up for what we're about to do here. And there were just call after call of highlight plays, and the energy that was brought out from the players and what they were able to put together was far more than just a delight.
Right. Yeah. It was super fun. And I think we got to see a lot of differences compared to solo queue and competitive play. There was a lot of big differences. And the one thing that stuck out to me was no Viper. Not one match did we follow was there a Viper. We saw every other agent pop on up, including Jet. We saw a lot more Jet than what you and I both thought we were going to see, but no Viper from any team throughout the tournament. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit here in North America. What are some of the reasons why a team possibly wouldn't pick Viper there, Doug?
I'm not going to lie to you. The list for that is really short. There's just so much that Viper offers, in my opinion, especially when you think about site control, her ult. She's got smoke. She's got like decaying abilities. There's so much that Jet has to her kit. And, you know, part of it might just be the fact that the meta's still evolving for this game. We're still learning what players do and don't like. And generally speaking, especially when it comes to putting compositions together, the safe pick is to just pick a fragger, right? Like somebody who's just going to be able to highlight and carry a game by themselves, instead of having to rely a little bit more on global utility and what that has to offer. So that might be part of it. I think I would be shocked if we went the entire bracket without seeing a Viper today. Again, for some of those reasons that I listed, but that's really the only thing that I can think of is, well, we can deal with the complexities of playing with a Viper in a composition, or I can just play a Raze or a Jet or someone who can just carry by themselves. So, tough to say.
Yeah. We saw some of those flex positions, those flex agents usually bounce around between Omen, Raze, Jet. And those were the ones that were on the fringes. On the opposite side, almost every composition had Sage, had Breach, and had Brimstone. Those were the three that were like, yeah, you know what? We play them no matter what. If we're going on split, then we can throw in a Cypher, because Cypher basically still holds the B site by himself. Throwing just the tripwire all over the place. No more camera bug, but that really didn't matter. And teams very much stayed away from the B site unless they were doing a full-on quick rush onto B and trying to overwhelm the Cypher. Otherwise, you saw a lot of action mid, and most of the plays work towards A first, then rotate on over to B. So I think we got some fantastic insight onto how teams wanted to play competitively from the European bracket. What are some of these teams that you're looking for here in the North American bracket that you're most excited about, Doug?
Yeah, the two that jump to mind right off the bat are Dignitas and Sentinels. And Sentinels, you know, we can talk ad nauseum about why they're so exciting on paper. First and foremost, you've got Sinatra making the transition over. So I'm super pumped to see that. But I'm also really excited to see Dignitas. That roster was just announced. They were featured in an ESPN interview with Arda, which, by the way, go ahead and check it out. And they just played in a tournament yesterday. So there's so much energy and so much momentum and excitement around that team that I, for one, am super, super excited to watch. And I believe that's going to be the match that we're opening off with. So I'm very, very excited to see both of those. And again, when you think about the orgs that are playing in this thing is stacked. Like, you've got 7 or 8 T1 T1, T2 organizations. You've got strong collegiate players. You've got PUBG rosters, all of it across the board. I don't know that we can pick a boring match.
Yeah, I know. Super excited. We're waiting to see a little bit longer if we can get into the Dignitas and Skyfoxes match. If that takes a little bit longer than what we would like, obviously, as you just said, no wrong answer if we go to any other game possible. But thanks for bearing with us. Of course, this is the Elite Esports Valorant Rivalry Bowl, the $5,000 invitational for the North American bracket. Heck of a tournament yesterday, back to North American action today. Why don't we dive into that roster a little bit that you were touching on? The Sentinels roster with Sinatra, Zoms, Shazam, Sick, and Def. They're still looking for that permanent 5th player. Shazam spent a lot of time in CSGO, last seen on Complexity, well-known opper within the CSGO scene. Also spent some time with Misfits and TSM. And actually, Shazam and I met back in the DMV. Met in Maryland, just kind of walking around in like this outdoor mall area because he was wearing an Echo Fox shirt. And at that time, I was casting at Riot, and I was like, "Oh, are you an Echo Fox fan?" He goes, "No, I'm a professional player for Echo Fox." And I was like, "What? No, you're not." And then we talked to him. He's like, oh, you're from League of Legends. I was like, oh, you're from CSGO. Okay, this makes sense. And so since then, Shazam and I have known each other. I've always followed with his career and checked in and said hi. So I'm super excited to see him on a stacked roster where it feels like he can push off and show his skill set, because it feels like he specifically has such an interesting story of getting caught into outside of gameplay situations that really just doesn't give him a home. And here on Valorant, here with Sentinels and a roster like this, it seems super exciting for him.
Well, yeah, and it feels like a fresh start, which I think is super helpful for anyone really in any circumstance. But I think when you think about who they're going up against, you mentioned this earlier, it's simplicity's no pushover. I think if you and I were both held at gunpoint and had to pick who we think would be the winner, we'd both go Sentinels, but I don't know that is going to be as much of a stop as we would think on paper. And then, when you think about going across the board for really all of the rosters, take like Cloud9 and Elite Esports, that's a really close match too. And part of it is because these are new rosters, and again, this is a new game and there's still so much for us to learn. But this is also a very high caliber tournament when it comes to the talent pool that's participating. So no bad choice across the board. Now, Digon, I want to get your thoughts on something else regarding the agent pool that we didn't see a ton of yesterday. We saw maybe one or two games, but far less than the field. We didn't see a ton of Phoenix yesterday. Yes. Why do you think that is?
I think people are starting to realize, as much as Phoenix has an ultimate that is the get out of jail free card with his run it back, Jet has a skill that you can do it all the time, like once around, and plus you get those 2 kills, it resets Tailwind, and you just immediately hold the opposite direction that you're running, dash backwards, and you're back to safety. It feels like you can utilize that a lot easier. Plus, it gives you the smokes that you need. And I think smokes are much more important than flashes, right? So when you're throwing the curveball with Phoenix, it seems like that's not as useful as giving the cover. Even though it's not as long of a cover with Cloudburst from Jet, you get more team utility and more utilization from Cloudburst than you do from Curveball. So maybe that could have been just a European meta type thing, but now at least we'll get to see it back to back as the players finally getting themselves into lobby, and we're going to agent select with Dignitas and Skyfoxes. Before we hop on in, I want to get your thoughts on the agent selection. You didn't see too much Phoenix, but right back at you. What did you feel like between the Phoenix Jet dichotomy?
Yeah, I think the itch that you ideally want to scratch with Phoenix can be scratched with a Breach, for example. And I think that is probably what it boils down to. Like, yes, I 1000% agree with you. Smokes, by and large, are more useful or more versatile in almost any given situation. But if you've got someone who already can drop that flash and already seems like a staple across most compositions, at least that's what we saw yesterday.
Right.
Why go with a Phoenix in that case? And, we've seen, unfortunately, we've seen a number of times in which run it back is not executed very well, right? And they find themselves like hurting more than helping. So I think when you consider those things, it makes sense. And we're finally going to get a good look at the compositions that are going to be played between Dignitas and Skyfoxes. And Digon, off the bat, any surprises?
I don't see a huge one. Maybe both Cypher. The fact that they're running the same compositions except Raze getting locked in here for Skyfoxes, so maybe a little bit more aggression coming out of this Skyfoxes roster than Dignitas. But Dignitas just practice it and they're ready to go. Milk getting the first kill of our Elite Esports Invitational, but answered right back by Mansion. So Skyfoxes trying to execute this C site push.
Yeah, and Dignitas starting off just fine. Skyfoxes is going to be down to 2 as well. Looks like the spike is sitting in the hands of Stage on the side of Skyfoxes, and it looks like it's going to be a slow push over to B. But the 2 members of Dignitas are right around the corners. It looks like they have a very good idea of where this play is going to be. This is a straight up 2v2 on this pistol fight. on this pistol round, excuse me, is a perfect way to start things off.
Yeah, a lot of attention thrown over to C. Dignitas wising up and realizing, hey, you know what? They're no longer here. Let's push and try to pinch them into the possibilities of where they could be going, except no one walking or watching Garage, and the quiet wraparound by Skyfox is probably going to throw Dignitas for a loop. They are both thinking it's over at A, and Dignitas is going to have a long trek back on over to Charlie.
Oh boy. And that's one of the hard things about a delayed push, right? If you're on the defending side and the opposing team is delaying, you get antsy, right? You're sitting there and you're like, crap, they haven't showed up. Maybe they're somewhere else. We got to pull the trigger and go rotate over to B or to A in this case. And that's where we just saw firsthand how a lack of patience proved to hurt. We'll see if they're able to take the site back. Interestingly enough, both members of Skyfoxes are not on the site proper, and they're kind of playing around the fringe. Emily's about to spot one and gets cleaned up by Viral. Viral getting a big kill there. And on the other side, Head Clicker does just that, takes out Rain. It looks dicey as far as rotations go, but Skyfoxes striking blood first.
Yeah, the Foxes, with their calm play, they were able to get the wraparound, and things turned out pretty good there for them in round number 1. Winning that first round, super important. You get all the credits. You're able to buy full armor, forcing the losing team in round number 1 to usually full save. Maybe you can force possibly a Bucky, maybe a Stinger, and hold the corner and try to work into the winning team's economy. But it's so painful to lose that first round.
It really is. And when you say force buying, maybe if you manage to get 3 kills or 4 kills in the loss. But it's just so difficult. You see the stack in the mid. Emily and Milky Way both dropping frags, and it's being traded right back by Skyfoxes. Skyfoxes taking this thing right back over, and Dignitas looked like they had the advantage, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a 1v3.
Yep, that's what happens when you get into extended gunfights. When all you have is a pistol. Rain, the last one alive for Dignitas. Skyfoxes force their way through the garage. The spike's been planted. Tall task here for Rain. She's going to work her way through C. Long did find herself a Spectre. We'll peek here. Gets the headshot onto Teeny Weenie. 22 HP and says, you know what? I'll hold on to this Spectre and try to work a different direction, because Spectre down C. Long, probably not the best.
Yeah, and that health disadvantage might prove to hurt here. This is a tough situation.
Here we go. Gets caught. And so Viral realizes, you know what? Maybe not the best place to be. I'm going to start working my way on out. And another round on over for the Foxes. Oh, Rain might be getting caught a little bit here. They ping out. Oh, yeah. They ping out where the rest of the team could be. So she dodges that one out, holds on to the gun. 2 rounds to the good for Skyfoxes.
And, again, that's not a round you're expected to win. Right? In that situation, you lose the first one by and large. You're expected to lose the second one, and now we're going to get the Dignitas with a little bit of money in their pocket with some more guns. It looks like Rain, the only one not up. Something with a little bit more punch. We'll see what Dignitas can do.
Well, right off the bat, let's just destroy Garage. I like this by the Foxes. Yeah, you know what? We don't like those metal plates. You shoot a couple bullets out at the metal plates pop off, then you can definitely always work your way through. And so with a little bit more of a delayed push this time, realizing Dignitas have the bigger guns to work with, the rifles to work with. They're taking their time. Right around the corner. Milk tried to get a bit too cute. Viral ready there to go. And she hands over a Vandal to Head Clicker.
And this is not what you want to see for Dignitas. Again, it's looking like they're gonna make a push towards B, but they have to be careful. You see on the minimap, there's a member of Dignitas that is starting to rotate around from C and is gonna walk right into their backs. Now we're starting to see a bit of attention drawn down that way, but that can prove to be really dangerous if they don't keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too aggressive for Dignitas. Taste falls back on over. Emily holding B, gets bopped in the face. Teeny Weenie with a fantastic flashpoint. But Rain able to get one. Gets stopped. Moon Chopper cutting down the player holding A. And so now bomb planted for window. and Skyfoxes will hold this a little bit longer. Dignitas still figuring out how they want to work through it. Concussion comes through. Shard, the nice little pick, peeks the wrong corner, and Moonchopper punishes. The second one coming through. Thea, no answer there. And Chopper with 3. Skyfoxes also 3 rounds.
Yeah, really strong round out of Skyfoxes. It looked dicey, but they were able to take that B site and they handled it so well. It was so difficult for Dignitas to try to take some of that control back there, and it was too much. The frags were too much. We saw Moonchopper with a nice 2-piece at the end there. Skyfoxes, with how well they're playing, this is very similar to the performance we saw from their EU roster yesterday, right? Skyfoxes looks good.
Especially on attack here for Haven. All maps mostly defender-sided. I was speaking with one of the developers for Valorant, and he was saying that it depends on the skill level. We're seeing different skill levels, different win rates here. But Skyfox is definitely bucking the trend of defensive side maps. They'll be able to pick up 2 kills here to kick things off. Dignitas now continuing to play aggressive, and Milky Way just walking right on out of Garage, getting knocked. Emily tries the wraparound, gets finished off as well. Attackers, another round win for the Skyfoxes.
They're just doing whatever they want right now. It's tough. They're getting everything they want, and the economy. Okay, now we're seeing some of those buys come through. It looked for a couple of players there on the side of Dig. This is a bit of a forced buy. Thea dropping down to 500 credits, Milky down to 600 as well. They're starting to feel the financial implications of being down 4 rounds here.
Yeah, it seems like the save rounds Dignitas tried to push, catch them off guard, but Skyfoxes, after the first couple rounds, not playing aggressive anymore. They're chilling, they're waiting back, they're waiting to see if the pick comes through first before they make their move. And now, for the first time in the game, we're going to see a play towards long A. Rain has the idea and the information using the Cypher Cam. We'll put a tripwire down and hasn't called for a rotation yet from the team.
No, and you see members of Skyfoxes are starting to pull back too. It looked like it was going to be a push towards A, and either they spotted the cam or they got the yips, whatever it is. They decided to pull the plug on it. And once again, keep an eye on the minimap, folks, that SoaR rotating back from C on the side of Dignitas can wreak havoc on Skyfoxes here. And it looks like the engage is about to start. Yep. Oh, the flank gets sniffed out as Bouchard gets absolutely popped at the hands of Viral. And now they have a little bit more room to make a play.
Yeah, you talked about Bouchard on the SoaR wraparound a couple rounds ago. This time, it gets punished. And now Milk all alone here. Puts the slow orb down. Buys a lot of time here. Doesn't have a wall. Tries to go for the headshot. Gets 1 head clicker. Able to answer back. So 4v3. Hellfire dropping down here. Orbital Strike not going to find anybody for Dignitas. And so another trade. 1 for 2. So this leads to 2v3. Only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, and it buys time. That orbital strike buys time, but Rain's going to have to get a move on here. There's not a whole lot of time. Yeah, the spike is going to go down. It's going to be 3v2 in favor of Skyfoxes, and Emily ties it up with an op head clicker, trading it back out, and the attackers win the round again. That was probably the closest round we've seen so far, but Skyfoxes have just had control from the get-go.
Yeah, doing it 2 different ways with aggression, then that time using patience, and giving themselves enough time that in case there was a bump in the road, they would be able to still plant. Like we saw yesterday, a lot of teams running out of time in rounds. The expired time was not their friend. They were pushing with about 20 seconds. In this case, we saw Skyfoxes make the push down C long with about 35 seconds. And although the orbital strike went down, the slow orb from Sage went down, Skyfoxes had ample time to continue the push down C.
Again, we see that similar opening. They drop the combat sim and they just rip that garage door to shreds, seeing if they can catch him and hanging out in that garage window. And nothing was traded yet. Head clicker getting a little bit of info. Going to get traded back out too. And, we saw this a lot yesterday, Digon, the very cautious opening. Leave the spike back towards spawn, see if you can grab a pick, and then make a play on the site.
Yeah, you don't want to give any extra information on over to the opposing team. Once the spike goes down and the defending team knows, they swarm it. So why give them that information if you're the one that's entry fragging, peeking a corner? Just place it back on your side of the map. Someone can go grab it as long as it's not in spawn, and just a commonplace play here by competitive squads. 40 seconds left. It's been a lot of just peeking corners, jostling for position. The sky smoke comes down from Emily, buys more time for mid. You don't want to push through that quite yet. And so Dignitas starting to rotate their resources towards this mid garage area.
And the green light means go. Head clicker gets taken out, and Teeny Weeny trades it right back. Another kill dropping on the side of Skyfoxes. They tries to do what you can to keep the onslaught back, but it's just too much. Early on, 4-2 in favor of Skyfoxes, and again, they're just picking them up. They're lining them up and knocking them down. Skyfoxes in full control yet again. Dignitas, one member left standing, and that's a tall order. Another round going in favor of Skyfoxes.
Yeah, that's tough. Bouchard using Hunter's Fury, able to find a couple with one shot. It's a two-shot ability. You hit two people, or you hit a person with it twice, they immediately die. Unfortunately, Bouchard not quite able to find that. And Hunter's Fury goes awry. Dignitas still seeking for their first round win as Skyfoxes, again, slow but deliberate and then decisive. That's what we're seeing right now from the team on attack.
And you mentioned earlier, they're bucking the trend, Skyfoxes is, and when it comes to defender disadvantage or so, oh, Mansion making the peak and Emily punishing her for it. If she gets another one, no one else bold enough to peek down that C-long. But yeah, Skyfox is bucking the trend on whether or not the defender side is supposed to be preferred. And Dignitas just really left looking for answers here.
I like that there from Emily. Finally getting the opening pick. This is the first time that we've seen Dignitas have the numbers advantage to kick things off. Everything's been a trade, a 1-for-1, or sometimes a 1-for-2. Not the most beneficial trade here for Dignitas. So Skyfoxes, 4 members up, starting to congregate around A, decide better of it. Again, Rain just with the Cypher Cam holding down A by herself. And Skyfox is still pondering their options, not really taking any peeks quite yet, and it does look like A will be the call for Skyfoxes, and resources being allocated to that side of the map by Dignitas.
Yeah, we'll see if they're successful. The first time they tried this, they opted to back out of it, and now it looks like they're committing in full to spot the tripwire, and that's going to be the sign to go ahead and go as they flood onto the site. Nobody's dropped quite yet. Head clicker, the first one to go down. Rain gets a nice 2-piece. They is traded back out, and folks, this looks like it's going very well for Dignitas. They are on the board.
Yeah, Emily able to get the incendiary kill. Anytime you get someone to stand in the fire, always feels good. So Dignitas on the board, good rotation by Dignitas. And one thing we saw from teams that were starting to struggle a little bit on Haven on defense yesterday was that they started gambling. They gambled a little bit with their numbers. They would put extra numbers on one site. Right now with Dignitas, we're seeing the standard site setup, 1 garage, 1 B. And C is getting a little bit more intention now. No, they will rotate it on over back to B. So 2B, 1 garage, 1C, and 1A. But before we're seeing almost 3 1-1s, and it actually came from Skyfoxes, I believe. Skyfoxes were the ones that were gambling with their defenses. So we'll see if Dignitas wants to change it up or continue to work with their gun skill, take the information they can, and try to find another opening pick like Emilite did in that last one.
Looks like the Spike is going to make a push towards B, and again, they've tried this a couple of times, and you see members of Dignitas have been smart enough. They don't even hang out in that window on the opening moments of the round. They just wait. They know the fire's going to be ripping through that door, and then they make a play over. Head clicker has been spotted. It's going to have to back up, heal himself up. Not a ton of damage coming through there quite yet. And again, the Spike, just a very slow, methodical play. They don't want to pull the trigger too brashly, too abruptly. They want to get as much information as they possibly can before busting a move.
Aftershock. Not going to land for Teeny Weeny, but he's waiting with his flashpoint. Garage seems to be the play here for Dignitas as Emily still just hanging out, chilling. Orbital strike ready. Thought about it. Put it back. Peeks the corner. Doesn't need any orbital strike when you got an operator like that. Peeking long. Knows that there's the cubby down. Sky Smoke's being traded here. So Fox is trying to push this one on through. See how much longer they'll be able to do it. Incendiary out. And I think Fox is now stuck on a save here. Viral gets one on Bouchard, but Milky Way showing the way here. 2 rounds in a row for Dignitas, starting to string something together.
Yeah, and I like the aggression we saw at Dignitas at the end there. They saw they had the numbers advantage, and it was so much fun to see on the minimap. I kind of nerd out about analysis stuff, so I watched the minimap a lot. Like, it was like night and day. As soon as they got those kills, everyone started swarming on the minimap to that one corner where the last member of Skyfoxes was standing. So they're being decisive when they make their calls, and they're being aggressive with it. You know, oftentimes when you're down 6-1, you think, if your mental isn't right, you know, maybe this guy's going to 1v4 us, well, you know, whatever. But they showing to be very bold and very confident, and Emily is following that up with an op of her own.
Yeah, they continue to challenge her down. Oh, they continue to challenge her down C long. Not the best play, as Emily has shown. Don't come this way. I think Garage might be the best option here for Skyfoxes, where they've had the most success. They getting smoked on off here. C long, Milk ready to go and drop the wall. But still, Fox is still hovering around this mid-C side.
All of a sudden, it feels like, you know, early on you mentioned a little bit of gambling and a little bit more aggressive decision making from Skyfoxes, and in my opinion, that was proving to work for them. But now you see they seem a little less decisive for whatever reason. Dignitas just seems like a far more formidable wall to get through here on the defensive side, and Skyfoxes the last couple of rounds haven't had anything going.
Now we've seen, I think in the European tournament, we saw a lot of teams just buck up and shoot down the wall or use their blast pack on the wall early. In this case, I think in a 4v5, Skyfoxes want to take it a little bit slower.
Oh, it's going to be another push towards A. Rain is going to spot member coming from long, and you see him rotating. Dignitas already on the move. There are 13 seconds left to get the spike down, and the clock is ticking. Now the cavalry has arrived, but it might be too little too late. Moonchopper is able to get to the orbital strike, is going to rain fire down from the skies as Dignitas gets him right back. Mansion getting an op of his own. That's going to leave him in a 2v2. The spike managed to go down. Emily, oh my gosh, Emily, are you kidding me? The snipe down A long, excuse me. Might just be too much for Skyfoxes. You're Viral, the last one standing, trying to peek up, but can he get there?
Yeah, Skyfoxes with the idea of Viral trying to shoot through the smoke. Actually doing pretty good here on Emily. Had to switch off of the op because the smoke is down, but they stick it because pros don't fake. Viral gets both of them with the classic to end the round, but 3 in a row here for Dignitas.
Yeah, and you know, while that might have felt a little bad, maybe Viral getting those 2 frags at the end, that's such a big round for Dig. It seems like they're starting to catch their footing, kind of get into a groove here. And this is more of what I expected to see out of Emily early on, or excuse me, out of Dignitas and Emily, of course, early on, rocking the 11-7 stat line once again. Going to be showing that off, down, C. But Dig's starting to put things together, and honestly, Digon, if you're Skyfoxes, you got to feel some of that pressure.
Yeah, well, let's follow along with the Skyfoxes team right now with their comms currently on a 3-round losing streak. Let's hear how they're playing this one out.
Side.
Do we have tripwire on A or no?
You can see it on the map.
Okay. I'm watching C.
I think Cypher's playing somewhere else. I don't see Cam. I don't see Cam on A. Cypher's playing somewhere else.
I can brim multi-garage if you want to work something.
Actually, no. Cypher's playing A. Cypher's playing A. Cypher's playing A. I just heard it.
I need help mid. I'm dinked. Help me mid. Help me mid, please.
I got you. I can ulti on B as well. Make some space.
I'm revealed.
50 seconds. I'm gonna start making noise, okay?
Yeah. Good come on.
You guys need to be quiet. Don't make any noise. Don't get scouted by anything. All right?
Good come
I'm
on.
gonna do it. I'm gonna make noise at 30 seconds, okay? You guys get ready.
Oh.
I'm gonna concuss when you start making noise.
Got one?
Nice.
Where are they? Call them out
They're
of
gonna
the
try
game.
go for res. They're gonna try go for res 100%.
I'm dead. They know where you guys are.
That should be a kill. That should be a kill. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Go mid. Now.
Got that.
Easy.
Killed one.
Cypher's playing there. One more.
That's my moment.
Keep on him. On him.
Your duty is not over.
Planet.
Dead.
Nice
Yeah,
job. You got an op right there.
That's such a really cool look. I love the fact that we have the audio from Skyfoxes, and we'll have that throughout the tournament from some of these teams. But Fox is finally getting off the skid, the 3-game skid, getting themselves the 7th round to take the first half for sure. Looking for 2 more rounds left before we get the flip.
And, you know, you heard in the comms, Skyfox is looking to draw a little bit of attention away. It was their Cypher who ended up losing that 1v1 over on the A side. But I like what they're doing in that they're still trying to stick to their guns, right? Like that 3-round loss is not totally throwing them for a loop. They were able to regain composure, and it might have sounded a little tense there, but Skyfox is looking like they're right back on the train that they started on.
Yeah, interesting here. They're going to try to push Emily again. Emily gives it up. We'll go for the re-peek. Oh, just inches off the Sage. So Head Clicker was able to actually get a couple shots there on Emily, down to 22 HP. So they'll back on off.
Yeah, but you see the adjustment out of Skyfoxes already, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me again for getting my face ripped off down C. And this time they're flashing down it, right? Like they're being far more intelligent about how they approach that, and that proved to be the difference maker.
Always easier to hit the op shots if you're just sitting scoped on in than when you have to try and retake the position. Head Clicker now looking back towards B. He got dinked last round when he tried to push on up, and it slowed it down. Only 30 seconds left for Foxes to figure out where they're going. Bouchard has been trying to change her position over and over again, but not going to work out in this case. B open, Spike will be down and planted for window, but Thea able to get a shot over from A site.
Oh yeah, Rain is hitting the flank from behind. Rain hit the flank from behind. Yeah, but Viral was able to clean it up, but that's going to buy some time. Teeny Weenie able to get the control back with the dirty 3-piece of his own to get the round 1. What a play.
Big play there, and, you know, mid has just been open over and over again. Bouchard with 3 kills, and we saw Bouchard originally playing C and pushing down, trying to get the wraparound, and Emily was playing B. Now Emily switched over to B, or switches over to C, and B's now open. So I think Dignitas here on this final round haven't had too many economy issues, and we haven't really had to talk about economy because it's been back and forth between these squads other than maybe the first 4 rounds. Dignitas just losing out on some of these rotations and some of these gunfights as the Foxes have been taking their time. And here we go yet again, another gunfight lost. It's through Garage and Milky Way getting wallbanged.
Yeah, and that's the play that they've been looking for, you know, over and over. And this time it looks like just a little too impatient, I guess, out of Dignitas. If you know they're melting that door every time, why even risk it with the peak? But goes down, and there's one member of Skyfoxes going over to A, going to remove that tripwire and back right back off. The spike really hasn't left the spawn yet.
Moonchopper. This is as far down A short that we've seen this early. Rain has no idea and is holding the corner. The team's starting to funnel towards A. So you got 3 members now on the A side of things. Rain pushing through short. This is going to be dangerous here. Hasn't checked the corner. Surprise, Moonchopper with the Vandal to the face. Rain goes down. A now open.
Yeah, Boucherino's going to rotate over and not able to help out as Emily drops as well. Skyfoxes is able to take this A site with almost no effort. And Dignitas in a 1v5. This is a very difficult take. You wonder if, yeah, there's just not a whole lot you can do here.
Yeah, slow goes down. Final round, so nothing to save for Dignitas. But Thea has a big problem here. Aftershock almost takes her out. And in the 1v5 now. Thea still trying to figure out her options, trying to opt through the window. Head Clicker ready to go. Teeny Weenie able to get the wraparound and pick up the kill. 9-3 on attack for Skyfoxes before we hit the flip.
Yeah, Dig put together a couple of really good rounds there, right? Like, they rattled off those 3 in a row, and it looked like they were regaining control, and then Skyfoxes, again, just putting their foot right back on their throats. And, you know, there was something about how Dig was playing those 3 rounds that really threw Skyfoxes for a bit of a loop. They weren't able, they didn't seem as decisive. in their play calling. And Dig looked like they were the ones who had control of the map, but Skyfox is just able to turn it back around. And now that they're on the defensive side, you can't help but wonder if we're not close to seeing the end of this map.
Well, it all depends here on this opening pistol round. We've talked about how important it is to win the first round of each half and how it affects the economy. Dignitas, if they want a little bit of breathing room here, need to take this first one. As A currently stacked with 2. This is the normal setup that we see from most teams. 2, 1, 1, 1. In this case, they will guess correctly. Thea concussed, but not going to show anything quite yet. Flashpoint ready to go. Milky Way trying to get the opening walk on in, and Teeny Weenie's going huge here. Viral picking one up, but Thea answers back. Bouchard also cleaning it up, so A is down. They will get the plant down.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the difference between how Dig plays this relative to how Skyfoxes was earlier. Dig opened knowing where they wanted to go, and they were decisive in their spike play. Thea's going down, and Emily's following. It looks like Skyfox is able to regain control, and this is going to be a pretty easy defuse. Bouchard, the last one standing, drops as well, unfortunately meeting her demise, and Skyfox is putting up another round on the board.
Yeah, huge there for Skyfoxes to take a step closer to closing this one out. And Dignitas, you know, they had the 3v3. They had the site advantage. Unfortunately, it took them so much HP to get there that although half the guys had classics left, more than half the guys had classics left, for Skyfoxes, Dignitas was not able to hold the site. Now staring down possibly an 11-3 before they feel comfortable.
This time the spike being a bit more passive brain, hitting that camera angle. Did that at the beginning of the last round too. Was able to get some info. He's going to be the opening fight between Teeny Weenie and Rain, and neither emerging victorious, at least in the first round. And look, this is again different from the first round. Dig now opting to go for a much slower play with the spike.
Wall goes down early mid. They hear the knifing of it. So maybe a little bit of confusion. Owl drone also being dropped towards C. But no one's picked up the spike yet. I think it's just a lot of jostling for position for Dignitas. Oh, head clicker. No one saw that. Bouncing off of the big generator in the middle. And so Bouchard using the recon bolt sees no one at C as well. So Dignitas, a lot of information checking, not a lot of information given by Skyfoxes. 40 seconds left.
Oh, and they happen to find a window where B is empty, and they flood into the site. Now members of Skyfoxes are going to rotate over, and even though there was nobody there, they're dropping 2 members down on the side of Dig. Milky Way able to trade one back, and head clickers living up to his namesake with another clean 2-piece Dig. It looked promising for a moment, but Skyfox is slamming the door shut.
Yeah, Emily was able to get an incendiary kill earlier, and now answering back for Skyfoxes. And as we expected, 11-3, Dignitas got to win this round here. You're going to buy up. If they lose this one, I imagine their economy is pretty busted. As we take a look at the credits, yeah, no one having more than 200 credits. Dignitas need to win this, and they need to win this cleanly. Otherwise, not looking good. And I like this play from Skyfoxes. No one forcing a buy here onto a rifle, just holding on to their mid-level SMGs, everyone on a Spectre, and everyone sitting around 2,000 credits. In case they lose, they'll be able to buy back on up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they don't need to, right? Like, they don't need to play anything more aggressively than that. They have such a strong lead as far as rounds go that they can afford to throw one if they have to. Before reinvesting. So patient. I like that out of Skyfoxes, like you said, just being smart with what they have and what's being given to them. It looks like they want to try again to make a play towards B. It's been met with mixed success, I guess. But Dig just kind of hovering around here around that B site, while there is a member of Skyfoxes rotating back from A. That might prove to be problematic as well.
Oh, Skyfox is already picking up 2, picking up 3. Viral going huge here. And so already Dignitas forced it back on off. The wraparound possibly coming through right now. And it's not looking good here for Dignitas.
No, Skyfoxes once again in complete control. They've got the numbers advantage. The spike is down on B, and Skyfoxes are just all over it. You see both members of Dignitas just kind of having to back off. I don't know that they have much of an entry point or a way to even get onto the spike. Maybe they slay their way through this thing, but that's just as difficult, just as arduous of a task as getting the spike down. We'll see Dig just not... They don't have a ton of options here.
I think Milk just going to hold on to this Vandal. Now, the dream. Rifle off. 10 wins in a row here for Dignitas as they will save. And Skyfox is looking quite pretty. Still, 5 members up. No one died in 2 rounds here.
Yeah, the economy's sitting real nice. Now for Skyfoxes, again, them able to win that. And they're still kind of saving a little bit. Mansion going for the op. But Dig, with their backs against the ropes, they've got to come out swinging, right? They're going to have to put something together here. You mentioned it, the dream really seems like all they have left right now, and I hate to say this, but that might be might not be enough.
Mansion now finally upgrading, switching on over to the op. Bomb Buddy, Gene the Roomba, as we like to call him. Everyone should call it Gene the Roomba. Not able to sneak on through the door, a little bit too thick. An opening pick there for Rain onto Teeny Weenie down long A. So finally Dignitas again, numbers advantage. Last time they got numbers advantage, they won the round. So round should be going to Dignitas. Easy, easy.
Emily, again, the spike, a slow play. And, you know, all things considered, even with that drop, a very similar setup to what we discussed, but Emily's going to get chunked out. Good bit of damage there from the raise grenade. And again, Dig looking to creep on up, see if they can get a pick before making a play. The wall's going to go up, and that's got to draw a lot of attention over to C. You see one member of Dig going back to pick up the spike. Hopefully they can entry frag their way in, but they cannot take the site. It's going to be traded back and forth. Milky Way with the last 2 piece there as Moonchopper and Mansion are met with their demise. One member left on the side, of Skyfoxes. The spike looks like it's going to go down harmlessly, and Skyfox is opting to save this round. This looks like a wash.
Yeah, finally Dignitas getting the entry frags. Took a little while there. And the opening pick onto A forced a bit of a rotation by Skyfoxes, so I like the idea. Get a pick A, take your time, make Skyfoxes think about it a little bit longer, then rotate on over to C.
And so much of that went down to Dig being able to get those opening frags on C, because the spike was already headed that way. It's like you've got to win your gunfights. Or else I'm gonna be left out to dry. Unfortunately, Dig able to do that. 11-4 here, and when you're facing a deficit this large, you really got to take it one round at a time. You can't. Oh. That's difficult. 4-12. Excuse me. Thank you. 4-12 in favor of Skyfoxes. Skyfox is 1 round away from giving Dig the boot to the losers bracket.
All right, there we go. Got that updated for us. So 4-12 here. Fox is still setting up 2A, 1 mid, 1 garage, 1 C. As Rain gonna do the cam down along C, just putting the camera up on the branch, and you can see all the way down there. Smokes going down, able to get the ulti orb as well, so revive in the hands of Melky.
Again, Dig can't afford to hold anything back here. Looking to see if they can get a cheeky pick early on through garage window. Nothing doing. And, you know, Skyfoxes is perfectly okay with just playing this patiently and just waiting it out. They trying to get some info. Bust through that wall on B, see if you can spot anyone and maybe get a pick to boot. But, again, Skyfoxes is very okay with just waiting this one out. Smoke's going to go down onto B. It looks like they're going to try to make a play through garage. but they're going to have to pull the trigger here soon. Jean, rest in pieces, goes down. Emily's going to have to back off. A little bit more damage coming through from the grenade. And now we see them swarm into garage. It's been smoked off, so they've been able to get through there with no casualties, at least for now. It's going to get tripwired, and you're going to get cammed, and with that comes the kill. Into the hands of Moonchopper Bouchard, able to clean it back out, and there's carnage all over the place on to see. Dig falling short, unfortunately, to the hands of Skyfoxes, and they're going to advance to the next round.
Yeah, there's your score. Big round win there for Skyfoxes. Able to hold it out there for a little bit longer, but the big orbital strike coming through, and Dig weren't able to get the opening picks and generate the type of pressure that Skyfoxes were able to do when they were on attack. As well as the fact that on defense, it felt like B was always open. Emily could only be in one place at one time. Bouchard had a tough time holding through B. And when you lose mid control, the whole map opens up. And I think that was clinical there by Skyfoxes.
Yeah, and that said, the beauty of the format of this tournament is that it's a double elimination best of one. So this is not the last. This is not the end of the road. For Dig, as we're going to take a quick look at the bracket and see what else has happened. You've got a couple teams who have punched their way down to the loser side. As we saw, Skyfoxes getting the best of Dignitas there in the first round. A little bit further down, Mirage Esports getting past Tempo Storm as well. Further down, mouseSpaz and Sentinels meeting up in round 2, which is, I think, as we discussed, probably what both of us would have predicted. And then a very interesting matchup, Highgrounds versus Cloud9. Digon, what are your thoughts on this winner's bracket so far?
Yeah, Tens and the boys taking care of business. I think we had a couple of 13-0s. Cloud9 and mouseSpaz both on that train, and Sentinels and mouseSpaz. I think that's the game that we're going to follow along with. That's the one that the people want, and so we'll follow along with that one when we come back from a short break. There's a loser's bracket here. Dignitas, Tempo Storm, Orbit, and Simplicity in Operation 2 against Elite Esports. As we, again, had a lot of early action in that match. We'll be bouncing up with probably one of the better matches of the day. Might be some of the highest skilled matches. See Sinatra and the guys in just a little bit. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, round 2 of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Don't go anywhere.
can feel the pistol forming in my chest. I'm about to say some things that I regret. I talk myself in circles all night long and sleep through the morning. Is it my fault? Is it my fault? Is it my fault? I can't keep these thoughts at rest. Is it my fault if I can't calm myself down? They won't let me take a breath. Is it my fault?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl, the $5,000 Valorant Invitational. I'm Degon, joined by Esports Doug. We just saw at the top of the bracket, Skyfoxes take care of business against Dignitas and continue on to the winners bracket semifinals. We also have a lot of other big name teams in this winners bracket round number 2. Let's take a look at the bracket. Doug, what's been sticking out here after one round of action?
I think by and large, as far as the bracket goes, it's a lot of what we expected, right? I think Skyfoxes, their EU team looked really good. NA seems to be following suit. And Mirage getting the better of Tempo Storm again, probably what we both would have predicted, at least certainly what I would have predicted. Super excited to see who emerges victorious from the side of mouseSpaz and Sentinels. Both of those teams look so good on paper. And then I know you've kept a close eye on the Highground team. Them getting past Operation 2's got to feel good.
Yeah, it's showing at least a little bit that the PUBG boys can frag out with the best of them. We'll have to see how they do later on in the tournament, because there'll be all their opportunities for teams to play. North American losers bracket up on the screen here. Dignitas against Tempo Storm. So the ladies from Dignitas, another opportunity. And Tempo Storm down here, one of the bigger orgs we expected them to do a little bit better. It's their Rainbow Six guys making up their Valorant roster for today. Orbit Esports and Simplicity on the bottom side, as well as Operation 2 and the hosts of the tournament, Elite Esports. They have their own Valorant roster. They'll have to work their way through the losers bracket if they want a chance at success. But right now, the big match that we're going to be following along with, probably the most hyped team in all of Valorant Esports, Sentinels, going up against the old guard. If you're a fan of CSGO, you've been following along for a while, you got a lot of these OGs from the old CLG roster in the form of mouseSpaz. I'm super pumped that we get to watch this match here.
Yeah, I think you said it best. Sentinels, probably the most highly anticipated, the most thoroughly talked about squad, and for good reason. Right. I think when you're seeing, and this is such a multifaceted conversation, but I think when you start off with the fact that you're seeing high profile names move over to different titles, that's just going to draw attention no matter what. So that, and then when you look at the Sentinels roster as a whole, and the Sentinels organization as a whole, and the success that they've been able to produce, particularly in the shooter space, that this bodes well. This is very exciting.
Yeah. So in terms of maps, the maps will rotate between all 3 current maps available on Valorant. So we start on Haven, should be moving to Bind next, and then Split. It'll move on every round until we get to the grand finals, where the teams will pick and ban. I guess I take turns picking the maps. But so for now, it should be going over to Bind here between these 2 squads. And I love it because this is a lot of firepower. And the game's so early, you can't really tell, like, hey, who's the best strategic mind yet? We're still figuring that out as teams play. And also, I expect the champ pool, the agent pool, to change just a little bit here between these 2 teams, as we're so used to seeing Raze, Breach, Brim, Sage. But who's going to be that 4 or 5 pick here for both these squads? That's where we start to see a little bit more of agent diversity, especially on Bind.
Yeah, and Cypher is a very common pick as well. But I think you're right when we talk about who are we going to see? Well, now we know who we're going to see, and it looks like it's a mirror matchup. So a lot of priority on these 5 agents. We saw that in the first game, on the first map, excuse me, and the second one following suit. mouseSpaz going up against Sentinels here in the second round of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. And this one's going to be a doozy.
All right. So with that, mouseSpaz and Sentinels, love these two teams here. Probably the most hyped match we're going to get of the day. Sam, Sinatra, Shazam, Sick, and Def making up the Sentinels roster. On the opposite side, Subrosa, Hazed, Cutler, Drone, and Wardell kicking things off here for Sentinels. As the Sentinels start on attack. Shazam, lone member here in mid. Everyone else hovering A. They make a lot of noise, rotate through sewers. And we get a lot of mid play here between teams. And Subrosa playing this one a bit more cautious, giving up ropes, and now rotating back on over to A. Doesn't know he's actually getting it wrong. Sentinels getting ready for a mid push.
Yeah, it looks like the noise that they drew over at A might have worked at least momentarily. Now we're starting to see him rotate back as the calls come out that the play is mid. Subrosa drawing first blood here and tries getting another one through the smoke and does as Shazam falls. Hayes able to pick one up as well, and mouseSpaz just running shop on Sentinels here in this opening pistol round.
Yeah, Subrosa getting the early incendiary kill and now pushing to finish. Garage doesn't even matter. Cutler's there, takes care of business. Cypher on Cypher action. And the flawless first round for mouseSpaz, setting a bit of a warning shot here for Sentinels. It's like, hey, look, you're a lot of hype. We've been forged through the fires of tournament after tournament after tournament in CSGO by the mouseSpaz boys.
Yeah, definitely making a statement. And look, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that's actually exactly what I'm going to do. Digon, I know the map just started, but who do you give the advantage to here?
I think we should just let it play out here. It should be defense first, right? Defense always has an easier time here, especially with the Cypher holding the B side of the map. I like the idea what Sentinels did, and they did give themselves breathing room by making a lot of noise A, then wrapping around through sewers back towards mid. But quick slows there by Hayes just slowed down the push. So we'll keep an eye on how things go. I'm not big on predictions until it's pre-match predictions. Because Wardell now cleaning things up. Subrosa, and this game was over. Or this round was over before it started. Holy moly!
mouseSpaz just able to pick apart the initiation, the aggression onto that A site. Subrosa 6-0 already with the ult in the third round. That does not feel good. Is able to rock full armor as well. Wardell opting to rock the op here in this third round. So things going very well for mouseSpaz, and Sentinels with a much slower start than I think anybody would have anticipated here.
Yeah, Sova information super important here. Haven't seen majorly impactful ones. All of it gets spotted out here by Sinatra with the arrows as they continue to play arrow footsie, arrowsy between mouseSpaz and Sentinels. The mid control still important here for Sentinels. Spike here in market. You've got actually an aggressive push by mouseSpaz, one already inside garage.
Hey, just kind of waiting to see if anyone's going to push through, but Sentinels far more cautious than we saw in the previous round as far as where they want to go. Last time it was a very clear push towards A. This time they're just waiting. The spike isn't even being carried by anyone right now. Sick with a sick tap onto Hayes there to open things off, and Sentinels at least now has a numbers advantage.
Yeah, Hayes using a lot of his utility early there in mid, and immediately Sentinel's like, yeah, we got the pick towards B. Let's rotate towards A. Playing the mind games, being decisive here. Shazam, no op in his hands, has the Vandal, and going up against an op all the way in back. Screens, Drone tries to get aggressive, gets taken down. So Wardell from distance trying to slow down the push, won't be able to. Sight now being held by Sentinels.
I love that Guardian that he was rocking there, not able to pick anything up. But you see the Hellfire is going to come out as the Orbital Strike drops onto the site. And Zom's able to stay alive, at least for now. The spike does manage to go down just narrowly. And this is a tough site retake if you're mouseSpaz.
Sentinels taking their time here. Elbow under control. It is a 2v4 situation. Breach only at 1 HP, no heal available. SoaR able to get a knock onto the wall from Sinatra and then answer back with Shazam. All of a sudden, a 2v2 operation here.
No
SoaR
way.
with another one. 3 in a row, going for the defuse. Over an elbow, though. Coming around the corner. Pros don't fake. SoaR letting everyone know he's a pro. And in the 2v4, mouseSpaz comes up huge.
What a play. So, I mean, mouseSpaz able to take that back. SoaR with a huge frags, 9-0. And he's just having his way with Sentinels right now. Starting off with that, the nice shots onto Sinatra, able to get him right around that wall. And mouseSpaz just looks really scary right now. You give the first round as a pistol round, whatever, that's a coin toss. The second round, okay. But on the third round, the Sentinels were able to get the spike down. They did have the numbers advantage, and they still manage to drop the rounds. mouseSpaz looks really good.
Oh boy. I think you got to take a breather now for your Sentinels. You 4-spot that one. Or not 4-spot. You bought that one, but not an op. You didn't have your op in your opper's hands, and Wardell showing how strong that was, even in a 2v4 situation. Pistols back on over for Sentinels. They're going to work their way towards mid. I like how they're not just rushing this one over and just like, hey, let's get this round over. Let's get guns back in our hands. They're looking for picks. They're looking to at least try to put a dent in mouseSpaz's economy in this one. And more Hazed again. Perfect slow, perfect time. Lands the shots onto Sick. And mouseSpaz in comfort and control here. 5v4.
Now we see the spike start to make a move as SoaR gets cleaned up. No late round heroics this time for him as Hazed and the rest of... Oh, Sinatra. Sinatra's going to get walled off. Looked like he had a player in his crosshair looking to hunt him down, but unable to do so. As he's going to get walled up, the spike is going to rotate back over to B, as that's going to be the call. Hazed and Cutler. Cutler, thank you. Reading backwards, not Culture, Cutler, able to get 2 of his own, and Sentinels in trouble here.
Yeah, good pick there early by Sentinels. Maybe a monochrome piece of hope there as Sinatra was able to get the Vandal in his hand. Did a good job getting the jump shot, but with the shock bolt, but not quite able to get the kill. And everyone ready to rotate on over from mouseSpaz. And the economy round over. Sentinels buying here. Finally, up in the man's hand, Shazam. Trying to show what he can do. Zoms and Sinatra still trying to get on the board for their first kill, as Def has been doing the heavy lifting here for Sentinels.
Sentinels have been a bit more cautious. We've seen both approaches out of them here on this map. We've seen them rush towards the side as Shazam goes down, and then we've seen them be a little bit more cautious about how they want to play it out. Neither of them having much success as Drone gets cleaned up by Sinatra. Sinatra just doing the dirty to him there. He's going to get healed up, and for now the numbers are even, but the spike still not really making much of a move.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect there by Drone, stepping all the way up and challenging Sinatra. Was able to get one, but Sinatra bouncing back, and kind of lucky there that he got legged by the op shot from Wardell. But Wardell will back on up, as well as the rest of Sentinels rotate on through, pick up the spike here and mark it. Looks like the focus will shift on over to B, where Cutler is waiting. He's been here the whole round. Def and Cutler have been going back and forth. Hazed as well. Gives up his spot over at Heaven. He does have support. They will rotate. Throw a slow here. Wall goes up. But Sinatra gets finished off by the rotating SoaR.
Yeah, and there's no Heaven control, unfortunately, here if you're Sentinels, which is always going to make this difficult. Cutler gets one, and Def trades it out. Zooms with another one of his own. That orbital strike comes down, and again rains fire onto Zoms as he gets cleaned up at the hands of SoaR. Wardell trying to do a little something here. It's a 2v1. The clock is ticking, and mouseSpaz in firm control.
Yeah, the wall getting chunked pretty low here. Def trying to take the 1v1 peek in the corner, but SoaR, as he's done the whole match long, has the answer, and Sentinels searching for answers right now because mouseSpaz up 5-0. It is attack. So you know it's defensive sided map. The last patch that Valorant put on out tries to make things a little bit more equal, but just with so many small little funnels here, even Sentinels having some trouble against mouseSpaz.
Yeah, and SoaR, we've called his name a number of times, and well, reasonably so. 12-1, and then on the other side, on the side of Sentinels, 4 players at 1-5, and you know it's difficult to get a whole lot going there when you're getting out fragged as hard as you are. Again, a slow, more methodical approach there from Sentinels. See if they can catch an early pick, but Sick with the Ghost. I mean, you can try, but that's a difficult fight to win.
Ball going up by Hazed, going to buy a little bit more time, but actually doesn't know. It's a full rotate on over to A. They're going to hard push and challenge Wardell's operator in just a little bit. Def going to clear up top. And Wardell, you know, he's like, yeah, come on by. Def gets knocked on out. Cutler also picking up into the fun. Sinatra gets taken down here. Sick on the top of the ramp. Looking to continue to push. He has the spike. Smoke's going down, so buying a little bit more time, a little bit more space for Sentinels to work with. But in a 3v5, not looking great for the Sentinel boys.
No, and as outnumbered as you are, you've got to find a way to win the round. You're already down 5-0. Six able to get one. That's certainly going to help, but SoaR puts the stop on it with the 3-piece of his own. Six Shazam and Zooms falling like flies. mouseSpaz, again, in firm control of this map.
That was a clinic and crosshair placement by SoaR. All 3 of those kills, headshots as they walk into the right spot at the right time. SoaR, 15-1. He himself has not only more kills than the opposing team, but as well less deaths. The whole team just doing running on not running on fumes right now as Sentinels 6-0, still trying to find their first round win.
And there's just nothing that's working for them right now, right? They've tried slow, they've tried fast, they've tried B, they've tried A, like they've tried pushing through mid and then making a decision, and it's just been time and time again. mouseSpaz has just shut the door on whatever play they've tried making. Hazed, we've called him a number of times early on with this mid control here. The site, in my opinion, is probably one of the more important sites, areas of the map, because of how much control you give up if you lose that spot. And Hazed has kept it masterfully.
Yeah, I'm loving the way that mouseSpaz is playing defense here. They're constantly changing what portions of A they're holding. B has just been Cutler all day, and no one wants a piece of Cutler here, as they still have not tried to push through Garage early on. It's always mid. Play through mid and find an opening, but even then, Sentinels have struggled trying to do that. They do have 4 ultimates here. Rolling Thunder available, and here it comes. Concussion does knock both members holding Heaven, as SoaR force it back on off. He does not have any fall damage, so that's nice. And now Sentinels hesitate. They take control of Heaven, so they want to make sure they clear everything out. What's the next move?
Yeah, but they waited. The time to go was when that hit, and now they are starting to make a move, but Wardell is able to get another one. Now it's a 2v2. The hesitation might prove to be their downfall here.
Ooh, Wardell had the angle, not quite able to land the shot, and Sentinels finally get a plant down. First one since, I think, round number 2. When we saw the big wraparound by Wardell, and the boys and Sentinels finally get themselves on board. Thumbs up, everybody. They got one. So put 1 digit on up. mouseSpaz, they got enough money in the banks, and that was one of the most impressive holds we've seen in quite some time. 6-1 now.
And, you know, the important thing is they still have a couple of ults here. Sick, Zooms, and Sinatra. All have their ults available on the other side. SoaR, Cutler, and one other player, I missed his name there, has the ult. So it's going to be pretty even up, but you know, you wonder, if Sentinels, is that their ticket in here, right? Is it the map altering ult that's the key to their success?
So opening frag, drone stopping the push there by Def. But Sinatra gets the opening pick here on the Cutler. That's the first time Cutler's had some action early on. Wasn't quite ready for it. Sinatra going to look to force through B, but he's alone. Will he be able to get the pick here? No. And that's the first time we've seen SoaR flub his shots. Wardell, though, ready to go and puts down the former Overwatch MVP. 3 versus 2 Sentinels now with the spike holding mid.
Now mouseSpaz increasing their numbers advantage here with an ult. Orbital Strike's going to drop harmlessly. onto heaven as no one was there. Zooms with the spike. It looks like they're going to rotate back over to A. mouseSpaz very evenly spread out right now, so they can quickly adjust. The op shot narrowly missing by Wardell. He's going to be forced to back off. And it looks like that's going to give them, at least for the time being, a little bit of license to get in. But Wardell in the 1v1, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need it because Drone and SoaR do the work for him.
Yeah, great play there. Shazam wasn't quite ready for Drone to be in the corner. SoaR 17-3. That is a massive score line for your top, right? Even for the top fragger in the game. You got to go all the way down to Hazed at 4-3 before you can find a kill number lower than the top fragger for Sentinels.
Nice spot.
mouseSpaz, impressive. Put the camera down, and it looks like they're gonna do a weird rotation here with Cutler, leaving B wide open. The Owl drone goes into B to spec it all out.
Yeah,
but right now, like Sentinel's just holding mid.
I like this out of them. We've seen this play actually from them the last 2 or 3 rounds. Well, they'll drop that camera back there, and then the Cypher will rotate out, and either he's gone all the way to A. We've seen him do that a few times, or he'll kind of hover around mid, waiting to see if anyone else makes an aggressive push. But for now, it looks like the play is going to be over to B. The orbital strike drops, not connecting onto anyone, but at least for now, it's going to buy time and gets them the information that they need for the time being.
Hazed taking some shots down mid, letting him know, hey, we're not giving this one up for free. Cutler is rotated back on over. Multiple members mid now, as Sentinels still looking for that opening pick to decide where they want to go.
Oh boy, it's a heavy 5-stack through mid, and they're waiting cautiously, but now they're starting to move as a group, and there's only one member, SoaR, and at least that was enough for one. Zoom's able to trade it back out, and it looks like the play is going to be on to B. There are 2 members of mouseSpaz that are waiting. Hazed able to get one, Hazed able to get another.
Hazed able to pick up one. Cutler just coming on through, and the old men of shooters showing the youngsters what's up. 8-1 on defense. This is defender sided, let's not forget, but again, still very impressive. And I think you got to wonder about the mental now. 8-1 for Sentinels. I believe they breezed through the opening match 13-0. So Sentinels got to keep their composure. Just want to eke out a couple more wins like that.
I will find you.
So Cutler gonna set on up here on B. This time, no weird rotation. A little bit more resources here sent to A by Sentinels. 1, 2, 3, 4 members on A for Sentinels. SoaR gets spotted. And Def actually has a little bit of an opening. The Sky Smoke's giving him space to work on through. Nice arrow by Sinatra. SoaR gives away his information, and Def gets the headshot. Control of A in the hands of Sentinels.
Yeah, we haven't been able to say that very much. 2 members of mouseSpaz are going to be coming all the way down from B, though. It's going to take some time before they arrive. For now, it looks like it's going to be a concerted push. Hazed able to get one.
Oh. He sees his teammates trying to clear things up. Early Hunter's Fury by Sinatra goes awry. No one's able to find anything there. Sick does find the headshot onto Drone. Hazed answers back. Cutler clearing through elbow. Finds Def. Only one remaining. It's onside. It's Zombs trying to do the hero play that we saw earlier. Gets shot through the boxes. Cutler walking on up. He has no idea he's there. Zombs going for the hero play. They're right in front of each other, and Zombs with the big clutch there on A, getting a little bit of payback from the last time. Does die to the spike, but it doesn't matter. Sentinels with a bit of breathing room, and we'll take a sigh of relief.
Man, things looked so bad for Sentinels there as mouseSpaz took the site, but heroic play out of Zombs there to keep the round alive, to give Sentinels another one that they desperately needed. And again, Sentinels, well, if it's working, let's go ahead and do it again, as it looks like they have SoaR as a bailout, but they might want to make a play towards A. But when you've got Wardell watching that, you've got to think twice.
What a shot there by Wardell. Just changing it up, changing the angle up. It's quite ready for that. Hopping across. You're just only playing with your life here as you jump across from CT screens. So Broza gets the opening pick on a Sinatra, and Shazam answers back. Doesn't need enough to be impactful. Hayes now the next one up close. Does have revive ready. Nice concussion will force out the slow orb. And now Sentinels realize there are a lot of people here, including Cutler, who picks up 2 more.
Yeah, 2 members left on Sentinel's drone, waiting patiently to get one and get both. They're, for all intents and purposes, it's extinguishing Sentinels and their push onto A site. They had success at least once, but not able to replicate it.
In that last one, I think that's the power of Wardell. Wardell has been opping from CT screens the whole game, and both members of Sentinels that finally worked their way on site, so focused on the op, no one checks the tight corner. Easy pickup there for Drone and mouseSpaz. 9-2 here against Sentinels in the final round, and Sentinels no money, so they're gonna be on pistols and armor.
Wardell's been spotted. The Hunter Fury's going to come out as well, and that's all the information that Sinatra needed to get the best of him here. And again, that's going to open the doors, the green light, if you will, for them to swarm onto A, but they're doing so a little cautiously.
The strike being dropped. Weren't able to find anyone, but Shazam shows the sheriff in town. Pistols coming through. Oh, it's a little bit of a spray and haste. Able to get that one. Sinatra beats Sabroza, though, so he'll get himself a gun.
Not able to put it to use for very long as Cutler does. He gets the round win over to mouseSpaz and Sentinels. Sentinels in serious trouble here.
Yeah, the Cutler against the Shazam matchup there. That was a bit of the old complexity CLG. Maybe, what was it? I guess after the Echo Fox CLG matchup there. So the CS boys showing off pretty well here early on in the match between CSGO and Overwatch. 10-2. It's imperative here Sentinels win this first round because they might be able to do the same thing as mouseSpaz. This is one of the strongest CT-sided maps in all of Valorant. But it really doesn't matter if the map helps if you don't have the guns to back it up. So Sentinels, this is crucial here.
Just a few moments away as mouseSpaz, at least for now. Looks like they might want to make a play towards A. At least that's where they're hanging out. One member of mouseSpaz cheating over to B, trying to get some info, maybe prove to be distracting. As it looks like the play is going to be a play onto A. Sinatra holding that angle, waiting to see if he spots anyone. He's going to get smoked out. See if the dart's able to get any information. Yeah, it's going to hurt. Shazam gets one as drone falls. Sabroza not able to get another one as Shazam picks up another kill.
Single-handedly stopping the push there by mouseSpaz, and the bolt will land, and not a lot of options when the spike is out in the middle of the open here. Cutler possibly getting concussed here. Sentinels might want to go ahead and send a message, but they're going to hold the site, hold the spike. I like this play from Sentinels, and we've been waiting for a moment for Sinatra. That was the one to kick things off. The shock bolt hitting 3 members there.
Yeah, just not a ton of options. That's certainly going to help their cause there. But again, you're outnumbered heavily if you're mouseSpaz. And like you said, the spike is down by A. You can just kind of watch it. Maybe he tries to make a play, but it's a suicide mission.
Getting a little bit too cheeky there. And Def has the right answer. Big round win by the Sentinels. They very much needed it. And feel like it's a sigh of relief yet again for Sentinels. They haven't had a lot of comfortable breaths, but another sigh of relief here. They go up 10-3. They've got the money. They're able to get the full armor here as Sentinels looking to try and mount a couple rounds of their own.
Yeah, but with a lead like this, if you're mouseSpaz, there's no panic yet, right? Like, yeah, they won the first round. Yeah, they're probably going to win the second round. They're going to have guns, more guns than we will. But the gap between these two teams is so big right now that they can afford to drop a round to, heck, even 3 before they even feel any sort of pressure. Drone getting cleaned up again. That's the gun difference there. F has spotted another one up in heaven, and the spike is starting to rotate back over to B right now. It's hanging out by mid. It looks like it's going to be met by the defenses of Sentinel. Shazam able to get one. Zooms, excuse me, able to get another.
Shazam with the answer back. Only one member left alive here for mouseSpaz. Cutler doing his best with the classic, but Shazam saying, hey, I'm not a Coke Classic kind of guy. I'm a Coke Zero kind of guy. You guys get 0 points on this round. Score 10-4. We'll get that updated for you in just a second, as should be able to take a listen into some of the comms as we did last round. Let's see if Sentinels are able to bounce back here. Let's take a listen.
Try to listen to.
Should play Heaven Side more probably. Yeah, but it's fine because like you can wait to smoke if you're playing from. I guess you can wait still, but oh, never mind. I don't have a wall, so it might be tough.
B. I don't hear it, but it's.
I see nothing B main right now.
I'm getting spammed. Holy fuck!
I broke a skim. Oh, bomb's outside A.
Bomb's outside A. There's probably one too strong.
Wow, one mid. I just got ripped. I have AK there.
Do you want to try to get aggro? Like I have to make a play.
After the smoke, I can peek mid by myself. You guys go for play.
I'm just gonna go A with him and push. I have the whole of B right now.
He's peeking.
B main. Reach B main.
Peeking.
More there.
I have to stay mid.
Drop 2ers. I'm 1 HP.
I have no more smokes. I think I'm gonna go around B side. They smoked me.
B.
Full B.
They're up mid.
Wait, they're going ropes?
No, they're up mid. They could go rips. I'm gonna go B side.
Heaven.
They just walled something.
They're on B.
Heaven, yeah, they're on B.
I'm sending B heaven.
B. So we've got 2.
I'm low.
Probably save.
Yes, that's it.
Fuck.
Just go, man. Yeah, save.
I'm hiding L.
Yeah.
All right, not as much to hear from Sentinels on a save round. mouseSpaz able to force their way on in. Sentinels running out of rounds to play with off of match point here. 11-4 the score after mouseSpaz takes that one.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation if you're Sentinels. And this is now that guns are even, this is kind of what we expected, especially given how the first half had gone. mouseSpaz able to break in, get that round win, and Sentinels really not left with very many options other than saving. But like you said, they are running out of options. They're running out of time here. They can't drop very many more rounds. The spike harmlessly sitting back by their spawn. See if they can catch any opening picks. But mouseSpaz, again, has really just kind of run circles around Sentinels here.
Spike hovering on the B side of the map. mouseSpaz going to play this one slow, just like Sentinels did, but a little bit less focus here on mid. We saw multiple times where Sentinels on attack were sending 3, at times 4 mid, and then 1 B or A. This time a little bit more of a split. As well as the fact that you don't have Sage playing mid defense here for Sentinels. They've got Brimstone in mid right now, as it looks like the call will be towards B. Spike moving on up here for mouseSpaz.
And again, they're going to try to do it without having control, which is always difficult. The Cypher's camera is there. The slow's going to drop as well. So they have a very good idea of where they are. And this is just such a difficult site to take if you don't have that heaven advantage. But they're going to try it anyway. They're going to stack across. Drone's able to get one. Location's going to be revealed as Wardell and SoaR clean up. Sentinels down to 2 members left, and mouseSpaz are able to get the spike down. They have the numbers advantage. The clock is ticking. Sentinels has everything going against them here.
Yeah, I like that there by Drone, was able to take out the tripwire and pick up the kill before trading. Entry fragger, always a difficult position to play, but nice. A little rotation there by Shazam, able to knock down Wardell. mouseSpaz trying to find their way on through. Rolling Thunder will hit one, and Shazam gets taken down by SoaR. Hazed, the one putting the finishing touches here on Sinatra. And Sentinels push to match point. 12-4. mouseSpaz putting on a clinic right now, and you're able to buy a decent amount here for Sentinels, but it's not a full buy. One operator, got a bulldog, and then some pistols.
Yeah, just an awkward spot to be in, especially here on match point. You can't afford to hold anything back here, and then that's the major reason for this awkward buy that we see here out of Sentinels. The spike looking like it's going to go towards A. SoaR somehow managing to stay alive with a very close encounter with death. The Hunter Fury's going to come out. He's able to get onto Shazam. Shazam drops. There are only 3 members left for Sentinels. The last 3 standing, trying to keep their winner's bracket run hopes alive.
A revive by Hayes going to put a dent in the plans for Sentinels now. No ults left for Sentinels or mouseSpaz. As mouseSpaz gets the spike down, no one watching. Heaven Sick not able to land the shots. Hazed putting him out into a body bag. Only 2 left here for Sentinels. Going to look like a very difficult push on back for the final members of Sentinels here.
And the spike is planted. Death drops. Zombs hits another one onto SoaR. And Drone, the last one, putting Sentinels away and advancing here in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, what a play there by mouseSports. The CSGO boys showing, hey, all the hype, all the hoopla, all that Sentinels got didn't phase them at all. I'm also interested to see this matchup run back at some point if mouseSports started on attack rather than defense. I always wonder, if you start on defense and get a ton of round wins, does that help with your mental there? We listened in with Sentinels, and we appreciate those guys giving us the opportunity to do that. Didn't sound like it affected their comms too much. They were just working and weren't having the gunfights that they wanted.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to say that was the main contributing factor, I think by and large, mouseSpaz just looked better. They looked better across the board, and Sentinels wasn't able to get anything going.
Yeah, how about SoaR that last whole match? He was on, was it 17-1, 16-1, 17-1, something ridiculous like that. Huge performance by them, and one of the main reasons why mouseSpaz will move on to the winners, I think, semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket here as we have that updated for you. There it is, the semifinals, as mouseSpaz will await the winners of Skyfoxes and Mirage Esports. On the bottom side, Highgrounds and Cloud9 going back and forth. Cloud9, we're pushing forward a little bit more there. I believe they're the ones that moved on over and beat the PUBG boys. Let's take a look at the losers bracket here. Sentinels waiting in round 2 against the winners of Operation 2, the collegiate champs against Elite Esports. Full Focus and 303 still playing their matches out, as well as Orbit, Esports, and Simplicity, as well as Dignitas and Tempo Storm. Again, the 2 big orgs down round 1, waiting to see who will continue to push on forward in our Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. 2 rounds in the books, Doug. What's the biggest takeaway that you've seen so far?
Other than the goose egg that Sentinels just laid, that's really been the biggest takeaway. I wanted to draw a little bit of attention away from that, but I'm just really surprised with how mouseSpaz just dismantled them. Really, You mentioned the CSGO boys, the old guard, if you will. They don't look old there by any means. They just did what they wanted, and Sentinels, unable really to get anything going. Again, the beauty of a losers bracket tournament is that they're going to get another chance. We're going to see them again. But this didn't feel like they tweak one or two things. Maybe it was very heavily the map, right? It's so tough to say. And again, that's what a loser bracket offers you, but they didn't look great.
Yeah, I think a big adjustment was how much Hazed on the stage played mid, whereas you didn't quite get that too much from Sentinels. It was the stage slowing all the pushes, and also Sentinels put a lot of focus into mid, whereas mouseSpaz didn't quite do that. They were playing a little bit more spread out across the map, looking for picks around. So just a little couple things to note here while teams are still learning and growing in competitive Valorant. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the winners bracket semifinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl.
Here's my theory. Whoever made that noise made it intentionally. So we would hear it and find him. Hear it and find him. just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. 2 rounds in the books. We got ourselves a winner semifinals coming up very shortly. Digon here with Esports Doug Cortez. Doug, we've been through a long wait. Audience, we know what team you want to see. All the Sentinel boys, all our Overwatch weebs, they got what they wanted. And it was a pounding to the hands of mouseSpaz. Now taking a look over at Cloud9. We're still waiting to see who will be popping on up here against Cloud9, which is why we're getting such an extended delay here. So we take a look at the bracket. Doug, what has been some of the surprises you've seen so far halfway through our winners bracket?
Yeah, I was really impressed with how well mouseSpaz played, right? They, like you said, they gave Sentinels the hands, the left-right cross to send them down and to the losers bracket. mouseSpaz just played so well. They seemed like such a complete team. And while I expected them to play well, the caliber at which they played really impressed me. We're going to see how they match up against Mirage, which is super exciting. And then, like you said, we got to give the people what they want.
Yeah, we wanted to give them the Cloud9 Highgrounds match. So the PUBG boys put up a little bit more of a fight. I think it was 13-6 in that match, whereas mouseSpaz ran through Sentinels, was it 13-4, I believe. But yeah, speaking about mouseSpaz, what I liked the most about that match is that almost every player had a hero moment on mouseSpaz. Cutler holding B by himself multiple times. Wardell with the op all the way in the back. The 2v4 was huge. And what more can you say about Sub Rosa multiple times with the Vandal in the face? Let's take a look at the loser side of the bracket. Teams that have dropped early on. And Dignitas out in round number 1 as Tempo Storm move on through. And they will be waiting a little bit further from the winners bracket semifinal losers. Highgrounds waiting for Orbit Esports and Simplicity to finish up their match. Sentinels, we saw their match against mouseSpaz. They'll get to take the collegiate organization, collegiate players of Operation 2. Full focus and 303 played. 303 taking the victory. They'll face Skyfoxes here in the loser bracket round. Any of these matches jumping off to the page at you?
Oh yeah, Skyfoxes versus 303 off the bat, and it's only because we saw Skyfoxes look good. They look like a really good team, very similar to their EU counterpart. So the fact that we find them in the losers bracket this early is a bit surprising to me. And we haven't seen 303 Esports. We don't know what they're capable of. We don't know the caliber of the players on that roster. So I would love to take a look at that match, or at least keep a close eye on it. behind the scenes, because I think that could prove to be a huge disaster for the Skyfoxes roster.
Yeah, hopefully Skyfox will be able to bounce on back. Again, waiting for the opponent that will be facing Cloud9 between SoaR and Mission. Those two teams battled all the way from 12 to 12. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have that match with Cloud9 against the winner of that match. We'll see you in just a bit.
Check this out. Check this out.
Hello, everyone. The wait is over. We got ourselves the Cloud9 match coming up against SoaR Gaming at the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. We're in the winners bracket semifinals, and we're getting closer and closer to that grand finals. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez alongside Esports Doug Cortez. And it's been a long wait, but finally we get to see Tens and the boys here with Cloud9.
It's going to be worth it, right? It was a long wait, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, or so they say. And I could not be more excited for this match.
All right, one quick look at the bracket before we get them up and running into the game, as we had our game one of the day, Dignitas and Skyfoxes, as Skyfoxes took control of that match and were able to win that one handedly. Mirage and Tempo went back and forth, and Mirage actually is the team that moved on forward. mouseSpaz and Orbit, they won that one 13-0. They were able to play Sentinels, who defeated Simplicity in round one. Highgrounds, the PUBG team against Operation 2, one of our collegiate invite squads, as the PUBG boys were able to move on through. Cloud9 defeated Elite Esports SoaR, who's now taking on Cloud9. We're able to knock out Full Focus, and 303 against Mission Control. Mission Control were good for round one, but in round two, that's where we started to see a little bit of a separation here, with Mirage actually moving on through Skyfoxes, which is the team that we saw in the first round. Also, Skyfoxes NA compared to Skyfoxes EU, who were the runner-ups in our European bracket yesterday. mouseSpaz and Sentinels went back and forth in a highly anticipated matchup, where the old guard of CSGO players, the former CLG men in mouseSpaz, were able to defeat Sentinels 13-4. Highgrounds and Cloud9, the PUBG boys not quite able to hold a light Cloud9 here, as they were able to move on forward. In SoaR Gaming and Mission Control, it was a tight match, 13-12. Took a long time, but SoaR Gaming able to eke that one out and now find themselves in the semifinals of the bracket. Quick look at the loser side bracket, as now we have our matchup set. Mission Control and Tempo Storm going head to head. Highgrounds and Orbit Gaming, Orbit Esports, they were able to defeat Simplicity to make themselves available for round number 2. Operation 2, the collegiate squad, able to knock out hosts of the tournament, Elite Esports. They'll face Sentinels. Good luck, college guys. As well as 303 Esports, the multi-game organization, able to knock out Full Focus, and they await their match against Skyfoxes here. And again, I think just want to touch on it very quickly. Not the greatest ending to the story here for Dignitas. They again participated in Valorant tournament yesterday. Their CSGO squad, they just picked up a new member, Bouchard, who's replacing ArtStar, but not the showing that I think most people, including Dignitas, wanted to see.
Yeah, and you know, the tricky thing is Bouchard played well, right? She had a couple of really good rounds. We called her name more than once, but just coming up a bit short when it mattered the most. And we missed the losers bracket match, obviously, but either way, an unfortunate ending, but that's why we play the game, right? And while that's an unfortunate ending for them, there's still so many good teams that are left in this bracket. Cloud9, one of the ones I'm super, super excited to see, which hopefully is what we'll be getting into next.
Yeah, that's what we're getting into right now. Players currently in Agent Select. Maps should be rotating here. So we just saw Haven in round 1, Split in round 2. So we should be getting a little bit of the sand dunes of Bind in just a second here. Mission Control and SoaR Gaming went the distance. SoaR Gaming just finished that one. And I feel like might be a question, a little bit of fatigue. We needed a quick turnaround, as Cloud9 have been sitting pretty for quite some time. They've been dismantling their opponents very fast here. But Cloud9, just a stacked roster here. And it's just, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they pull out here in this next map.
And, you know, especially on Bind, I think one of the things that can be so fun about that map is the okie dokes, the jukes that one team can try to pull on another, and the TPs and how that enables such quick rotations. We saw a couple of times yesterday where a team would take a site and then they TP to the other site that they hadn't taken because they were trying to outsmart their opponents and outsmarted themselves in the process. This is probably my favorite map, to be honest with you. So I'm just super excited to see how this plays out with Cloud9, with SoaR Gaming on this map. This thing is bound to deliver.
So Cloud9, the roster of Tens, Infinite, Mitch, Shinobi, and Relics up against SoaR Gaming, Ethos, Mala, Shorker, Maxidome, and Asuna.
All right, you know, we've talked a bit about Defender's advantage, and this time it's going to be Cloud9 who's going to start off. Digon, your thoughts on just how impactful that can be on a map like this relative to the map we just saw?
Yeah, I think it really depends. It really depends on how teams play. And of course, because Cloud9 has just been stomping through teams, maybe it doesn't even matter.
Oh, we'll see if that's the case. Ethos strong. First blood here on to Cloud9 as Mitch falls. Also, shout out to the Phoenix that's in the map. That just slipped by us. I am aware of the bug, but it was indeed a Phoenix as Infinite cleans up Ethos and trades that kill right back. Still no Viper, though.
Yeah, no Viper. For some reason, no one playing Viper anymore. Viper's Pit, not all that scary for teams as they continue to opt for Phoenixes and Phases. No one really wants to play the Viper as Shinobi, Infinite, and Tens all get into the action. Maxi trying his best to work his way out through, and Tens has the right answer.
Yeah, and maybe they know something we don't, right? Like, maybe Viper's just really bad, and everyone knows that except you and I. But either way, opting to see that Phoenix here, a good opening round by Cloud9, right? And with how they have gone through the bracket, this is a bit of what we would expect.
Yeah, definitely. Cloud9 with a mobile roster right now. Lots of tryouts here, as Tens is the only official member on the Valorant roster. Everyone else kind of on trial. And that seems to be the case with a lot of the space here in Valorant. Teams with partially filled rosters still trying out members and seeing if, you know, they got their core 2 or core 3, or in the case of Sentinels, they currently have 4. In this case, only 1 member here for Cloud9 that is signed to this roster, but more than happy to have the rest of the guys represent the banner as we move through here. Cloud9 looking to continue their play. Mitch getting a little aggressive. The curveball in the strike zone. Asuna gets shot and knocked out. 3 members already down. 4 members already down for SoaR Gaming.
Boy, it's early, but SoaR Gaming right now seems outclassed and outmatched across the board. Tens with the clean shots to wrap up the round, and another one going in favor of Cloud9. It was interesting there. We saw a bit more of a concerted push towards B, and it just fell apart. Infinite, excuse me, the flash there out of Mitch was just too much.
Yep. I think you've got 2 pretty clear plays here in terms of attack on bind. You've got the quick plant in short A, where you just wall off the rest of short A. You plant right next to the tanker. You have control of TP. That's usually one that a lot of guys do. And the other one is playing long and taking control of the TP B long, as we take a listen into some of the gameplay right now.
They smoke wall me.
Reloaded mid, reloaded.
I cage behind you in case they.
Yo, they just showered.
Sova shower. Yeah, Sova shower.
You have to run across their gauge. They fucking.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not peeking.
Took
Get in the orb shower.
One was gauge, like close to.
Okay.
Josh, I'm jiggling for you.
Yeah, that's fine. They can creep shower. I'm just sitting pocket.
Yeah, he won't expect the wire there, so I'm just not even.
I'm gonna flash and peek it for info.
Be careful of him peeking behind it if you
Okay.
reposition. I have 2 cloud bursts for you too, Josh.
Yeah, I have my wall too.
Yeah.
Dude,
If they start coming up, I'll cloud burst in front of you.
What'd you say?
Trevor?
Do now.
They trembled. Josh, I'm tucking now. I'm tucking.
He's there. One guy long. He's
I
up.
slowed in front of the teleporter.
Just one.
He's running away. It's one guy. Not in hookah.
I'm about to just wall off short.
He ran away long.
Yeah, he reloaded back
he's
there.
all short.
Walking up
The
long.
wall. Breaking the wall. Can me? Saw me?
Yep.
Could be shower. Careful.
Yeah. There's a trip in short, so I'm just gonna peek off of it.
He fucked me in hookah. There's 2
Right block.
hookah. 2 hookah.
I'm coming through the portal.
Long dead.
They're rotating to B.
Yeah.
Going B.
Hey,
Going
come
B.
NB.
They walled me.
They walled him.
Yeah.
Might be bad. It's a bad wall.
Yeah, they're in
Might be long
hookah.
still.
In hookah.
One's close to me still.
Yeah.
They
Can
planted.
we keep
Elbow,
One
elbow?
inside.
side.
Hookah.
Yeah, one side or elbow. Could peek you Speedway.
He's just hiding in market. One's market hiding.
Flanking market, yeah. I'm trying to push me long.
Still in hookah.
I don't see this guy trying to flank me.
Back off.
Elbow.
Dead.
Nice.
He
They
pushed
push.
CT, push CT.
Oh my god, dude, I thought
All right, so there it is. Comes from Cloud9's roster. And I like the fact that even though he flashed himself, Mitch is just like, yeah, there's one long. I just died. He's long. No, nothing happened here.
Look, that looked unfortunately like some of the flashes that I've had in the past when trying to figure out Phoenix. Yeah, and unfortunate. And look, like the first round, he hit that perfectly. He got a 2, I believe it was a 3-piece there with that flash, but less than successful. And look, Tens showing why he was the first one signed onto that Cloud9 roster. A dirty snap onto forgetting whose dome it was, but either way, showing his worth, just how good he is and why he is the sole member of the Cloud9 roster. But that said, a good round out of SoaR.
Yeah, this is big for SoaR. You're kind of worried that it was going to get away from him just a little bit. Unfortunately, for Cloud9, SoaR win that second round, and now must be feeling good in terms of their momentum. They are playing slow. You know that there's always going to be a battle in B long, and looking for another opening pick like they got one on Mitch last time.
Uh-oh. Speaking of Mitch, he's about to be in the face of 2. The flash comes out, and the flash doesn't matter as Asuna gives him the hands anyway.
Yeah, again, just this close fighting here in B long inside Garden. Love the way that SoaR's double peeking that one, making sure that in case the first shot doesn't go true, they've got backup there, and Asuna winning that gunfight yet again. Mitch gonna have to wait this one out. And no quick movement yet by SoaR. They get that opening pick, but no one really moving quite yet. 20 seconds. They do pick up the spike. Time running out, and it looks like they are going to try to give him the okie doke here. SoaR Gaming going to A short.
Uh-oh. Tens is able to get one, but yeah, the spike 10 seconds before it goes down, and he goes down. The ult's going to be used out by Jett as he's walled off Maxi. The last one, at least on this side of the wall, he's going to be able to get the spike down. Now he tries to retreat.
Oh, that was close there by SoaR. Good hold by Cloud9 for a little bit, but weren't quite able to prevent the plant. And this is the play that we're talking about. Just plant it for the tanker on short. And it's just a lot of corners to clear here. You can see Infinite trying his best to clear them all. Tens now getting aggressive with the op. Knows that they could possibly be waiting somewhere around here. There comes the defuse around the corner. It lands right there onto Tens. Tries to peek showers, but actually it's a double peek from Maxi. So get the defuse to half, goes Infinite, gets the shots in, and Maxi gets domed himself. And C9 take control of the game yet again, 3-1. Good play by SoaR, but better retake by Cloud9.
Oh, these two teams are just so good. Like that was such a close play. That easily could have gone either way. SoaR had the advantage, and Tens getting that early snipe as he's coming around the corner there proved to be the difference maker. And yeah, I was traded out, settling down into a 1v1. If this is any indicator of what we have to come, Digon, this is going to be a blast.
Yeah.
This is a nice
Definitely getting a little bit more than what they bargained for, Cloud9. Again, defensive side, so probably one of the more even maps, especially for attack, since you have the TPs where you can go around the map here. But every map, defense always has a little bit more of an advantage, especially if you win that first round. Whoa, what a shot here by Mala, though. Relics and Shinobi getting walled right on through. Mala feeling it. What a way to start this one off.
Using information that was given to him. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. It's not gonna connect onto anyone, but it's gonna pave the way for SoaR to get the spike down. Cloud9 looking to retake this site. They're not gonna have the numbers advantage, so it's gonna be a difficult task. Already is, but when you're down, it makes it that much more difficult. Tens looking to see if he can spot anyone with the op, and oh, Ethos gets his face ripped right off.
Yeah, Tens just knew exactly where to look and breach right between the eyes, getting popped on through.
Tens trying to be inspirational, looking for different angles. Mitch and Infinite able to pick up one, but the orbital strike picks up Mitch. And so Tens now stepping on forward, gets shot by the dart, so they have an idea of where he's at. Infinite gonna start the defuse. Where's the peak coming from? Coming from showers. Tens there, misses the op shot, doesn't matter. Infinite trying to hide his face, not quite able to stop it. The defuse not gonna be good. And what a play by SoaR to get themselves another round win.
That 1v2 was huge. The fact that he somehow managed not to get shot by Tens with the op and managed to focus his attention on the agent defusing the spike just long enough. Like, he played that so well. I hate that we missed his POV on that play because that saved them the round. That won them that round.
Yeah, Mala, that was what opened things up in showers as well. I think the first one was good. Maybe the second one lucky, but either way, 2 opening frags in showers opening up A really started things off there. And good back and forth affair between both these squads. Again, you expect heroes to come out of this, but this is just a battle. Everyone doing well.
We see Mitch. Mitch is opting to back off here on this time, not going for the up close and personal play in Garden as the spike is starting to head towards B. Shinobi, the first one to go down.
Love that slow.
Oh, Mitch is able to get 3 though. That's huge.
Yeah,
now we're going to see bad. Run it back.
Feels bad for SoaR that got on site. Run it back. Forced to back on off here. Sky Smoke's coming down. That's going to cut off Mitch. He's forced to move on forward. Mala now getting Sky Smoked himself. And so Smoke's on Smokes right now. Want to make sure he doesn't get shot from behind. As soon as able to get one, avoids the flash. Ooh, inches away from Mitch's face. Mitch loses out on the ace, but Cloud9 win the round thanks to Infinite.
Again, I know I mentioned this earlier, but these rounds are just so close. They really can be going either way. SoaR Gaming might be down, but they've put up quite the fight. And really nobody going super negative, right? Like Ethos doing 6, maybe, well, certainly less than he would like, or lower than he would like to be, but he's playing just fine. Like, we've called his name a number of times, rocking the Sheriff on this round. Now he's been able to upgrade to a shotgun, but SoaR Gaming, I don't think they're going to roll over on this one.
SoaR starting things off here on looks to be a pretty light round here by SoaR. They're going to play this one slow. Maybe someone from Cloud9 steps on up into pistol range. Give him the shorty. Ethos trying to get himself out of bottom fragger position, but it doesn't look like Cloud9's going to give him the opportunity to.
No, not yet. At least as the spike slowly creeps its way over to the A site. 3 members there for Cloud9, including a Jet. Can always be a daunting site to take when there's a Jet staring you down. But for now, that seems to be the play, and it's going to be a slow play. They've got one member, SoaR Gaming has one member looking over by mid. But he's gonna get smoked off. You see the Jet looking around there, Tens. We've called his name a number of times already, and he's looking to put together another highlight play.
Right, and just a quick note on agent composition. Tens playing Jet, not playing Breach, but Jet, so no Breach on Cloud9. And right now, SoaR trying to breach through the showers. Tens able to get one as soon as it goes down. Spike has been picked up, and Tens continuing to help hold. Spike planted, so small victory here for SoaR as they're going to try to pick up a couple. Tens able to pick up a shot there around the corner, waiting to see where they're going to come from, and everyone from SoaR is dead. Cloud9 will take the round victory. Not too bad of a round, though, for SoaR. Take 1 kill plus a plant, so you get that extra credit and closer to your ultimate.
Yeah, you get the dough, but Digon, Cloud9 was able to take that round without Cavalry even arriving. The other agents were rotating back over from B to try to take the site, and when they showed up, they were like, well, we're done here. You guys can go back. We've taken care of everything. So Cloud9 looking really good. Tens, we've mentioned him a couple of times now. 11-4 and rocking the off this time. Cloud9 looks good.
Cloud9 looking good. SoaR Gaming though, able to pick up 2 rounds so far on attack. They're going to start spread out here. Let's take a listen into SoaR Gaming's comms as they play out this round number 8.
Back to you guys. They can push short A on you, Maxi. Watch out.
These close showers like in the doorway right here. Right here.
Crap. He's holding then.
He's not
holding for a
grabbing
big.
orb yet.
He's holding
Did
for a
not
big,
get
I
orb.
guarantee it. Honestly, I'm gonna peek this with the op.
Okay.
Could be right side, could be left side. They smoked it off earlier on.
Nothing.
I darted.
I'm walking up. I'm
darted
holding. I'm
inside?
posted on the right. I'm posted on the right. You can hold the left.
Don't wait. That's someone.
You said they can't be in showers?
Nah. They could have gone back in. I darted it though.
I'm gonna aggressive peek with the op.
They slowed it. They
Oh, you
slowed
are?
it. They have no info. They don't know if we're
I'm
inside.
tight.
I'll be backside.
Back.
Cam,
You can leave me here. Leave me here.
Yeah, I
Leave me
got
here.
I vault now.
Yeah. Okay, they have an op. Tyson's opping. Watch out.
Damn. First name basis.
They're gonna wall mid after a little bit.
He's upping.
On default on
He's
that.
upping. What the fuck is
I'm gonna
this?
try to stun cover
Oh,
here.
close right on me. Close right and pocket.
30
Close
seconds,
right and
guys.
pocket. On
One
air.
backside.
There we go.
Peeking mid. Fuck, dude. I saw it.
He's off. He's off. So there's a trap.
One down.
Good. Under window.
One bottom. Under window.
2 TP.
So tally.
Two TP. I'm one off. Dude, we might just save.
Yeah, TP. I think Phoenix.
Save. TP and save. TP and save.
I'm staying in TP.
Oh, open up the TP for him.
Yeah, get him in there.
Nah.
How about that for a round for SoaR? Maybe taking a little bit too long on the rotation there. First name basis with tens though, Tyson.
You love to hear that. Even being down 4 rounds, the fact that they're still kind of cutting up a little bit and having fun is really important. I think that's the kind of mentality that you have to get back, that you need to have to get back into this game. It didn't sound tense. They're certainly not happy that they're losing, but they aren't tilted off the world by any means.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Again, got to remember when you're on attack, usually the ones that have the difficulty scoring round wins early. So you got to keep your wits about you. Again, more of the same. Spike behind them, but they will try to force their way into hookah, as Asuna has, trying to get the wall bang, not quite able to. Someone's got to go back and grab that spike there for SoaR at some point.
Oh dear. And as you say that, it seems like they all, crap, we forgot. They're rotating back, and we'll see if they stick on that B play as the Cypher headed over to A. He cammed it off, and now he's starting to cheat back. Looks like they still want to make a play towards B here.
So now Maxi's turn, trying to work his way on through with the Bulldog. Still split right now is Cloud9. They're trying to figure out where they want to send Cypher. And Cypher now hovering towards the B side as SoaR start to rotate more resources towards B. They know when they peek the corner, Tens is going to be there. Nice bait out by Shuker. But in the corner, concussed. Relics picks up 2, tries to go for 3, and Ethos bottom frag are able to pick 1 up. But now time pretty low here for SoaR Gaming as they need to get the plant. Tens popping with the ultimate, hitting him with the Blade Storm. And now peeking the corner with the op, misses from Showers, tries to go one more with the Blade Storm, able to get it, and another one around the corner. Left click only, Tens popping off with the ulti with Jet.
What a round for Cloud9. What a round for Tens. 15-4. If it's not the op, it's the Blade Storm. The guy's having his way right now with SoaR Gaming. That was such a big round, and look at what that's done to SoaR Gaming's economy. They're in shambles right now.
Yeah, that was kind of like a mixed attempt towards buying out there. Didn't have the greatest guns, but now in a much worse position. Moving forward into round number 10.
2 ults left on the side of Cloud9 and 4 on the side of SoaR Gaming. That may prove to be the difference maker, and that may prove to be what gets SoaR Gaming back on winning terms. But for now, the Spike's still sitting back down. Now we see members of SoaR Gaming come out. The Rolling Thunder's gonna, the Hunter's Fury comes out as the Orbital Strike does as well, and that's going to connect. Relics gets 1, Mala trades it back out. As he gets the best of Infinite, and that's going to leave a 4v3 in favor of SoaR Gaming. They're still, for now, in control.
Yeah, SoaR, first time in a while we've seen them have a numbers advantage off of this opening sort of aggression. Currently only 3 on site. Asuna going to hold a tight corner, able to answer onto Relics. Slides away a little bit there, and Tens misses. But then Tens pushes, and Asuna stuck with the Stim Beacon, a couple of bunny hops, but the bunny gets put down, and Tens finally falls. Maxi able to pick that one up. Now a 3v1 with a spike planted.
We talked about their economy at the beginning and how this was really a must-win round for SoaR Gaming. It looks like they're doing it. The ult's going to come out right onto the spike, and it's going to knock Shinobi back. The last one standing for Cloud9, concussed, not really knowing where to look or where to go, but for now is still alive.
Yep, more concussion still rolling on through. Shinobi peeks around the angle, and Maxi's there to capitalize. 3 rounds here for SoaR Gaming after a good opening pick in round number 10.
They needed that round so badly, Digon. They really did. Ethos still kind of bottom fragging, and by kind of I mean entirely bottom fragging for SoaR Gaming at 3-9. But yeah, SoaR Gaming starting to put something together here that felt like a much better round. And now that they have a little bit more credit to work with, we're nearing halftime. SoaR Gaming needs to put a couple of rounds up on the board here.
SoaR, again, same stuff. Maybe a little bit more spread out this time. Last couple times they were trying to force Hookah, ramming down B. This time, pretty spread. Showers open, Cam's up, and it doesn't look like Cloud9's challenge Showers after Mala had that big double frag there a couple rounds ago. And so most of the resources now placed upon B. I think it's a double peak right now in B. Hookah, no, it's 2B, 3A. One pretty aggressive, and Asuna gets an opening pick onto Mitch on B. Only one member now on site for Cloud9 on B.
Yeah, and again, we see Mitch with a much more conservative play than we saw early on in the map, not hanging out in Garden. And while his approach changed, the result was the same. There's Shinobi picking him back up to even things up at 5 apiece. As I say that, Ethos drops 3-10, if I'm not mistaken.
Mala trying to pick up a gun. Ten's able to pick that one up, and then another quick flick, stuck in the orbital strike, but will be able to cool, calm, and collected, walk himself out. Asuna, though, heard the updraft and now has to plant. We'll be able to get this one down. And so SoaR Gaming take the numbers advantage on B, rotated on over to A, and get the spike down 3 versus 3. Mitch able to get one from Heaven, and now Asuna forced to flash here.
Yeah, the clock is ticking as Shinobi slowly starts to creep forward. Realize there are 2 members in U-Haul. Infinite's going to be the first one to see him. The run it back is going to be used. Shinobi gets cleaned up. Infinite is able to get one. Oh, and he's going to start the defuse. It's a 1v2. Infinite. Yeah, he gets the second one. Ethos goes down, and that's a round going in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, nice play there. Calm and collected by Infinite. Heard the footsteps and maybe a little bit of panic for SoaR. But picks it on up, uses the information that he has, and Cloud9 one win away from being up to 9 rounds here in the first half. Tens and Infinite leading the way, 18-6, 11-4 for Cloud9. The inverse top fragger over for SoaR Gaming, Mala and Asuna, 9-8, 8-11 respectively. We've seen some big plays from those guys, but it hasn't been consistent plays, and Cloud9 has looked pretty good on the retake.
Yeah, and that's a tough thing, Digon. Like, if you can't do that well consistently, a couple of flashy plays aren't going to do it against a roster like Cloud9, but that's certainly going to help.
Yeah, well, when they try to pull the flashy play onto you, that works out well. Shout outs to the old men of CSGO in the chat. Seeing a little bit of the mouseSpaz guys roll on through as they're watching who they could potentially be facing later on. C9 now 8-3 on up. Infinite trying to peek here, and Hookah is going to hold a tight angle as SoaR Gaming, as they have time and time again, going to play this one a little slow.
Even with the numbers advantage, choosing to go slowly, I'd love to see a little bit more decisiveness out of him as Infinite misses one, but the man doesn't miss twice. Asuna getting cleaned up.
A nice play by Infinite, making it 4v4. Wall goes up, B longed. So with that information, Cloud9 should know probably not going to be over there anymore. Kashuker gets his wall up, and it's going to be the classic. And I think he accidentally stepped into the TP, and so he TPs on out. Wall actually gets broken through by Relics, and the plant gets stopped. Oh no! 30 seconds left, and Infinite trying to see anyone cross over from short from Heaven. Moves away at the last second, might buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team. Nope. Infinite goes down. Shuker wins that battle of ops.
Be a 2v3 in favor of SoaR Gaming here. Again, another player in U-Haul that's about to peek around the corner, and Ethos just clicks. All the man has to do, doesn't even have to move his crosshair. Shinobi goes down, but the spike is still planted. The op shot, goes wide. Ethos gets the last kill onto Mitch, gets traded out, and Cloud9 wins another round. SoaR Gaming wins a round.
Yeah, I think that's a huge round win there for SoaR. A lot of the time, the magic number is 4 rounds on attack if you're dealing with the defensive struggle sides of the map. So good for SoaR to get 4 in here. Now, this opening round, pretty important for them, important for Cloud9 too. Let's take a listen into Cloud9's comms as they try to work their way on through this round number 13.
With a jiggle?
Yeah, they can push short A. They can push short B. I mean, short B.
If it's Sage and Cypher at B, A is free.
It's fine. I don't need. If you guys want to go together.
I'm gonna pre-slow shower.
I'm coming. Edge.
How many smokes you have, Sky? 2 or
3?
3. Okay.
I'm gonna come
maybe
shower.
contest the storm, yeah.
Swing this.
I slowed it.
One long B. Jiggle.
Looking in the open wide.
Stage jiggle. Big healed by Stage.
I'm healing you.
Everything. Could be pushing wide.
It was smoked. I'm tapping.
He's still in garden. He was in garden just now.
Okay. It's Sage Brim showers. They.
So it's probably
run away. They might walk
at A. I mean.
We could do the short A strat.
They didn't get the orb shower. I'm hiding it. Hold on.
There was a breach U-Haul. Breach U-Haul, and there's a Sova behind the site default.
Okay, so breach is just gonna flash us when we come up.
They didn't get the orb.
And there's. Wait, did you guys see 4 at A?
No. 3.
So Sova, Cypher A or B? I mean.
He's pocket or right side.
No,
I can do the firewall.
I
can do the firewall. I'm ready to smoke.
Yeah, they're all 4.
Do your molly first.
No, he doesn't have a
You guys
molly.
ready?
Firewall.
Go molly.
No, it's short man. It's short man. Let's go.
Get the wall down.
One
shower
point
side
fast,
flashing.
Guys. He push showers.
You all clear. You all clear.
Careful, might be another one. You can't be short A.
One more dink backside. Dink backside. We can go TP.
Yeah, TP.
Careful for Cypher to be close.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to kill one at least here.
You have dash and shit, Ty.
Come over.
This is a cage. He cambered me. Breach flash from CT. 3. 2 more.
Go back.
You don't have time.
No time.
Oh shit, fuck.
One more
sight. Dead.
No, elbow.
Where?
Elbow.
Got the spike.
You have time.
You got it.
Oh, red
Lost.
Oh. Even happens to the pros where you panic because the time's running out there. SoaR Gaming able to rotate quickly, and maybe a bit of a mistake there by Tens trying to take the TP play. This is what we saw happen in the European bracket as well, where sometimes people were galaxy braining themselves with the rotations.
And I don't know if you noticed, Egon, but it was a fraction of a second away from that spike going down. Again, the highlight of that round was Tens okie dokiing himself. And you could hear the regret in his voice. He was like, crap, I don't have time. I've got to get back. Unfortunate for Cloud9. And if you're a fan of SoaR Gaming, that's a big round. You needed that.
Yeah, big for SoaR. Now with the weapons, they're able to continue to work their way on in and continue to slow down Cloud9's push. But now Cloud9 able to get on through. Relics getting the plant onto B. And it'll be a retake opportunity here. 2v2 as Tens picking up a couple of kills here.
With a Marshall, of all things, Ethos is able to trade one back. Maxidome gets the last one as Tens goes down, and that's going to be another win in favor of SoaR Gaming. Keep a close eye on that, folks. They're clawing their way back into this thing.
Yeah, defender's advantage being on display here. And it was close too, right? Cloud9 almost got the spike down. It would have been a 1v1 situation. But just that, it was almost like a 10th. Maybe 0.2 of a second before that plant goes down is all the difference here. SoaR with the economy, able to buy guns in that round number 2 on this half. And now we're 8-6. It's the first time we're going to see Cloud9 with the big boy guns. No op in the hands of Tens just yet, as he was marshalling in that last one. But SoaR needs to be ready here as they set up their defensive side strat.
And even with the lesser gun for TenZ, it was a lot of the same results as we saw there. But yeah, look, SoaR, they're spreading out a little bit thin here, investing 3 over onto A side and leaving 2 back at B. And you can almost get away with just 1 since it's a Cypher, but they're gonna keep the Sage close by. And then on the side of Cloud9, just playing this very slowly. Looking like they're hesitating as TenZ gets the first.
With an opening pick here, TenZ picks up another one. Oh, that was a disgusting spray as Asuna almost ran into those bullets, and TenZ just clearing A all by himself. One member of SoaR inside of Hookah, and TenZ finds that one as well. Maxi goes down, spike planted, and 2v5, not the greatest odds here for SoaR to try and work their way on through. One member, actually Relic staring right at him, doesn't know it yet though. Within the smoke, oh surprise, he's right there! Relic puts down the stim and still able to get the shots off onto Mala. We've seen Mala shoot through the smoke before. Wasn't quite able to. Now only one member left alive, stuck in spawn. It's Shuker. They know he's there. And Infinite, he's hunting. He finds him. A flawless round for Cloud9 to hit 9 rounds.
Man, that feels so bad there if you're Mala. But 12 and 10 out of SoaR Gaming, or excuse me, out of Mala for SoaR Gaming. The slays, the frags are not really keeping up with Cloud9's, but they're working the way back into this. And we've talked so much about defender's advantage. You've got to feel pretty good here, right? Even if you're SoaR, you're down a couple rounds, but you know you have the preferred side. You've been able to rattle off a couple of rounds.
Yeah,
it's not all lost.
It's not lost. Your economy not so great right now, though. I think on this push attempt by Cloud9, I think TenZ with 3 in that round single-handedly, giving them the advantage to plant onto A. I think that's maybe a little frustrating for SoaR, but you're seeing the talent of the guys in their gun skill. And look at this, SoaR Gaming get a little bit cheeky. Multiple dudes in the shower. 1 shower, 4 guys. It's going to be a little scary if anyone walks on through there for Cloud9.
Well, keep an eye on TenZ. TenZ has ult available as well. The last time we saw it, he put together 3. We'll see if he is able to replicate that success. Relic's almost like sniffing out. Something doesn't feel right here. As members of SoaR Gaming start to pile in, now they decide to go 4 deep, and out they go. As soon as they pull in, they pull right back out, and Relic's, I don't know that Relic saw anything.
Yeah, Relic didn't see anything, but now TenZ sees one. He sees multiple classic shots coming through. 59 HP there for TenZ as he takes down one. Mitch coming on through as well. Maxi able with the sheriff, new sheriff in town, able to pick up a couple, but then he gets turned upon. Infinite coming on through the showers. 1 member left alive. It's the lone member holding on over on B. Mala probably just going to chill on B.
Yeah, there's not much else that he can do here, especially given how SoaR's economy looks. There's no point in risking that. Cloud9 going to be able to put another round up with very little altercation here. Well, as I say that, Mala opting to play a bit aggressively. He's peeking that corner with the shotgun, just waiting to see if anybody pushes through. But no, he's going to back off. And again, if you're Mala, you don't have very many other options.
Oh, always fun to play Limbo. Jump the hurdle, the invisible hurdle. But Mala will just hang tight by the TP, hang itself, and hang close and wait this one out. SoaR Gaming just going to sit. Oh, he's looking for a quick pick. He's able to get one on the Shinobi. Not too bad there. He was only sitting on a shorty, didn't have any armor, so nothing too much to save. And, you know, you call that a small win there for SoaR, but round win for Cloud9, 3 away from taking this one home.
Yeah, Mala will take those any day of the week. And again, Cloud9 able to rattle off a couple of rounds here on the attacking side. SoaR Gaming poised to put something together, poised to work their way back into this thing, but they just find themselves outnumbered so often. Again, TenZ still has the Blade Storm available, so that's always a threat. And getting picked off early on certainly doesn't help. Infinite spots 1. Shuker. Oh, Shuker's going to get flashed. He's going to have to back off. See if he can land one of those shots anyway. No, it looks like they're just going to rotate away.
Yeah, I like that. You got to make sure all your team safe, Shuker. having an opportunity at the op shot yet again, and just will not get the chance to shoot down B long. So on the rotation 10s now, he's going to try his chance at opping here in A short.
He's not seeing anything quite yet as Maxidome looks to get any bit of information that he can possibly acquire, but a very slow round here.
What a shot there by Maxi from A. Able to get it into Hookah. They now realize it's actually A short. Usuna trading out his ult. Spike not planted yet. 30 seconds left. The wall hasn't gone down yet. Infinite able to come through the showers, and Maxi and Usuna go down. Control of the site over to Cloud9.
Tens is still looking to see if he can catch anyone with the op. The spike goes down. And it's again that short A play that we've seen so many times before. A slight numbers advantage to Cloud9. The clock is ticking as well. Mala gets one, and Tens, we missed it, but he gets another. And still has ult. Looking for the second, and he hits Shuka right in the jaw.
Yeah, Shuker just taking a little bit too long to set on up after he gets on top of the tank. Tens looking for one more. On site, peeking around the corner. They know where he's at. Ethos goes down. Relics picks that one up. Cloud9, 11-round wins here. That was a good attempt by SoaR, but again, just better every time around every corner. Cloud9 getting the entry frags. No money for an operator here. Decision time for SoaR. Do you force it on up, or do you just play for a tie and try to rifle off 7 rounds in a row? Oh, SoaR in a tough spot. It was a good fight early on, but defender's advantage started to go by the wayside.
Yeah, and Digon, I think you said it best. They're just better everywhere. They're just better. When SoaR Gaming gets the jump on Cloud9 and is able to control the site first, and when they don't, and even when they have the numbers advantage, it seems like Cloud9 just pulls it out of their hat over and over and over again. And it's often because of this man right here, Tens with the op. Has been able to get pick upon pick and highlight play upon highlight play to keep Cloud9 comfortably in the driver's seat. But now for Cloud9, it looks like it's going to be a play towards B as Infinite opens. Run it back. Does just that as Relics gets the first one. Now Mitch looking around, seeing if he can spot anyone. Not spotting a single soul as SoaR Gaming rotates a little bit late.
Yeah, that's a frustrating usage of the run it back when you are like, please someone shoot me, give me information. You get nothing. Been holding on to that ult forever. As Mitch not quite able to find anyone. Malo with the shorty able to pick up 10s. There's an operator that comes with that, but here comes the rest of the team to come and clean up. Shinobi and Infinite picking up those kills. Maxi with the Sheriff bringing Mitch to the law. Shinobi able to pick up Maxi though, and only one member still alive. Ethos trades 1 for 1. That's not good enough when you're the last one alive.
No, and that's going to push Cloud9 to match point. SoaR Gaming looking for answers here. 12-6, 4 rounds in a row for Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 on match point. Let's see how they play this one out on round number 19 here. Cloud9, 7 attempts to close it out. Let's take a listen.
I need the bomb, and if I died to this guy running in, I would have fucking lost my mind. I would have actually raged.
Like, can we follow me? I kind of just want to entry with my daggers.
Yeah, that's fun.
Oh my god. There's nothing peeking. I'm
I
gonna
was
go
thinking, I'm going up kind of fast.
Watch your hookah.
Yeah.
Have an insight. Have an insight.
Showers. Like, come up the right way. Sandbags way.
I'm fine.
He's running through showers.
Close. He's there. You can trade him.
I'm all tight.
Good job. So do you get res me? Can you guys just cancel and go res me?
Yo, he's 10 HP. He's on the other side of my molly, stuck there.
I don't see him.
Yeah, I'm safe to res.
Yeah, I'm coming back
really
here.
isn't.
Yep, Sova's got Sentinel showers.
Okay,
Yeah,
Tyson's just gonna hold U-Haul. Tyson, just hold U-Haul, yeah.
There's a wall right here.
Yeah, but there's like, he can't peek you if you tuck.
Let's just walk along B.
Yo, he cambered here. He cambered here. Or threw down a trap. He's close, I think. I think he's close.
You guys start going up soon?
Yeah, they will. Yeah. Are we gonna hit TP?
We kill it if Tyson gets a kill.
I'm gonna flash this. I think he's close.
My wall's breaking.
Mitch should look for info.
I'm reading orb. One more on A, guys. Just hit me. No, one more. There's one more. All right, well.
He's back truck.
Wait, we just chilled.
No, 1 HP on Ethos.
Just walk out with me.
Back call. He plays elbow a lot. Yeah, they saw me.
Yep. Clearing sight.
Could be sight, yeah.
Breach is hurt.
Cover elbow.
Wait, he rotated. Can you guys take TP?
No.
We got ulted. You're running in.
Let's go there.
I'm flanking.
I'll
I'm flanking if you want to live. Or
18 seconds. 17
15 seconds. You gotta go site. You gotta go site.
He was on site with the
Yeah, he's in tube. Nice try.
Oh, we're tossing, boys. We're fucking tossing.
Well, you're hearing the comms pretty loose there from Cloud9 at the beginning, pretty loose there at the end. But again, you could hear how much they're communicating. They know exactly where the opposing team is. Love the fact that they're giving us the opportunity and some insight on how they're playing around the map.
Yeah, and even in the midst of all those comms and maybe the frustrations at the beginning or at the end, tossing, very well put, they're still having fun with it, right? You can hear them cutting up at the beginning of the round. And when you're up as far as you are, you can afford that, right? Like you can afford to play a little bit more loosely and have a little bit more fun. And even with that in mind, the round narrowly going in favor of SoaR Gaming. Cloud9 was very close to putting this thing away. As it looks like a full stack over on A. They lift up over the wall, and Ted gets them. What goes up must come down. As soon as it gets one, it gets traded right back. Tens looking to see if he can snag another. Peeking on that tight corner, missing just barely.
Yeah, Tens getting on through. Quick opening flick there. Oh, but Maxi wins the battle of the ops against Tens. And maybe Cloud9 starting to get a little tight here as SoaR continue to work their way on through. It is a 4v3. They do have the spike, and they are forcing through short. Maxi does get finished off there. One shot actually coming through, and the information passed on over to Mitch. Flash into a headshot. 2 members up for SoaR, and just very, very quickly turn things around. 3v1. Cloud9 looking very comfortable here to close it out.
Yeah, looking to put the finishing touches, the final nail in the coffin, if you will, into SoaR Gaming. And, well, it's not over by any means. Mala opting to play very conservative here. I guess he realized that the run it back was running right at him. Now he's going to opt to go a little bit more aggressively, but he's got it. He's going to have to start this thing off with a pick or two. This is just a difficult situation here.
Win there by Cloud9, close things out. Great job by Cloud9 to win that one. But I think SoaR Gaming, again, good job putting up a fight, much more than what we expected, especially on attack. But Cloud9 closed things out there, 13-7, probably the expected result. And I love the way that we're able to see the makeup of this team as they continue to grow and the way they communicate with each other.
Yeah, and again, SoaR made him work for it, especially at the end there, made him sweat a little bit on those last couple of rounds. But again, Cloud9 just looks very complete. And, you know, we've talked about Ted so many times, but reasonably so, right? He led not only his team, but he led the server in frags. Last I saw, it was like 30, I think it was 31-19 was the last I saw. And there were a couple of frags after that as well. So, like, yeah, Tens is legit, man. He's the real deal. Cloud9 looks really good. And I think we're going to be calling that name for a long time today.
All right, well, let's take a peek at the bracket to see who they will be playing. As we had the other side of the semifinals done. And of course, it was mouseSpaz. There it is. The old men of Counter-Strike working their way on through. And hopefully they'll be able to give us a little insight on their comms as Cloud9 has. SoaR Gaming putting up a fight, as well as Mirage Esports. They'll both move down to the loser side of the bracket. And we'll see the results from the round number 2. It was Mission Control actually taking down Tempo Storm. They're still waiting between Highgrounds and Orbit Esports, the winner of that matchup. Sentinels and Operation 2, our collegiate squad. Yeah, Sentinels took care of business, and actually Skyfoxes drop into full focus, so it'll be Sentinels in full focus in round number 3. But we got ourselves our winners bracket finals between mouseSpaz and, of course, Cloud9 when we come back from a short break. Make sure you stick around for all the action. Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Don't go anywhere.
In your
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl $5,000 Valorant Invitational. Daniel Digon Gonzalez here alongside Esports Doug Cortez. Doug, we just got to see Cloud9 get pushed a little bit more here by SoaR Gaming, but take the round 13-7 and book their ticket to the winners finals.
Yeah, and as close as it was, I was reflecting on that game over the break, and it really kind of felt like this is Ten's world, and we're just living in it. Yeah. If it wasn't the AWP, it was the Blade Storm, or it was the multi-kills back and forth. Like, Ten's is so good. Cloud9 looks so good. You mentioned it right before going to the break. Ten's highlights upon highlights, but Cloud9 looks complete. Right? Yeah. They look good on offense. They look good on defense. Their team composition look good. That's a scary roster right now.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of self-inflicted mistakes, I would say, that we got to capture, other than very early on in round number 4, I believe, Mitch kind of flashing himself and then allowing the rest of SoaR to run down, belong there unbind. Let's take a look at the bracket. Cloud9 punched their ticket to the winners finals. They'll be up against mouseSpaz on the opposite side there, as this is for the ticket to the grand finals best of 3. In our European bracket, the winner of our winners bracket did not end up winning it all. It was Skyfoxes that eked it out and then fell just short in a fantastic best of 3 set against NIP. mouseSpaz and Cloud9 going back and forth. And, mouseSpaz looked dominant when they played the big hyped match Sentinels earlier. The Sentinels roster comprised of some of the Overwatch pros, Shazam from CSGO. They got bopped. There's really no way around it. They got bopped by the mouseSpaz boys. And let me tell you, if Hazed and Cutler and Wardell keep grinding at it, they might be able to make themselves a name or something out of themselves in Valorant. As we take a look at the losers bracket here, Mission Control and Highgrounds will be going back and forth as the PUBG boys of Highgrounds continue on their their march closer through the losers bracket. On the opposite side, Sentinels and Full Focus will be going head-to-head here in round number 3. And in the quarterfinals, the losers from the semifinals of the winners bracket, Mirage Esports and SoaR Gaming, will be waiting.
Yeah, and, I want to keep a close eye on Sentinels again. The Overwatch pros that we've talked about so many times, whether or not they can make a deep tournament run. Like, yes, we know they're fundamentally very good players, but that doesn't always translate. And that doesn't always mean that just because you're an MVP in the OWL, that doesn't mean that you're just instantly going to translate it and be a freak at a different game. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But mouseSpaz, Cloud9, holy smokes.
Yeah. I'm super excited. And I think one thing I wanted to touch on about Cloud9 was the fact that Tens was using Jet. And earlier in the tournament, we were saying, people were saying, oh, Jet, why is Jet competitive? They're not even being played. That's what I thought too. But again, Europe was using Jet multiple times here with the reset. Plus, you get the economy of your Blade Storm, possibly on a save. You could drop a gun for somebody else. So there's ways that Jet are being utilized in ways that Phoenix isn't getting utilized, in ways that Viper isn't getting utilized. So you're seeing a little bit more Jet now pop up in competitive play.
And when Jet was first revealed, she was very likely or very closely compared to Yasuo from League of Legends, and in a lot of ways that's true. A Jet, if good, can carry an entire map. And generally speaking, if she's not, well, she sucks, right? And she's totally useless. And TenZ just showed how good a Jet can be in the right hands. We still haven't seen some of the other agents that are available. I'm still looking at you, Viper. But the Jet, again, in the right hands, is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the other agent that we haven't seen yet is Omen. There was Omen being played a decent amount in the European tournament. Haven't seen it quite yet here in our North American tournament. Everyone kind of sticking with that core 3 of Sage, Brimstone, mostly Breach. I think 2 matches ago we didn't see a Breach. But other than that, it's been a little bit more rotating outside of those 4 and 5 agent positions. So we'll keep an eye on how they want to play it. mouseSpaz still waiting on, or mouseSpaz, there we go. Still waiting on the final guy on their roster. Should be coming very shortly. Love to get to hear their comms. Unfortunately, haven't quite opened it up yet to us. Cloud9 will be able to listen on in yet again to them. And I think that's one of the cool features of our tournament so far, being able to just quick pop on in for a round or so on the comms of the teams. And one of the cool things that a lot of the teams let us do.
Yeah, and look, like we're talking about some of the best FPS players in the world, right? To have the privilege to be able to listen to some of that stuff and just go bigger than just raw gun skill, but how do they play the map? How do they rotate together? How do they try to pull okie dokes and distractions? And that's so much rich content that I think is not something that we always are privy to. So super thankful to the teams and to the producers who have allowed us to get that content to you guys to make that a richer experience across the board.
Yeah, I would say, though, as we took a look at the bracket earlier and we could take a look at it one more time here, no real big surprises on who's made it this far yet, right? It's been all the teams that we expected to get this far, maybe except SoaR Gaming. I think SoaR Gaming had a more favorable side of the bracket, but it looked like they belonged there against Cloud9.
Yeah, at least to an extent, right? They belonged some. Partial belonging, if you will, but again, Cloud9 just proved to be too much. And yes, maybe more of a favorable side, mouseSpaz. However, it's tough to say with Sentinels in particular. That's the litmus test we have for mouseSpaz, right? Is they beat Sentinels. Sentinels look really good on paper. They have this pedigree to them, but the fact that they were dismantled as easily as they were by mouseSpaz, is Sentinels bad? I hate to say it that way, but are they not as good as we thought they were, or is mouseSpaz just that good?
I would take a step back. I don't think we could say that they're bad per se. They were able to handle their first round matchup against Orbit Esports pretty easily, and I think they just got caught up into figuring out what a strategy was on Split. Split's always a difficult map, and
yeah.
I'm always interested in seeing how teams play when they are forced to play attack first on Split. The way that the tournament is working is the higher seed on the map, or on the bracket here, you can see the names top and bottom. The top name that comes up will get side selection first. So in the case when they played against mouseSpaz, it was definitely mouseSpaz picking defense first and forcing Sentinels to work their way on through in just a little bit. So I think with that, it's more taxing on your strategy. It's more taxing on your mental. So I'd love to see that run back at some point. But before we get to that possibility of a rematch, we got ourselves the winners bracket finals. Cloud9 and mouseSpaz, they're ready to go there, and Agent Select should be popping on in. We're going back to Haven. So the way the map rotations work is every round the map rotates between Haven, Split, then Bind. Once we get ourselves into the grand finals, best of 3, then the teams will be able to choose which maps will be going.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these teams now as we load in to this next map, and it looks like it is going to be mouseSpaz on the defending side. This will be an excellent test for Cloud9. We've talked about how good they are, but for them to start off on the offensive side against mouseSpaz. I think we're about to learn a lot about both of these squads here.
Cloud9 going to start on the attack as mouseSpaz going to hang on defense. The old men of CSGO actually stacking C. And I like this in an early round, pistol round. It's usually just numbers advantage. A lot of people buy the armor, use the classic, and it's just about spraying them down. Actually getting word right now that we had a couple disconnects. Subrosa and Drone not quite able to connect into the game, so we're going to have to remake this match. But again, pretty interesting that we got a little bit of a peek on how things are going to work out. Maybe Cloud9 will change things up here in just a bit.
Yeah, look, I've always said anything good is worth waiting for, so we're going to have to wait just a few more moments to get this thing started. But yeah, interesting early peek. Like you said, on a pistol round, either you go with the Ghost or you go classic armor. And it's really just about hosing people down and bunching in. And that's when it really comes down to gun skill, first and foremost. Like, forget about rotations. We're going to stack. We're going to go mano a mano, if you will, or gunno a gunno. Doesn't really roll off the tongue as well as mano a mano does. But that's really what it boils down to there. And there's so much to be said about the statement that an early round win makes off the pistol round, because not naturally, by and large, it translates into the second round win. Usually, and that's hard to recover from, especially if you're on the defending side. You're on the defending side, you win the first, you should win the second. You're set up really well to rattle off a couple of rounds here.
Yeah, and again, side selection this time to mouseSpaz, and they lock straight on into defender side. So same kind of thinking here from mouseSpaz. Force the opposing team to attack first, feel uncomfortable, and rack up as many round wins as we can so that we can bank them and have the advantage as we move to the attacker side.
It's interesting, not as stacked up as we saw in the previous attempt at starting off this lobby. Still some attention over onto C as Tens gets the first one onto Wardell. It's a clean shot.
Yeah, Tens still rocking the jet, and there's the big difference. No breach on the side for Cloud9, whereas mouseSpaz still rolling with breach. And Subrosa, we didn't get to see that last time against Sentinels. Tens just peek in the corner and popping his face off. Subrosa's gonna have to sit this one out now. 3 versus 5, Cloud9 with the numbers advantage.
No, the last time we saw Subrosa, he was the one who was doing that to his opponents. But my, how the turns table. Here we hop on board with Cutler hanging out up in heaven, seeing if he gets anything. But no, it looks like it's going to be a site take on to A. There's still a couple of members of mouseSpaz that are up in heaven, but the spike has been planted.
Spike on down. Tens hugging the corner here. Just wanted to make sure there are no weird sneaky cameras. Relics gets the lurker around as Hazed gets put down, and Cloud9 looking good here. 4v2, both members currently in heaven, and dropping down. Cutler gets popped in the face and then breaks his legs for death. Drone able to pick up one, but Mitch cleans it on up, and Cloud9 take round 1.
What a terrible way to die. Think about ways to go. That's probably one of the worst ones I can think of, and very aggressive there out of mouseSpaz. I don't know that they had much of a choice, opting to just go guns blazing, if you will. Flying out of heaven. But yeah, Cloud9 able to get that first round, and this isn't, this is important for Cloud9 for some of the reasons we were just discussing. The fact that they're on the attacking side is going to allow them to rattle off a couple of rounds where, theoretically speaking, it should be more favored towards mouseSpaz.
Yeah, well, this round not so much without the guns necessary. As Relics is going to pick this ulti orb up. Take a little bit of damage here, but he's going to be fine. And what a spray there by Relics right onto Subrosa. Brimstone on brimstone action. And so, see looking a little more open now.
Yeah, and again, Subrosa on the receiving end this time of a couple of pretty dirty plays. As the spike starting to creep its way onto B, the door is open, the site is available for the taking, and the spike is going down.
Spike planning for window. pretty versatile of a spot to defend. You're just wide out in the open when you try to defuse. However, Shinobi not quite able to get the shots there. Angle's not so good as that shock dart goes right straight down in the ground. But Mitch, he's got a gun. Much better than his bow and arrow. Takes care of business there. Multiple kills, and Cloud9 win the expected round number 2.
And now we're going to get to see mouseSpaz from more of a point of strength, right? They're going to have guns, they're going to have armor. And this is where we'll see a little bit more about what mouseSpaz is made of. They no ults for either, excuse me, just one on the side of Cloud9 for Relics. Nothing quite yet for mouseSpaz, and they need this round.
Nothing like a round 3 orbital strike. Not so fun.
We'll see if he opts to use it here early on. Nothing doing quite yet, but he still has that in his back pocket. You see the recon dart over on C. Nothing spotted quite yet as fire begins to drop as Infinite gets one. Again, Sub Rosa, slow start to this map.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the second or third time he's just gotten either quick peeked or through the smoke. So Sub Rosa just has to chalk that one up to unlucky timing, as mouseSpaz now don't have a lot of information. They knew there were a couple people A, but now Cloud9 pushing their way through garage. No one able to peek here for mouseSpaz. Trap does get set off. Smoke buying a little bit more time for mouseSpaz to figure out where they want to roll with this one.
You see the spike rotate away. Actually, Relic's the last one over on C, waiting to see if there are going to be lurkers rotating back through spawn. But as I say that, of course, the spike looks like they've had a change of heart. And now they do want to make that play that way. He does still have the orbital strike. We'll keep an eye on that. This might be... Oh my gosh, they've left B. mouseSpaz has left B thinking that they were rotating out the orbital strike. Now it drops onto the back of C. It's not going to spot anyone, but... Oh, Hayes was still there.
Yeah, Hayes was there. He was in the tight corner. So Relic's now on CT duty. Seeing if he gets a quick peek onto Cutler. Cutler trying to find his way on in. Doesn't have too many abilities to utilize right now as Cypher on a site that he didn't already trap on up. Mitch comes through garage using the owl drone, so information handled on over. mouseSpaz kind of chunked though, as Tens, he has full HP. Wardell goes down, trying to bounce around. Cutler gets 2, drone goes down as well. Cloud9 not able to hold on, and mouseSpaz on the board.
And again, we were waiting to see what strength versus strength looked like there when both teams had guns. How would it pan out? And we've said this many a time, defender's advantage. mouseSpaz able to put one up, but Relic's 5-1, and both times it's looked, or the last 2 times, excuse me, it's looked unlucky, but Sub Rosa again getting the short end of the stick a couple of times here, and that can't feel good.
Yeah, this is a test of his will just a little bit. Also, want to touch on Wardell. He hasn't had an op. He's forced to buy armor. Not going to buy a gun to see if he can, if they win the round, he'll be able to get an op, but just hasn't had the opportunity to be effective quite yet.
Loving the Ares there out of Tens. It actually just became a little bit cheaper on a recent patch as well. I personally am a big fan of it in short buy situations or half buy situations, but Cloud9 playing us a little bit more slowly. There's the ult. See if we can hop on board with him. I'd love to see what Tens can do with that Blade Storm.
Yeah, Tens, again, as you said, on this save round, or I guess half buy round, you can go from Ares to Blade Storm. You take that. So Cloud9, 2 ults here. And here, they're going to utilize one right now. Haven't found anything yet. And Hayes going big here. Goes 2 for 1. Buys time for everyone to rotate back on over to C. One already peeking out, and it's Wardell. Wardell, no op in hand, has a little bit of trouble, goes down. 3v3, Cloud9 will get the spike down.
Yeah, Relics with a huge play there after the Hunter Fury had been used, and now the spike ticking away second by second. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out. Mitch is going to have to rotate out, and he's going to get cleaned up by Cutler.
Cutler with a nice peek. Has an idea that there is someone there in long. Doesn't realize he's super close right next to him. Cutler forced to back on off just a little bit. Orbital strike goes down. 2v1. mouseSpaz in Cloud9. 1v1. Relics going for the ace, just a bit short, and Drone answers this one back. mouseSpaz win with 11 HP.
Yeah, and Sub Rosa getting on the board there is huge too, right? Like, he needs that to get that proverbial monkey off his back. If you can open the dams, let the water flow through, that might be exactly what he needed. But mouseSpaz with a big round there. The last couple of shots on a Drone, that 1v1 against Relics is never easy. And with the lobby that he's had so far, even more so. But mouseSpaz needed that round, and by golly, they got it.
2-2 right here. mouseSpaz doing a decent job bringing this one back. Wardell, again, not enough cash to buy the op, so back on Vandal duty. But 2 big round wins here for mouseSpaz to stop the bleeding and, of course, try to utilize this defender's advantage.
Tens rocking the Sheriff, a pretty Sheriff, mind you. Love that skin. But there's going to be a player right to his left. It's going to peek for it. Ten's able to get Sub Rosa. You can't say that was unlucky. Ten's getting the best of him. Again, he's going to smoke dash his way back out to safety, but not before taking the Vandal. Adding a little bit of insult to injury here on this B site.
10 stepping on up, showing a little bit of pressure B, and giving mouseSpaz a little bit to think about. They do get the revive on up, so Sub Rosa works on through, but Cutler, look at that, getting the trap down onto Infinite, picking that one off there. Cutler holding down A by himself, tries to get one more, but 10's able to answer back with the Vandal. Relics reloads his Sheriff, 2 armor left on him, but full HP. 3 members still up for Cloud9 as they rotate back to B.
Yeah, it looks like they're second guessing themselves, at least for now. They have sent one over to B, but they're sending a couple more resources back towards A, including the most valuable resource, the most important one, the spike itself. Relics peeking around, and Shinobi's able to get the shots, but Relics probably would have gotten the kill had Shinobi not shot first. The wall is up, the spike is coming down, but the orbital strike is going to come down with it. It might buy them enough time. 5 seconds. They're going to have to get on the spike. I don't think they have enough time.
It's close. Tens buys some time, but Sub Rosa, after his second life, able to come back and pick up 3. Big win there by mouseSpaz.
Oh, and the orbital strike was so good. It wasn't about getting kills in that instance. Yeah, if you get the kill, that's great. But the fact that he was able to use that to zone off Cloud9 there and buy time, that was the difference maker. And then just enough time for Sub Rosa to show up and be the hero at the end there. That was big for mouseSpaz. And then, you know, something we've been tracking for a little bit. Wardell, again, still not on op duty.
Who will see better, Amir? Oh, this is a nice spot.
Oh, that was thank you, Kelly. That sounded very loud. As we follow along here, Cloud9 again, full spread, 2 members down C, as they have done multiple times. Cutler rotating back to C, and that was a little bit of a wrinkle. Cutler was on A that time. Drone and Hazed both pushing on up in their respective spots, and both find entry frags. Cloud9 down to just 3 members.
Yeah, opting to go a little bit stronger on the A side. While they wait patiently on C, and again, that's the power of the Cypher. You can hold a site by yourself while you wait, and that's going to force Cloud9, knowing they can't go A, because, well, that didn't end well, and then knowing that Cypher's over on C, that reduces them down to one option, really, and that is B. They wait patiently to see if they can get any more information before going, but Wardell, with the drone, has already spotted one.
Cloud9 still trying to figure out how they want to consolidate their push here. Do they want to even save? Think about saving here. They've lost 3 rounds in a row. Relics now, he'll get the peak early. No 10s. Will this be an issue here for Cloud9? He's been leading the way over and over again. Shinobi looking to take a peek into the C corridor. Drone holding the A corridor. There it is. Drone takes a peek, gets 2 there. 1 left alive. Wardell answers that one, doesn't need an op this time. Flawless victory for mouseSpaz as they continue to grow their economy. And Cloud9's economy, looking not so great. They will be able to do a half buy here, eco round for them. But mouseSpaz now starting to get things clicking after those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and even with that combat stem, their drone obviously did not care as he rocks the 7-3 stat line here. He's got a full kit to boot. mouseSpaz feeling pretty good. That's, like you said, that's 4 wins in a row. And what, you know, it was a different approach, right? You called the wrinkle previously on a more aggressive A push, and now you see on the minimap the 2 members that are hanging out over on A. One of them is starting to rotate over to the rest of the map, and it looked like it was going to be aggressive at first, but just as quickly as it starts, it stops. Both teams come to a screeching halt.
I like this. Infinite trying to see if he can limbo his way on through the tripwire. Not quite able to.
I respect it though. You don't know until you try, right?
Tens inside garage, so you got a little bit of space to work with here from Cloud9. They have the information that they're able to work on through there. Oh, the Owl Orb. Able to find Tens. He goes down. Hazed gets that one. And Hazed will now back on up to the back part of C. Consolidation here by Cloud9. They try to work their way on through. Cutler was wise to the move. And Cypher on Cypher action. Cutler wins that one, and he's hogging heaven nice and sweet. Hunter's Fury coming on through. Hasn't hit anything yet. Relic starting to move on forward. Wardell does get one in that last shot of the Hunter's Fury. Shinobi on site. Cloud9 looking to plant. They have the spike. Drone, though, from heaven cleaning this one up. Cutler coming on through. It's Hayes that finishes that one off. 2 rounds in a row. Flawless for mouseSpaz.
Yeah, Cloud9 looking for answers here. We've talked throughout the weekend about the magic number. If you're on the attacking side, you want to try to get to 4, maybe 5 rounds to make it respectable, to at least keep your skin in the game for the next half to set yourself up. But right now, Cloud9 a little bit behind the forecast here. There's still some time to make it up, but certainly not the opening half that they would have liked. And you know, they've tried a couple of different things. What I love about mouseSpaz is that they've showed a couple of different looks as well, and it's kept Cloud9 on their toes.
Right. Yeah. Most of the time, I think if you're playing solo, you're just so used to just holding one site and that's it. You're spot on site and that's it. Here we go. Mitch with an opening couple of picks, and Cloud9 now in control. C in their hands, and decision time for mouseSpaz how they want to play this one.
Yeah, and that's the high risk, high reward, right? When we saw that last time out of mouseSpaz, it was on A. They've sent through A2 through A long, and it worked, right? They were able to pick off 2. This time they sent 2, and Mitch was there to welcome them with open arms, get the opening frags, and that's going to let them creep their way into C. And this is a very difficult site to retake, especially when you're down in numbers. It looks like mouseSpaz is going to opt to send 2 through garage, but that wall fending off the initial onslaught. Tens with the op, seeing if he can spot anyone. The orbital strike's going to drop, and Tens does not miss.
Yeah, Subrosa again falling. Tens with the op. He's showing off what he's got. Mitch with a triple here. And so another member of Cloud9 finding a round, catching lightning in a bottle. Good round there by Mitch as they finally stop the skid after 2 rounds in a row. Cloud9 lost 5 in a row and now got themselves a couple of credits to play with. Infinite still doesn't have a gun yet. Let's see who's going to buy for him. Everyone else on mouseSpaz should be okay with their credit.
And you wonder if that was mouseSpaz being a little too aggressive. And that said, I hope they don't stop, right? Like the fact that they've been able to, like I mentioned, keep Cloud9 on their toes with these different looks and aggressive A and aggressive C, that's forcing Cloud9 to think twice about things. Wardell is not thinking twice as he gets the best of Relics in the opening frag, but here we see a little bit more of a passive start from mouseSpaz.
Yeah, we finally see Wardell opping. And, you know, Wardell and an op, that's God's gift right there. Fantastic stuff to start things off here from mouseSpaz. Hazed getting a little aggressive, though. Turns the corner. Surprise! There's 3 members of Cloud9 there. And he gets punished. Wall goes up. Revive comes out for Relics. And now Cloud9 with the numbers advantage. Wall on up. Stopping God's gift for a little bit longer. Tens. Maybe God's other gift. God has lots of gifts. Tens the other God's gift for Cloud9, opping down B.
And Mitch was able to get one to increase the numbers advantage for Cloud9. You see Tens slowly peeking around, seeing if he can spot anyone else. And while nobody shows up, that's going to give Cloud9 the green light to take over the B site. The spike is going to go down, and now it's a matter of whether or not mouseSpaz can take it back.
Yeah, mouseSpaz, again, they should have the credits to buy next round, but you never want to go low on money. And Tens again catching Sabrosa and then walking right into the spot. Wardell, thank you very much. Cutler trades it on out, though, with the Vandal. He's going to back on up. Thinks about it. Yeah, he's actually going to go back. Nice shot onto Infinite. And Cutler picking apart Cloud9's eco one person at a time.
Yeah, and at this point, he's just looking for consolation wins, right? If he can take anyone with him before exiting stage left, that's ideal. He was able to snag 2, but it looks like the rest of the round is just going to go in favor of Cloud9 as the spike is going to detonate. And again, we're getting closer and closer for Cloud9 to that magic number. 4 round wins for them now.
Yeah, that's the big one right there. Cloud9 able to stop the slide from 5 wins in a row, and I think that's so impressive. It's always difficult when teams are just constantly ringing off rounds on you, and it feels like, hey, I never have the money to play the way I want to play, and unfortunately, next thing you know, you're down 10-2. In this case, Cloud9 fighting back 2 in a row, and now mouseSpaz have to show what they're made of. They should have enough money to buy all the weapons to be fully kitted up the way that they want to. Find out as Tens starts to push this one up. Cloud9, again, 2C, 1 working garage, 2A, just in case mouseSpaz gets a little picky.
And again, it's that aggressive, aggressive to an extent push out of mouseSpaz as they creep all the way down. A long, you see Cypher's cam there, just in case mouseSpaz gets a little too aggressive, a little too cheeky, if you will. Tens once again with the opening snipe, this time onto Sub Rosa. We've called those two time and time again, and it's oftentimes in favor of Tens.
Tens has been deadly with these op shots so far, and actually wall banged right there. That was nuts by Tens. He wall banged the Sage through just audio cues on exactly where they could be in the BC connector. That was nuts.
And Tens looking for more here as Relics and the rest of Cloud9 try to make a push towards A, but they're met by Wardell and his op. Infinite's able to trade one out as Hayes gets taken out. It looks like the play is going to be another push onto B as Tens once again winning that op battle, this time up against Wardell. And Tens just narrowly missing another one.
Yeah, Cutler doing a good job. Gets the crouch down just to change the angle just a little bit. Infinite this time winning the battle of the Cyphers. And now 1v4. Cloud9 takes control yet again. Drone looking to see if he can get any picks. Walled out. Basically no opportunity for him to go for a defuse. He's probably just going to hang on out up over in heaven. And Cloud9 fighting back over and over again. Tens a couple of opening picks here. Wardell did a good job holding the long, and now Drone has been spotted out. He will catch out Mitch, but the information has been passed on over to his team, and Cloud9 starting to swarm like an angry pair of hornets. Here we go. Tens actually gets a little too close, and Drone picks up a kill. So Cloud9, a little bit of a mistake. They're losing 3 members in the 1v4 situation.
Yeah, three members that they had no business losing. But that said, like Cloud9, holy smokes, the way they've been able to fight back on the attack side, rattle off 3 rounds in a row, and tie this thing up. mouseSpaz, we've talked about this some, D-Gun. mouseSpaz should be winning these. But again, Tens, Cloud9, they just look so good right now, and they're giving mouseSpaz a lot more that they can handle.
Yeah, Cloud9 looking pretty good. Op was handed on over to Wardell. So Wardell does have an op in this round, even though he didn't have enough money to buy it himself. So mouseSpaz trying to force this one out here. Couple op shots early. Be the focus. Haven't seen Tens miss too many of those, but happens. Peeks the left corner towards B corridor. Not quite finding anything quite yet. And so 30 seconds already gone, minute left on the timer, and it looks like B will continue to be the focus for Cloud9 for a little bit longer.
And mouseSpaz just having one look over B while they spend 2 at C and 2 at A. Now we see members of Cloud9 start to rotate. It looks like they might want to try to make a play towards A. We haven't seen that in the last little bit. With how successful B has been, I don't see why they would. Hunter Fury's going to come out from Mitch, as the Rolling Thunder does as well in exchange, and Drown, Haze, both of them besting members of Cloud9.
Yeah, that's the downfall of using Hunter's Fury. You give your position away. Ten's gonna pop his ult. Not quite able to find anyone up close and personal. SoaR not ready for it. And Tens picks that one up. What a play there by Tens. Waiting for the spike to get down. SoaR still taking a long time to traverse through the garage. Now peeking through garage. Has to figure out where it's going to come from. Does get hit with the tracking dart as well. The spike is planted. Cloud9 now playing on top of the site. Mitch able to get one there. Cloudburst coming through, and Cutler able to answer back onto Tens. No Blade Storm there. 1v1. Here we go. Mitch trying his best. Turning the corner. And Mitch holding the corner. Wins the gunfight. Cloud9 6-5 here. What a hectic end to that round.
But Cloud9, man, 4 rounds in a row on the attacking side. Yeah, Infinite's bottom fragging here at 3-10, but if you're Cloud9, you've got to feel good knowing that halftime is around the corner, knowing that you're going to be able to play the more advantageous side. You're setting yourself up for success here over mouseSpaz here in the winners final, or in the winners finals, excuse me. mouseSpaz, they're just getting bested.
Yeah, especially as you said, on the attacking side. Love the way that Cloud9's playing. They still give themselves opportunities for these opening picks on these opening peaks and have been relatively successful. We even saw Tens out-op Wardell a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, but look at the minimap.
So aggressive. Oh,
yeah,
holy cow.
SoaR went aggressive this time. SoaR pushed all the way up. They've done it a couple of times. First A, then C. This is the first time they make an aggressive push towards B, and SoaR was able to get the opening pick. Tens looking for one, but he doesn't get the chance as Relics gets 2. Wardell and SoaR going down.
3v3 here. Multiple members on to C. Cutler able to get one. Slow it down just a little bit, but Tens with the op holding the C corridor. Actually, a couple members already snuck on through the smoke. Haze, the one sneaking on by. Haze trying to double peek it. Able to pick that one up. And so, after another cheeky play by mouseSpaz, they're able to get themselves around 6-6, tied after the first half.
Ooh, this is what we would hope, right? This is what we expected to see in the winners bracket finals between mouseSpaz and Cloud9, and the tail of the tape has delivered. Both of these teams matching up really well. Cloud9 seemingly with the advantage here going into the defensive side, but again, these two teams are playing really well together. They're matching up super well. We've called Tens' name a couple of times, and it hasn't been as flashy. It hasn't been as one person carrying, if you will, but mouseSpaz is putting together a very complete effort here as well.
Yeah, a couple surprises for me. On the bottom of the scoreboards for mouseSpaz, Wardell and SoaR. And for Cloud9, it's Infinite. Infinite was the second fragger, second highest fragger in the last game we watched with them. But it's been a team effort. Relic, who played with the T1 squad earlier, I think, in the career, now doing a solid job here in this one, leading the way. Cloud9 weren't ready for the push here. mouseSpaz will take control of C, get the spike down, and now it's a retake opportunity here for Cloud9.
They stack 5. There's one member of mouseSpaz back, looking to see if there's anyone who's going to come around back from the flank to rotate, but it doesn't look like Cloud9 is interested in that at all. They have 1 in garage, and they have 3 who'd be coming in from spawn. The clock is ticking, and they're going to have to pull the trigger here pretty soon. Here comes the onslaught from Cloud9. It's going to be a push back from spawn. Infinite's able to get one as Culture drops. Relics and Tens get 1 apiece as Haze is able to trade it out, but Tens, the last man standing again, the hero for Cloud9, putting another win in their pocket.
You know, it's a lot of the time the game is based off of gun skill. You know, it's a lot of the time it's gun skill. In that case, Relics with a fantastic sky smoke, knowing that mouseSpaz planted for long, at least had 1 member there, puts it right in the middle of long, and forcing the final member of mouseSpaz to come out of the smoke, and everyone coordinated together, peeking garage, using both sides of the site box. It was a great retake attempt there by Cloud9, leads to success, and now probably 2-round wins in the book here. So huge stuff by Cloud9. That was clinical.
Yeah, you see Tens rocking the judge there. We'll keep an eye on that. That's always a sight to see when a player's rocking the Judge. We'll see if he's able to draw any success out of it. As you see Hayes slowly creeping his way up to A. Very different approach out of Cloud9 than what we saw in mouseSpaz when on the defending side. The spike still hanging out over by A long, not committing to anything yet. Hayes knows that there's a member up in heaven. Having to back off a little bit. And the smoke giving him safety.
Yeah, bit of an A push here. I like this here. Again, I'm a big fan of go to his site, make some noise, quietly rotate on off while having one member ready to go. But Tens, he's holding this tight garage corner. Just waiting for Drone to come across. Drone, top fragger so far from mouseSpaz. Still waiting. It'll be multiple people. If they come through this garage, they're going to have Judgment waiting on the other side of it. They decide to work their way on through towards B with the wall up. Then the slow comes out. Immediately timed. Judgment awaits. Tens holding it. Yeah. Oh, get Judge Sabrosa. You have been deemed unworthy. Gets taken down. Then Shinobi hopping on through with the Spectre. Able to pick up 2. Hayes actually now picking up a couple. Wardell as well. Spending a little bit too much time. Spending time as a mod here. Gets taken down. Defenders win as expected. A little bit dicier than what we thought though.
Yeah, but it was the final 2 kills out of the Judge. By Tens that were able to put that round away. I mentioned at the beginning that it's always a treat when you see someone rocking the Judge, and well, Tens delivered. Didn't make me a liar, thank you. And there was so much anticipation building in that round as you saw both members kind of hanging out on opposite sides of the garage doors. And it finally comes to fruition. Chaos ensues, but Cloud9 able to put the round away. And look, that's the mark of a good team, right? To be able to control the chaos and be able to emerge victorious anyway. That's a scary sight, and Cloud9 flexing that there.
Cloud9 had fun in the first 2 rounds. mouseSpaz is going to buy up their rifles and feel pretty comfortable here. I don't think Wardell has an op yet. Again, Wardell stuck in that awkward spot of like not getting to op early on, and then you've got to buy rifles so that you're supporting your teammates, and it takes them a little bit longer to get to the op. As we can see how mouseSpaz want to play this one out. They're starting to flood their members towards A. Cutler with the opening frag onto Infinite as his difficult game still proving true, and Judgment being passed yet again. 10 says you're not worthy. Drone and Hayes get taken down. Sabrosa able to answer back. Cutler with his second one, a wall bang onto Relics. And now only 2 members alive for Cloud9.
And mouseSpaz knows there's going to be someone else coming back from the spawn. Sabrosa dropping the spike for A long. Shinobi's able to get Wardell. Hop on board here with Shinobi as Mitch gets 1.
Cutler now in a 1v1. Oh, mouseSpaz need this. Defuse coming out. Pros don't fake. Shinobi's a pro, but he's dead. Cutler with a 4K coming up huge for mouseSpaz. Also picks up the op to hand that to his boy Wardell. Wardell finishes his modding duties, picks up the op, and hopefully will have himself a good round.
Yeah, slow start. Still for both of them. We called him out at halftime for having slower performances, and here it's just kind of persisted. Wardell now with the op. We'll see if he can turn the tides of his fortune here. And again, for Cloud9, just slowly inching their way towards the grand finals in mouseSpaz. They've got to get something going here now on the attacking side. Wardell seeing if he can catch anyone off early on. Mitch is there, but he hasn't been spotted yet. Oh, he's been spotted, and Wardell misses the opening shot, but you don't miss twice, especially on the 10s.
Yeah, God's gift going huge there on the top fragger of Cloud9, and also picking on Mitch. Mitch forced to sit on down. Next thing you know, mouseSpaz 5v2 against Cloud9 as C is wide open.
Yeah, you see him start to flood in. 1 member of Cloud9, and it wasn't the op, but the Ghost will do just fine. Relics going down to the hands of Wardell. That's going to leave 1 member up for Cloud9 in a 1v5. The site's already been taken. The spike is going to be going down here shortly. Infinite, you've done filthy things before, but you sure you want this?
Yeah, I don't know if he wants this. I don't know if he knows where he wants to go right now. He doesn't have anything to save other than the sheriff. Yeah, used all his utility already. And he's going to walk into a goon squad if he turns this corner here. Here we go. Infinite. He's actually trying to peek the peekers. Oh no, his back's to him. Oh god. Yep, there's one. Takes a couple of cracks at it, and looks like he gets stuck there, and Sabrosa finishes him off. mouseSpaz wins a couple rounds in a row, and Cloud9 now trying to search for some answers here as we tie it on up. Let's take a listen into Cloud9's comms as they start to face their first bit of adversity here in the second half.
After, you should give the op to Mitch, and you should just literally updraft into B and play on the right side because they won't expect you to be there.
Do you want a Phantom or a
they're gonna,
Vandal?
if they go, listen, if they go B, they're gonna just ult like either the connector or backside and push in.
I'll try and shoot the arrow if I see one.
I'm smoking from B.
Yeah, they're probably gonna go A with the ults, man, with Breach ult up short. That's like most likely what will happen.
Heroed me.
Yep, ulting.
They're gonna be following.
3, 3, 3.
Yes. Yeah.
3, 3, 3.
I slowed.
In the cubby.
Could have walked into B.
Dude,
in the cubby.
Fuck, they double ulted me.
I slowed.
There's three there.
I'm walling up and peeking.
Your garage is open. I'm gonna go back A. Shit's true.
They could be in garage.
In the cubby still.
In the cubby one. Late in the cubby. You can swing him, mate, dead.
Josh, if you can res me, I'm right.
I have your garage flank. I have garage.
Flank.
Going A. Sewers day.
I have traps.
Thank you.
I put cages. You can run in.
Darted.
Are they committing?
Yeah, they are. They're behind this cage. They're also
Flashing, coming up. I'm coming heaven.
One more short.
Cage.
I'm slowed back.
Short, peeking.
I'm slowed on site. Stuck here.
I'm sure.
In the cubby. It's tight.
On site, under.
Short. Yes, we got it.
Last guy Sewers.
Short.
Yeah, swing. Okay.
I have the fallback.
Right back to you, Mitch.
Do we have bomb?
Go long.
It's coming. Dead.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's like
I got it.
Cool.
I'm grabbing the second op.
What a round by Cloud9. They used so many ultimates to take down Tens, did mouseSpaz, and they were able to, but by utilizing all of that, big rotation back around, revive back on to Tens, and Cloud9, that was a championship winning round there.
Yeah, you know, even the way they boxed in back on A for the last rotate out, just in case the spike tried slipping away and giving him the okie doke. Nope, wasn't happening. In the comms, again, they're just so fascinating to listen to. You can hear a mix of tension, of important callouts, and then a little bit of fun in there as well. As Cloud9 takes the lead here in this winners bracket finals. This is a best of one. The loser is going to drop to losers finals as the winner advances to the grand finals, which will be a best of three. So slightly different, but Infinite is going to get his chance, and he pops Wardell right in the kneecaps and gets the opening frag.
Yeah, more time for Wardell to ban all the people in the chat talking smack as Wardell does get revived. All right, it was a quick couple of bans, and then he's right back on into the game, picks up his op. I'm still fascinated that Tens died early, wasn't the IGL, gets revived, and then is able to make the calls for Cloud9 as, oh, what a flick by Tens! The moment he looks away, Hazed meets his operator bullet in the window. Oh, nice play there by Tens, and I think that's why he's showing why he's Cloud9's poster boy, why he's the one leading in this whole lobby. Misses that one, though. Spent a little bit too much time talking about Caster Curse as well. Orbital Strike being dropped on site, buys a little bit more time. Op by Infinite as Drone answers back 3v2 now.
Yeah, they're just getting traded back so well. It's now a 2v2 as Infinite pops Cutler in the face, looking for the other one. Thinks he has a really good idea of where that last player is, and your spidey senses are tingling correctly here. He knows where he is. He's right beneath him. mouseSpaz does not have the numbers advantage. The clock is ticking. We're down to under 10 seconds, and Infinite, as we pull away, hits the shot onto Drone. Cloud9 winning another one, and they're increasing the gap here between mouseSpaz, and mouseSpaz has to start feeling some of this pressure.
Yeah, they're going to feel it in the form of their economy. Force buy here if they want. Probably just going pistols and save. 10-8 is the score. Cloud9 currently winning 3 away from booking their ticket in the grand finals. This has been a ton of fun watching these teams go back and forth. Once one team gets a little bit of a streak, you're thinking, uh-oh, this might be the one that they pull away with. The other team comes right back on through. Cloud9 winning a couple rounds in a row. It's mouseSpaz's turn to try and see if they've got what it takes to turn the tides.
But how can you do it when you've got a guy like Tens on the other side? The opening frag onto Drones as he pops up onto that enormous generator in the middle of that B site. See if he can spot anyone else. The B entrance is going to be walled off by Shinobi, forcing members of mouseSpaz elsewhere. One's going to drop on the A site, and well, you can't go B, you can't go A. That means you're really kind of forced to go C. Mitch gets taken out, and Tens is able to trade it back out.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there, and Tens able to pick up the pieces for the rest of the site. Only losing one member is Cloud9. mouseSpaz, they get one. Expected to drop that round. Scoreboard should be updated in just a second. 11-8 is your current score here. Cloud9 2 rounds away from the win. You're able to buy out here if you are a mouseSpaz, but you're running out of opportunities to. Wardell, a big fat 0 in terms of credits after this round. So making sure they protect the op, get the op in his hands for the next round, going to be huge for them. As well as the fact that he hasn't had the greatest game. 9 kills only, negative in the KDA right now. Now would be a good time to turn it on.
There was ever a time. And he's going for broke, like you said. Tens has spotted one, gets bested by Sobroza. We haven't said that a ton, but at least in this instance, that's the case. Shinobi's able to trade it back out. And Cloud9, mouseSpaz in a 4v4 here. And Infinite pops Wardell. You talked about how he needed to have a good round, how he had the op, how they invested in him, giving him the best chance to succeed, and he falls a little bit short yet again.
Oh boy. Cloud9 holding their spot. Looks like A's the play here for mouseSpaz. Oh, nice play by Cutler. He's constantly open fragging for the rest of the team. And now mouseSpaz, they got a chance here to put a round together, give them the money that they need to play on through. Waiting to see where the last rotation is. One coming CT, one coming from B, and possibly the wraparound for Mitch, I believe. Mitch is going to join up with the rest of the team, so they're either going to come from Heaven or CT.
There's the Hunter Fury. Drone is able to get Shinobi, and Mitch trades it back. And that's going to leave a 2v2. The spike is down. Drone looking to see if he's going to spot anyone, as Infinite is opping from up in Heaven, looking to bring fire down, but Cutler gets him first. Mitch starting to push forward a little bit. The clock is ticking. He's going to have to bust a move here pretty quickly. As he starts to flood in, Mitch is able to get one.
Yeah, waited on the defuse. I like the play there by Mitch. He knows he's not going to be able to win the round. Try to get that final kill off of Cutler. Is not able to. And mouseSpaz, the old man of CS, coming back, working their way on in. And I love the fact that these guys are going back and forth after a 3-round win streak for Cloud9. mouseSpaz get it a little bit closer at 11-9.
Yeah, Wardell. For mouseSpaz, not rocking the op. He's going to have a gun purchase for him there. And on the other side, on the side of Cloud9, they're running 2 ops. So maybe, if they're able to pick off one of them, they can give one of them over to Wardell. But the gun advantage heavily in favor of Cloud9 here. Mitch pushing through the smoke, going very aggressively here on C long. And it's going to work out because members of Cloud9 members of mouseSpaz are walking into their death.
Yeah, Tens holding the site. Wall goes up. Good answer back by mouseSpaz. So at least get one. But now they've got some difficult decisions to make here. 9-11 economy. Remember, even in that round win, they had 4 members die. And so they're not going to have a lot of credits to go around for this next round, no matter what.
Members of mouseSpaz taking the scenic route. If you will, slow and steady, they say, wins the race. And right now they're behind by 2 rounds in this race in the winners finals. They're starting to push in towards B. Hayes is able to pop relics. And now again, a bit delayed before they try to take this site.
Oh, Shinobi getting cheeky there with the wraparound. And now it's up to Cutler again to see if he can put this thing back together. 13 seconds, and oh no, this is going to be a little rough here. Once he turns left, Blade Storm around the corner, Infinite on the other side, and a huge play there by Shinobi to put a wrench in the plans of mouseSpaz and put him on the brink. Cloud9, 12-9, 1 win away from booking their ticket to the grand final.
Once again, TenZ leading the lobby in frags 29 and 15. He's rocked the op for the majority of the map, and on the other side, Cutler leading things for the side of mouseSpaz at 19 and 14. Wardell with the less than desirable performance, rocking the negative 10. And look, if you're mouseSpaz, go time is now. You can't leave anything on the table or on the map, if you will. They've got to get something going here against Cloud9.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. They keep forcing into the op sides, right? You got Infinite on one side, you got TenZ on the other side. This time they actually flip the script here. Mitch is the only one here on C. They get the opening frag here. Op comes on through from TenZ. He's forced to back on off Garage, and control of the site early from mouseSpaz. They get the spike down, and it's planted for long Wardell. It's a Wardell sighting, everybody. He's able to finally get one on a Relics. So all of a sudden, 5v3, mouseSpaz in control.
Yeah, but mouseSpaz sent 2 to look back at the flank, and one of them is going all the way around to rotate back away to see if they spot anyone. It may be too long. Shinobi's on the site. Infinite gets one, and Hayes is able to capture him. The orbital strike drops, and Infinite gets away by the skin of his teeth. Cloud9 down to 1 member left. It's the Cypher, and he's just running for the fences. He doesn't want the heat. mouseSpaz looks like, at least for now, they're able to delay trip to the losers bracket.
Yeah, but the most important thing here for mouseSpaz, they survive with 4 members alive. Their economy so chunked right now. Winning is great, obviously, because the game's over if you don't. But the fact that they've got 4 members up gives them a little bit more breathing room in case their members fall in later rounds, so that they can get closer and closer to that 12-12 scoreboard.
And what you see it on your screen here, folks. Wardell committing to the op yet again. He's had mixed success so far, but damn, if you know you're a good opper, you know you're a good opper, and Wardell is that. We'll see if he's able to get anything going here. 2 rounds down, facing match point yet again. It was successful the last time, but we'll see whether or not it's going to work this time around.
Quick thing to note, Shinobi, IGL for Cloud9, looks like he's assuming that role here. Only a Sheriff. So economy would be pretty wrecked here for Cloud9 if they drop this round. So mouseSpaz has their work cut out for him. They get this one, they might get the 2-for-1 freebie here. So a lot at stake for both teams.
Oh, Infinite started to look down A short, and he just turns away at the worst possible time because all members of mouseSpaz are turning their attention over to A. 4 of them coming through short. And you see Cypher, the last one, coming through long. It's like they know what's going on. You see the jet is rotated. There are only 2 members of Cloud9 who have not joined the party. It's going to be a slow delayed, but as soon as the trigger drops, they go. Infinite gets 1. Wardell trades it back, and Infinite says, anything you can do, I can do better.
Resurrection by Hayes, able to pick one up. Drone coming on through, and Hayes picks up the kill onto Infinite, and mouseSpaz coming alive. 4v3. mouseSpaz still need to get the spike down. Wardell out-sniping TenZ. Finally getting that one on there. Shinobi, though, only Sheriff, no problem, takes down Cutler. 3v2. mouseSpaz in control of the site and looking to try and put the finishing touches to this round. Hayes able to pick up the lurker. Mitch goes down. 1 left alive. He's lurking in CT. And Shinobi has to think about possibly saving here. The IGL calling his own number. Looks like he's just going to go for a pick here. Hold on to the op for a little bit longer. And mouseSpaz have done it. They take control of the site and force a 12-11 round after the spike explodes.
And much like you said at the end of the previous round, this is important, yes, because they're fending off the loss, but more importantly, because of what this is doing to their economy, right? This time they've kept 3 members alive instead of the 4 from last time. That adds up. The fact that they're not going to have to invest into guns for 3 of the 5 members on that on the team this round gives them more flexibility, gives them more options to keep this thing alive.
Yeah, and take a look at the economy here. Tens, no armor, light armor will have his op, but after that, everyone else not on an optimal rifle. Bulldogs abound everywhere except for the op for Tens, who doesn't have any armor. 0 armor for him. Look at the opposite side. Everyone has their gun of choice. Vandals, 1 Phantom for drone, Wardell with his op, and look at this fight back by mouseSpaz. It was looking grim for a little while, and Cloud9 had multiple rounds to knock him out. But again, the old dog showing they got more fight left in them. 12-11 here, as mouseSpaz might be working their way on through. They have the advantage in terms of equipment. Can they put the finishing touches to a comeback here?
Tens has shown time and time again he doesn't need armor, especially when he's rocking the op. And he might get the opportunity to show it here as he meets Subroza, and Subroza gets it in the dome. Cloud9 getting the opening frag here as they try to put mouseSpaz away. Tens looking if he spots anyone else, and he's just a little bit too early. You see on your minimap, members of mouseSpaz are now starting to rotate over. Wardell with an op of his own. He needs to have a big round here to keep mouseSpaz alive.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Cloud9 get the opening pick in quite some time. Usually a good telltale sign of who gets the win here. Flash is coming on through. Mitch flashed, gets a kill, gets 2 kills, blinded, and Cloud9 take the win. Mitch with a huge play to close things up here. Oh my goodness, what a way to close things out here. And it looked like mouseSpaz were set up for a final endgame round, but they weren't able to finally close things out. Cloud9, boy, what a fight there. I'm looking at maybe possibly the fact that we saw our potential grand finals matchup here. That was a ton of fun between these two squads.
And holy smokes, you gotta imagine them in a best of 3, right? Like, extend that out, and there's no telling what's going to happen. We certainly hope that that's the case. At least I do, if for nothing else, just to get to call that action. But so close, right? The thinnest of margins. mouseSpaz fighting back in a considerable way, and it was, the economy was screwed. They were down on the disadvantageous side, but they were able to fight their way back into things. Cloud9, it looked scary, right? They won that last one with Bulldogs against a full rifle round from mouseSpaz. mouseSpaz showing they can go toe-to-toe with Cloud9 any day of the week.
Yeah, as expected. The guys have been there for such a long time. A lot of CSGO experience on that roster. And I think, again, coin flip. It was so close either way, 13-11. Hopefully we'll get to see another matchup with them later on as we take a look at the bracket. Winners bracket now fully decided. It's Cloud9 booking their ticket to the grand finals. It'll be a best of 3 as mouseSpaz put up a fantastic fight there, even with the banked rounds that they had from their defensive side fell just a little bit short. Let's take a look at the losers bracket, and a bit of a surprise here, everybody. Sentinels up against Full Focus. They get knocked out in round number 3. No more Sentinels in the tournament, so Sentinels run also ending a little bit shorter than what everybody had expected. In the quarterfinals matchup, Mirage Esports and the PUBG boys still going at it, as well as SoaR Gaming. We got to see them earlier up against Cloud9, up against Full Focused. So I think the big story here, Sentinels, we expected them to go a little bit further. We got to follow along with them once. They're out.
Yeah, and we had some questions early on about, like, what was it that they met an incredibly strong opponent early on, and it was just good against good, and their good was just a little bit better than Sentinel's good, or what the issue was. But Sentinel showing that there is a bit of work to be done there. And again, these are rosters that are still being tested out, right? That are still being tried out. There are a couple of staples that will be there, but this is an excellent opportunity for organizations, for squads to have a bit of a proving grounds.
Right.
Almost. And Sentinels, unfortunately, it doesn't look like these are the pieces to the puzzle that are going to secure long-term success.
Yep. Well, we got our winners final already set up with Cloud9 in the grand finals. In the losers bracket finals, it'll be mouseSpaz awaiting all of the teams currently in the quarterfinals. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll follow along with all the action here at the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Don't go anywhere.
We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning buried within the sound. We brought the sound that shook the ground. There is a meaning. We brought the sound.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. It's a $5,000 Valorant Invitational. Daniel Digon Gonzalez here alongside me, Doug Esports Cortez. And Esports Doug, please elaborate on what we just saw in that last fantastic match between mouseSpaz and Cloud9.
Cloud9. And yes, Tens led the lobby, but look, Cloud9 was a complete performance out of them. When they were in disadvantageous situations early on, when they were on the attacking side, they were able to put up more than enough rounds. The way they rotated around the map was great. I was really impressed with Cloud9, but honestly, mouseSpaz, I think if and I'll go back and I'll watch VODs because I'm a nerd. There are so many like fine details about the way that mouseSpaz played that I think were really impressive and that will lead to long-term success. The fact that they were able to show a couple of different things on defense instead of just waiting, which has been the standard, right? Teams wait back on defense until somebody makes a move on offense and then they react. The fact that they were able to show the initiative, the fact that they had the prerogative to make moves there bodes really well. And I think, yes, Cloud9 is good. And we know that Cloud9 is good. We know that Tens is good. They're a complete roster. mouseSpaz left me very impressed.
Yeah. And that was with a game where Subrosa and Wardell didn't play to what they normally do. I thought it was a huge step up from Drone, who, again, was leading the way for them. Cutler with so many entry frags as he's done his whole career. A lot of fun to see how mouseSpaz did in that last round. They are waiting in the loser finals as we take a look at the bracket to see how all the action is shook up so far today. Winners bracket, mouseSpaz, Cloud9, they worked their way on through everything and just had a fantastic 24-round match. 13-11, Cloud9 takes the victory there. They're going to be waiting for a little bit, probably about 2 hours in the grand finals. It'll be a best of 3 for them. mouseSpaz drops to the losers bracket, and we can see here we're in our quarterfinals. I thought we were in our semifinals. We're in our quarterfinals of our losers bracket. Mirage Esports and Highground, the team full of the PUBG players. We'll take a look at that, as well as SoaR Gaming and Full Focus. And surprise spotlight here on Full Focus, knocking out 303 Esports, established esports organization, knocking out Skyfoxes, established esports organization, and then knocking out the most hyped roster in all of Valorant, Sentinels, in the last round, up against SoaR Gaming, who gave Cloud9 a pretty good run but eventually fell 13-6. So both sides of this quarterfinal bracket going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you highlighted SoaR Gaming and Full Focus in the trip that they took to get here, but the other side of the bracket, of the losers bracket, is probably what I'm most interested in. We've talked about these teams a little bit. We haven't gotten to see them, and I know there are a couple of PUBG boys that you know and you understand their like history and their background, where they've come from. What is it about the guys on that team that make that roster so compelling?
Well, it's because PUBG, completely different game, a lot more strategy-based type stuff. But the guys that make up this roster are some of the best fraggers in that game. Your boy Dre, one of the leading components of Tempo Storm, who won three North American seasons, they called them phases, in a row. And they did it off the back of just out-fragging everybody. He's going to be a core component to this roster. Love the fact that they are now making a switch on over to Valorant. Let's see how they stack up compared to a team that just stumped a star-studded roster of Sentinels in the form of Full Focus. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how things happen. We haven't got to see a lot about Mirage, though. So Mirage and Highground's going head-to-head here. We'll get to learn a lot about them in just a second. Agent Select underway here between these two squads. Super excited to see how they go. Moving on over to Split. So again, maps are in rotations based on what round you're on. We just played Haven, which was the first map in the row. For theoretically round 5, it's going to be Split. Again, heavily defensive sided. We even saw mouseSpaz get 10 rounds on the Sentinels in the, round 2. So I'm excited to see how things play out, who gets what side first.
Yeah, again, with it being the losers bracket, with it being with teams facing elimination, there's so much more focus, so much more attention put on that. And as we get the overlays up, it looks like it's going to be Mirage that's on defense. So the PUBG guys Already technically at a bit of a disadvantage, at least early on, and with how heavily defensive minded this map is, this is a tall order. This is a difficult thing to get through.
Okay, let's run through these rosters just real quick. From Mirage Esports, it's Incredible, Nano, Melio, Yanji, and Millie. On the opposite side for our Highground squad, Valiate, ya boy Dre, Pride, Venerated, and the young prodigy himself, Vegas. Now keep an eye on Vegas and your boy Dre. These are just two of the most aggressive players that played in the NPL. Mirage Esports winning their way up to this point. Keep an eye on how they want to play this one, especially on this very defensive-sided map.
Have Venerated striking first, and Digon, there's a Viper.
Finally. Love the fact that Highground's pulling out the Viper. Again, surprised that we haven't seen any of them, but no, and then an Omen as well for Mirage. So now we've finally seen all the agents played so far. Holy moly.
It only took getting to the losers bracket quarterfinals to be able to say that, but I digress. Valiate gets one, and the members of Highground's in just comfortable control right now in this opening pistol round.
Mirage, no one inside. Highgrounds take control, and looking good for Mirage on defense here. Even though this is a defensive-sided map, the closest round, usually the pistol round for the attackers, because you don't have a lot of money to spend on nicer weapons that take advantage of these tough corridors to work through on attack. And so straight-up gunfights, Highground's looking good early on. Vegas spotting out the members through CT. Pride puts down Molly. It's going to buy a little bit of time. Valiate gets taken down, and Yanji has other plans here. Picks up two, but your boy Dre puts the silenced ghost right in his face. 1 HP for Nano, 0 HP for Nano. Highgrounds takes the first round.
And that's a great start again with how defensive-minded this map can be. This is going to set up Highgrounds for at least long-term success, or I guess short-term success. When you say long-term success for a little while, that's really what you mean. It's short-term success, and that's what you want on this map. You need to be able to rattle off a couple of rounds. Now they're going to be able to invest a little bit more in guns. A bit of an aggressive invest here for Highgrounds, but I like it.
I saw that right? They bought like 3 rifles and light armor, right?
Yep. No, you saw that. Yep. Oh, and it's working. Vegas says one. Vegas gets another one, and Millie's able to trade it back. But that's why you invest in those guns.
Yeah, look at this, though. Interesting play by Mirage, knowing that they were going to have a bit of some gun trouble, so they stack up mid. Valiate and Venerated. The V's coming on through to take the victory. So a cute play. No gun picked up for Mirage. They do take one away, but another round win for Highgrounds.
And now we're going to see Mirage Esports and what they're able to put up. Yep. Now you see full buys across the board, half armor for one member on the side of Mirage. But other than that, full armor, full buys. And this is where we're going to get to see good against good. What does that look like out of Mirage? You expect them, at least on paper, to be able to get this round. But Highgrounds has shown that they don't really care when it comes to halves. They've had success on the attacking side.
Yeah, well, the French-Canadian roster of Mirage looking for their first round win here. Finally get themselves some weapons, and you can see Highground's playing a little bit slower now that they know you could get punished much harder here. As this is what we've seen standard. Sage holding mid-path here within Split. It just gives you so much utility, having the wall ready to go, getting the slows on up. Wall goes up early, and I like this from Highgrounds. Say, we don't like your wall. We're just going to shoot it down early. We don't care. You know we're here. We're going to shoot it, get rid of it, and then slow the tempo back on down.
Well, and I think the important thing is that still offers them the flexibility to rotate away, right? Because they shoot it down early. Yeah, we know you know we're here, but that doesn't mean we're going to commit to being here. And you see they grab the spike. Now they're going to start cheating over to B, as one member of theirs did drop. on that entry point to B. I've mentioned this before, but it's so difficult to take the site if you don't have Heaven control. But they're going to try anyways. They stack 4 in. Now the push comes through. And so far, so good.
Yeah, Venerated sitting right outside of the snake bite. Does get trapped on up. Default box, remember, can't shoot through it anymore. Big change, and your boy Dre and Venerated coming up huge for Highgrounds. They get 2 entry frags, control of the site, and a plant of the spike. Here we go. It's been a long time coming. Viper's Pit finally in the tournament.
Well, and this is exactly why we wanted to see it, right? In situations like this, when the spike is down, when you need to control a site just like this, the flash is going to come out. Incred's able to get one, and Venerated and your boy Dre wipe the floor with Mirage to get the round win.
Yeah, the MPL Classic there. Both those guys, top pros in the PUBG scene, now flipping it on over, using a bit of strategy there. And thank goodness for Highgrounds. Venerated had so many kills, 6 kills on the board for him. He's able to drop the Viper's Pit and control that win. We're going to take a listen on into the comms here for Mirage Esports. Hello to all of our French-Canadian listeners. This one's for you.
Tu tags le monde, je vais essayer des shérifs.
Vietnam, là?
Attends, là, j'arrive.
Bon, tout de suite, ouais.
On parle du main, man. Il met sa trappe, man.
Sur la droite. J'ai pété sa cam.
Trappe on les deux.
Je reste sur le coin, ok, j'ai le first contact.
Ah, qui est piqué?
Un tagué, ça peut.
On pique?
Ouais,
on va chercher une. On peut aller chercher.
Deux, ouais, ça c'est moi,
Yeah.
mais ouais, je pense.
C'est vrai, je le swing.
Pas l'heure, ok.
Ah, B. Ça rentre sur
On
le
va
side.
on tourne, ouais.
Ouais, à droite,
On peut garder exit et spawn.
Yeah.
Spawn dead. Je vais heal.
Un gun, man. Je vais pour le gun.
Yeah.
J'essaie de faire le plus de kills avec ça. C'est quoi? Je pense que c'était un Spectre. Ah non, c'est un Ghost. Un Vendor, je veux dire.
Je pique.
Y'a rien?
Peut-être main.
Yeah.
On reste 7, ok. Voilà.
Il est close, il a mis son beacon. Ou il a ouvert son beacon, at least.
J'ai rien vu.
Arrive.
Boys.
Tu attends. Surtout dans les airs, puis je vais en tuer le plus possible. C'est quoi?
Je pense qu'il est parti ici, ouais. Ouais,
ils sont partis citer ou.
Ouais.
Tape aussi.
Cool, listen in there to Mirage. You could hear the comms. Let's get the gun. Let's see if we can get any exit frags. But cool that we're getting an international audience here with the French Canadians able to pick one up, earning their way here. And I just noticed, take a look at the scores here. Incredible and your boy Dre, both in the top four of average damage throughout the tournament. So expect those guys to continue to be exploded round after round.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Mirage, finding yourselves down 4 here on the map that's so heavily advertised to be a defensive one, this is not the place you want to be. This is not the situation you want to find yourself in. Highgrounds have really had full reign of the map. They've been able to do what they wanted. As I say that, Highgrounds get concussed a little bit. They wanted to make a push towards A, but the utility out of Mirage, at least for now, making them think twice about it.
Yeah, Highground's going to play this one a little bit slower. They know that guns are in the hands of Mirage Esports. Just try to pick their spot. You know, the last time they pushed through B, I actually didn't think they had enough time to get it down in round number 3. So Highground's used to playing a little close to the vest, stacked up on A, so you assume that they're going to head on over to the A side.
And once again, yep, they're going back to A. Millie is able to get one. Pride goes down, looking for the second one, not connecting, just narrowly. Probably hit him in the shoelaces, doesn't get the chance for a third as Vegas and your boy Dre give him the hands.
Yeah, but Nano able to get one over from Heaven, so Spike down, puts a little bit of a wrench into the plans, but Venerated able to get it down, planted, only one alive. Valiate cleaning things up here. What a play by him, picking up a double, waiting for the last one. Oh, it's a little bit too high. I like the fact that Melowski took a different angle, and he's able to pick one up. And Melio coming up huge here, gets the operator and gets the round win. Mirage Esports on the board.
Yeah, and he played that so well. There needed to be somebody on the side of Mirage Esports to step up, right? To stop the bleeding, to try to normalize situations here. And it was Melioski who was able to do it. He's going to put the op back into Millie's hand. We saw Millie was able to catch one there in that last round with the op. So certainly more than comfortable with it. But again, Mirage needed that round to shake things up a bit, right? Everything felt so heavily in favor of Highgrounds. The momentum, the fact they were doing it on the attacking side. Mirage looking to buck the trend here and get back on board.
Yeah, again, defender's advantage nowhere in sight here, as Highgrounds has been able to crack 4 rounds in a row. Even if they drop 7 in a row, Caster's Curse, I think you'd still be happy with that on attack.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you wouldn't feel good dropping 7 rounds in a row, but yes, you feel good given the spread. As now, again, we're seeing a bit of a spread out push from Highgrounds. They're sending 3 over to B, 2 over to A. The spike is still just harmlessly sitting back. Now we see the Viper rotating back, looking like it's going to pick it up. And there's one member from the side of Mirage rocking the op. It's Millie looking over the B site.
Yeah, look at Pride, though. Pride pushing pretty far up on into heaven. A lot of space given, and your boy Dre, there's a reason why he's been leading the tournament in damage, only following along with Tens from Cloud9. Picks up another one. Former Tempo Storm man, entry fragging yet again. Pride now rotating on through. Venerated. He's going to check left. He's going to check right. It's clear. And so B the play with 30 seconds.
Yep, and they've done so through heaven. Millie's able to stifle it at least for now, but with the second one into the cage, Venerated trades it back along with Vegas, but the spike is going to go down anyway. It's going to be 3v2 in favor of Highgrounds. Your boy Dre.
Oh, ow.
Your boy Dre gets he gets one. And Cred trades it back out though as Vegas goes down. Venerated with the last one, and the attackers finally on board here as Mirage puts one up.
Yeah, Highgrounds actually wins that round. Highgrounds closes that one up.
Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry about that.
It was weird, right? The color was green. Mirage Esports green. What just happened there? No, Highgrounds able to execute quickly, and this Highground squad is constantly waiting till the last second to push on in, making things extra spicy. Venerated though, trying to keep up with your boy Dre in terms of damage. They're going back and forth, and both those two guys kind of leading the way right now for this attacking squad. 5-1. Impressive start here for Highgrounds, who theoretically have the low ground in terms of map side.
Yeah, very, very impressive start. And Mirage, you know, you got to get something going here. To be down as far as you are, given the state of things, does not leave much confidence going into the rest of the map. The spike creeping its way slowly through mid. Nano's going to get pushed. Incred's able to be Incred's there for backup for the reinforcements to take care of Pride, and Nano, at least for now, stays alive.
Oh, nice little close quarter shorty shots from Yanji. Now the rest of the team starting to fold here. Clear save opportunity for Mirage. Oh, concussion comes through, stops the plant. Oh, Venerated through the concussion. He's subconsciously better than all of them. Mirage Esports. Venerated, his 3rd kill of the round coming through. Only one left alive for Mirage Esports. Oh boy.
And we'll keep an eye on this. Venerated has ult. Now I can't imagine him using it in this situation. It might be something he's going to try to save as Nano, the last one standing on the side of Mirage, looking for anyone. He spots one, a nice snap onto Valiant, but Venerated trades it back out. And Highgrounds gets another round win.
What a play from Highgrounds. I've been wanting to see them play earlier, right? We saw them play Cloud9 in and that's who bumped him down so early on in the tournament. So Highground's looking pretty dominant here, especially on the weaker side of Split. Everyone knows CT-sided map, but Highground's making it look... Actually, they're not making it look easy. They're making it stressful because they wait till the very end to decide which side of the map they're going on.
And keep a close eye here on ults and Cred getting dropped. Your boy Trey is able to trade yet another one as well as Nano goes down. Millie and the rest of Mirage were able to get 2 as Venerated gets popped in the jaw. 3rd kill here for Millie.
Yeah, and across the map, Malowski picking one up. So just 1 member left alive for Highgrounds. It's Vegas. Vegas, the former Ghost Gaming man, trying to find his way on through. Not going to get peeked up the ramp, but on this awkward corner that Millie's watching, you love to see it. I love the way that Mirage Esports changed their strategy up. This time, a triple peek up A catches Highgrounds off guard. They fall to so many members. It's a 1v3, nearly impossible for Vegas. And Millie keeping the hopes alive here for Mirage Esports.
Yeah, 10-6 stat line has pushed himself to broke here, dropping down to 0 credits. But again, if you're Mirage having the advantageous side, you really should be further ahead of the curve than you are now. Look, that may have been a bug there as he was able to pick up another, or it got dropped for him. He was purchased for. Either way, Mirage able to put something together here up against the PUBG fellas in Highgrounds.
Toxic screen up early. Look at this trickiness here. Again, we've been wanting to see tricky plays from Viper as Venerated drops it, and basically you get a free entry on into the site. Look at this, and you can get to the tight corner. Everyone running. Oh, and Incred gets popped in the face. Nano, though, picks one up on your boy Dre, so top fragger currently gone. Venerated still holding Viper's pit on up. Toxin screen going in as well. This is a one-man job here by Venerated.
Yeah, and again, this is why we were so surprised that we hadn't seen Viper for as long as we had. Pride gets 2. However, Venerated still hanging out in the Viper's pit, seeing if he spots anyone else. The clock is ticking because the spike has been planted. And if you're Highgrounds, you're feeling really good here. Mirage is going to have to make a play. Valiant gets 1. Valiant gets a second.
Yeah. Sorry, I got confused. I thought he shot through. Thought we were following Valiate on that kill there. So many Bs on this Highgrounds roster, but the strength, the power of Venerated, the power of Viper, another piece, shown off single-handedly taking that site. That was awesome. We've been waiting to see what a Viper can do on full display right there. On attack as well. On defense, you could just pop it and say, hey, I dare you to walk on through. On attack here, before they take the site, that was a unique way to see Viper play out.
Well, it's just so cool to see like mastery of champions. Valiant is gonna spot 1, and Melioski gets the win on the 1v1. Yanji gets Vegas as well, and that's gonna drop 2 down for Highgrounds. Mirage Esports. I can't believe I'm saying this because this hasn't been the case for the majority of the map, but they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, huge numbers advantage here. Plus, it was on a save. It was a Marshall that got that opening pick here, and a Spectre in the hands of Nano. So Highgrounds, they still could force it if they want to. Phantom all across the A right now as your boy Dre wins the gunfight against Yanji. Gets the flash point out. 1 elbow, 1 ramp, I believe. As right now, the way that they're playing, everyone's kind of scattered about. As your boy Dre just in the middle of everybody gives his back on up to Millie. Millie says, thank you very much. I'll take that. 2v4.
Yeah, and if you're Highgrounds, you wonder if you're just kind of playing for a save here, maybe. You see Viper has picked up the spike. It looks like they're going to try to make a play towards A, but Viper does not have the pit to help out this time around. No ults on the side of Highgrounds that are available currently as Millie picks up Yanji to increase the numbers advantage, and things not looking good for Highgrounds here.
Yeah, I don't know what the play is here. Looks like Highgrounds, they're going to go for it. Nano in the tight left corner. Will they see it? Yes, they will. Little too late, though, and Cred able to pick that one up. A double for him. Mirage Esports picks up their 3rd win of the half.
And maybe if you're Highgrounds, you're so far ahead, you're willing to risk something like that. The confidence that they have to make a play like that maybe that's a result of the current score at 7-3. Was 7-2 before they made that call, but a big round for Mirage to be able to put that together, to get one up on the board, to try to stifle and try to throw off Highgrounds, and the momentum that they've been able to create could prove to be very important as the map goes on.
Full buys for both teams here. Much needed, because I feel like Mirage has been fighting a lot of these short-handed. And when they do have a full buy, there's an opening pick for Highgrounds. But again, playing slow as they normally have when they know Mirage has weapons. Gonna take some time. Checking camera versus camera. Both can't see each other. Like the positioning here by Melio. Gets it high up so that you could see slightly over the cage. But the waiting time is over. Slow's coming down from Mirage onto B. The rotation over to A is the call for Highgrounds.
Oh man, Vegas just like a split second ahead of being spotted by a member of Mirage Esports over on mid. And yeah, now they're rotating back over to A. There's one member from Mirage that's there, and it's Incred. And Incred right now is perfectly okay with being that sole member as he's able to get the opening pick.
The boy Dre falls. Pride. Forced back on off here. And they're going to rotate on through, relatively silently through sewers. And again, Highground's going to save it for late here. 25 seconds left, and they're not even close to heaven.
Oh boy, but yeah, they realize the time is of the essence, and they go. Valiant gets one, but the orbital strike is going to rain fire down upon heaven. Yanji is able to get Valiant. 13 seconds left. The spike is not down. And right now, Highground's facing both Mirage Esports and the clock.
Millie there. Spike is currently being planted. Vegas holds it till the very end. He gets it down, but he goes down himself. Another round in the bag for Mirage Esports. And I think Highground's maybe playing a little too lackadaisical in that one, taking too much time and didn't give themselves much wiggle room. I also love the fact that Millie held on to his slow. It was a fantastic slow once they realized, hey, they're coming through heaven, split them up, slow them down, drop the orbital strike. Great teamwork there for Mirage Esports. And let's take a listen to Mirage Esports comms as we hit the final round of the half and see how they play it together.
Ils vont faire un peu.
Smoke-moi ça, Nazo, t'as pas bien
Yeah.
ça.
Hey, je pique le mid, ok? Je l'ai jamais fait par le vivant.
Comme ça, je mets TP en haut là à la place.
On se moque ils ont jamais fait ça. Stun. Ils ont ulté Evan. Attention, on va peut-être.
C'est bon, le mid.
Je suis pas dead. Il a mis son
Décalisse.
truc B-main.
Pas pogné notre map.
Il a mis sa cam pour checker l'Evan.
J'ai 10 HP.
Il est devant le pillar, la cam.
Laisse-moi ici, je vais le day,
Tu peux péter ça. Ils font un exec au beam.
Vivant.
Moi, je suis pas sûr.
T'as Evan?
Out Vivant.
Vivant 2.
Ouais,
Vivant.
je pense même.
Ça peut aller CT. Un dans les.
Un là.
Deux, L. Fuck.
On se Christian en même temps ou?
J'attendrai la smoke. Oh boy, ça va être rough. Faut que tu des frags avant de commencer à rentrer là.
Yeah.
Fuck, un L.
Yeah.
Ooh. You can see how quickly things change there. Love how both Brimstones on the brink of death to kick things off, but Highground's able to get the heal on out for their squad. Vegas doing a big favor there to Pride, but Mirage not able to get the heal on their Brimstone. Leads to a quick 5v4, and as soon as Highgrounds senses blood in the water, they strike so quickly.
The decisiveness proving to be, in my opinion, the difference maker on this map between these two squads. And yeah, again, Highground's up big here. Now they're going to go on the defensive side. Now they're playing the preferable side, and you can't help but wonder, based off conventional wisdom, if this is about to spiral entirely out of control for Mirage.
We'll find out soon. Big round here for Mirage Esports. French-Canadian organization need to get a win here so that they can get that economy boost for round 2. Pride holding the angle, realizes the play they're going as he gets flashbang multiple times. Great incendiary, and Malioski burns to death. That's not where you want to be. As your boy Dre now, he switches his focus over to ramp, and Mirage Esports, they're all basically going to force their way through heaven. couple of them are able to back on off, but Spike in the corner. Spike goes down, and Cred venerated with 2 and dominating this game as he has a flawless win for Highgrounds. And that's the worst outcome if you're a Mirage Esports fan.
And I loved what we saw at Highgrounds there, right? They had set up around A, and they initially had Heaven control. The push out of Mirage forced them back, and Highgrounds wisely, instead of taking just a straight on fight and potentially losing it, they just ended up backing off and keeping the numbers that they had, and then they were able to fight back and forth that Heaven control, and that proved to be the final nail in the coffin in that round for Mirage. But what I'm so impressed with Highgrounds because they didn't force that, right? They were willing to give that up, at least temporarily, in the sake of maintaining control for the entire round. Very well played by Highgrounds.
So the Highground boys take control. Again, very much like what they did last time. Very aggressive buy in this round. They get armor and guns, spending all the way down, and that's the reason why. Pride gets himself the Vandal, shoots Millie out. Wall goes down early from Vegas, and Mirage spends a lot of time clearing that one out, but also getting chunked, and with your healer gone, not looking or feeling pretty good here for Mirage Esports as Venerated gets another one using the Phantom.
And again, this aggressive buy after a pistol round. Venerated gets a third, looking for another as he gets cleaned up by Incred. And Nano's going to drop as well. Vegas getting the last 2. Again, this aggressive buy from Highgrounds being exactly what they needed.
Yeah, you could see the gun greed was real there as I think it was Nano just sprinted for the gun, tried to pull it out, and get shot right in the face. Vegas ready to go, knowing how valuable these guns can be. Could be a trap for the opposing team. So Mirage, they get their buy now. Full buy, no operator, 2 Phantoms, 3 Vandals, full armor. Valiate still on that light armor, could upgrade, but decides to hold on to that one. And your boy Dre on a Bulldog. He's I guess he's a Bulldog boy.
We'll see just how successful that Bulldog can be, or if it's just going to be all bark and no bite. Your boy Dre has had his name called, plenty on this map as Incred slips through. You see him creeping up A ramp. He's going to get healed up, and there's no one waiting for him just yet. Now Pride shows up, and he probably regrets peeking around that wall there as Incred getting the best of him.
Yeah, Stim Beacon basically given the angle that he was going to peek from away. The former wildcard man has to wait and watch. Decent chunk of damage down onto Breach. Heal coming through in just a second from Millie for Mirage Esports. But A is the play. Flashpoint coming on through. Venerated gets 1 and only 1. Melioski trades it on back. Another great flash coming through by Incred. And Yanji now having his opportunity to pop off. A little bit too late is Vegas. And Mirage Esports break through on their round number 3 in this half. They'll plant, and it's going to be a 1v3 retake opportunity for Vegas.
You know, Degon, maybe we had our understanding of this map all wrong. As Mirage is able, as Mirage is able to put up another, seemingly anything's possible. Highgrounds can somehow pull this off, but Mirage is able to get another round up on the board on the attacking side. Highgrounds just kind of getting bested there. The flashes proved to be too much, and Vegas, he's going to save here wisely, as this is a terribly difficult site to retake by yourself.
This is a great adjustment by Mirage Esports. Highgrounds, as you noted, they like to play Heaven. There you got multiple people covering Heaven or on the scaffolding of Heaven. And with that, the flashes are coming from Flashpoint up higher. Oh, might find one here.
He's on the other side of the box.
Yeah, the flashes are coming much higher up, and it's flashing the whole site. I like the adjustment from Incred to make sure he's using his flashpoints optimally. And that basically gave him a win here. Decision time for Highgrounds. Do they force the buy here or do they not? Waiting on Dre's decision. Yes, he will op it up. And this is going to be a big round here. If Mirage get this win, Highgrounds now will be slightly chunked in terms of economy.
Your boy Dre rocking the op, looking across A, and wisely, as it looks like the play from Mirage is going to be a stack onto that site again. The cage is going to be dropped, provide a little smoke and mirrors, if you will, to try to get by your boy. Spots one, isn't able to connect through the cage, but the information is all that they need.
Yeah, it always feels bad when you have an op, you don't buy armor, and you're like, please don't kill me on my missed op shot from far away. Give me an opportunity to get healed by our Sage. Unfortunately, and Vegas is able to do exactly that. Dre heals on up. Pride picks up the boost from the stim beacon. But unfortunately, Sky Smoke's still on up. No vision for them to peek through.
I think I heard Viper drop her ult over by mid. Very interesting use of that Viper's pit there as the ult. Or yeah, she did.
I guess Venerated just chill and say, hey, you guys now are A, and that's all you're going to get to do. If you come through here, I'm going to pop you right in the face. And here it goes. Mirage gladly accepts. And finally, Pride having a round. We've been waiting for this one for quite some time. Looking to drop the orbital strike. Puts it on top of the spike, buying a little bit more time. Just 20 seconds left. And this is going to put a huge crunch onto Mirage. What do they do here? They go for some kills. Valier picks that one up onto Nano. Pride goes for the 4K. He gets the 4K. And Highgrounds take control of this on a crucial economy round there for them. If they would have lost it, no money. And they only lose one member in that one.
Yeah, that was a really, really big round win there for Highgrounds, given the economy. But then also to not allow Mirage to get back into this thing, right? Like, when we're talking about teams of this caliber, of this pedigree, you can't give them an inch, right? Because if you give an inch to a team like Mirage, and same goes for Highgrounds, right? If you give a team like Highgrounds an inch, they're going to take the whole mile. And that's why that was so important for Highgrounds and the economy, of course, to boot. It looks like Mirage has learned from how the last round went, and it looks like now they want to make a play towards B. Again, you see them prioritizing heaven access if at all possible, but they're going to have to get through Vegas and his wall first, and that's no easy feat.
Yep. 2A, or 2B was 2 mid, but now they're rotating on over to A. And just kind of shuffling around his Mirage. They're going to take their time here. And unlike what they did over in A, it looks like they're looking for picks. Before in A, it looked like they were looking for an opening. This time it looks like, give us a pick anywhere, and then we can try to work our way on through here from Mirage.
Again, we see Viper zoning people away. Mid is not an option right now for Mirage, but as we're down to 45 seconds on this round, they're going to have to force their way around or be decisive somehow because the clock is not their friend. Venerated is going to watch members walk into his crosshair, but Millie's able to get the kill anyway.
Oh, and then immediately perfect spacing there by Yanji, dropping the orbital strike on top of Vegas. And Mirage Esports, it looked like they were getting pushed to the brink here. They fight right on back. Valier picks up one, but Yanji now has himself a gun. You can see the accuracy there. Drops down, gets a spike down. 2 members left up for Highgrounds, both in CT, thinking about what they want to do and looking like they're going to save? Yeah, they're going to save. They must know. They must know. Site was over there, yeah. Clear save call here by your boy Dre and Pride. Highgrounds, they've got the lead. They want to make sure that they can still appropriately buy as Mirage opening pick. And it was just that main gunfight that you just called there in mid. Venerated had his opportunity, gets sheriffed in the face. And that opened things up there for Mirage Esports in this round number 17.
You know, it's fascinating to see how Highgrounds has shown a propensity towards aggressiveness, right? You see after they get, Pride gets one, a consolation prize there, but after Highgrounds wins a pistol round, they've shown more than enough willingness to make an aggressive buy. But here, with the lead, they opt to go a bit more passively here. Maybe it's in the name of economy, or maybe because they realize this thing is on the brink and it might get out of control. It's tough to say, but a different look out of Highgrounds there.
Yeah, what are they doing? What is Venerated doing? They're going Bulldog, Valiate and Venerated sharing their creds. Oh, no. Venerated going to be on a Phantom. Someone bought a Phantom for him, so money all over the place here for Highgrounds, but let it be known that they have full armor and got some rifles. Mirage going to work their way towards B. The old Cypher trap all over the place. Cam is up, and it's above the site. little bit different here of a look from Valiate. Gonna peek it in just a second. Rolling Thunder gets one, but surprise, there's three, and Mirage get themselves on site B.
Yeah, Nano able to get that opening frag. Looks like they're going to try to wall that off or opt to go against it as the spike is going to go down. Highgrounds, now they're starting to rotate over, and this is a very difficult site to take. Nano's not making it any easier as your boy Dre gets dropped. Mirage, again with the numbers advantage. The spike is down. Highground's down to 3 members left, and it looks like this time they want to make a play for it. Pride creeping around heaven, seeing if he can spot anyone with the op. Not seeing anyone quite yet, but the clock is ticking, and they're going to have to bust the move here as Venerated gets one.
Yeah, this is confusing. Venerated able to get 2 here. It's a 2v3, 1 CT, 2 garage. When Venerated turns this corner, it's going to be dangerous. Oh, but the screen is up. This might be the play. Here comes Aftershock, forcing Venerated off. He's able to get one, Pride gets another, so economy kind of chunked here for Mirage. But Incred gets the kill, and Venerated, based off of the bomb area, gets knocked out as well. Everybody dies. Economy ruined everywhere. Incred, the richest man in the room. Venerated has some money as well. But either way, Mirage, they're fighting back strong here. The French-Canadian organization saying, hey, look, Genji is not the only organization here from French-Canada that you need to worry about here. Yes, I know I said French-Canada. So look at this. Loving the fact that we're seeing a lot of fight back here from Mirage Esports.
Yeah, and man, the utility out of Breach is what saved that round. He was on the defuse, and it was just enough for him to think twice about it and be forced to back off. And now take a look at how they're playing this stack. On to A. Your boy Dre rocking the Ghost with a beautiful skin, might I add. And then for Mirage, slowly creeping their way up. Again, this push on to A. Right now, heavily in favor of Mirage as members of Highgrounds are not there. Now they're starting to rotate around as a deep 4 stack, but it might be a little too late. Nano and the rest of them flood onto the site. Nano's able to get Dre and leave the door wide open as members of Highgrounds rotate.
Yeah, it's a save round here for Highgrounds. They tried their best to get a little cheeky with the play in mid. Mirage opting not to go for it, and after 2 rounds of B, they rotate on over to A and looking to find some success here. Close the gap in terms of round score. Want to make sure they don't lose too many members as Melioski gets Pride. Valiate with the Phantom in his hands almost gets Nano as well. And as soon as Valiate falls, the round is over. 3 left up for Mirage. And they close the gap to now just 3 rounds. 11-8 for Mirage. And with that, let's take a listen on into Mirage's comms now that the score is getting closer and closer.
Je donne la bombe.
J'ai mon pattern encore, là. Mais la différence que je vais faire, man, c'est que je vais rentrer dans ma smoke puis je vais la percer comme un malade, man. Contrairement à...
smoke event, c'est ici.
Yeah, all good. Mais laisse-moi juste ce coin-là parce que je vais aller faire mes traps après. T'inquiète pas, man. Je vais faire ma cam, je check ma cam si pas.
Je vais smoker CT puis Evan avant de TP.
J'ai rien vu. Je vais mettre mes traps. Je vois toujours rien.
Je vais flasher. Oh,
j'avance, attends.
Ok, aussi, y'a rien, tu le flash pas.
Y'a rien, il spam. J'attends, je vais faire ma deuxième.
Je suis prêt.
Ouais, go.
Je mets TP.
Flash out la flash. Pop.
Ah, Ivy.
Ivy, toujours Ivy.
On va le chercher. Fais sortir de smoke, Kevin.
Ivy.
Bon, ça attention.
Désinstallé,
j'ai plus. Ouais, moi.
Sortez du wall.
Il y a un flag,
Bon. Ça l'a pas fait.
Bad wall, G.
Non, ça l'a juste pas fait.
Oh, the comeback bid now getting pushed to the brink. 12-8 the score as Highgrounds. They saved the last round so that they were prepared for round number 20. And the preparation turned out to be pretty good. The PUBG players super close to closing this one out and booking their ticket to the loser bracket finals.
Venerated 23-10 and on the Viper that we so affectionately waited for time and time again. Now we're seeing it and seeing it on an excellent display of it, excuse me. Speaking of which, the Viper pit is going to be used. Incred looking to see if he can spot anyone early on around mid. The smoke proving to be just enough to keep members of Highgrounds alive, at least for the time being. Same goes for the wall for Yanji. Oh, but as I say that, Vegas gets taken out.
Open up the sky.
Early push here. Yanji picking off Valiate. And so Viper's Pit down on B. Will they force through it? Yes, they will, and they'll use the Goon Squad mentality. Venerated gets one and immediately goes down. Great work there by Mirage, just using multiple members to force their way on through Viper's Pit. The Resurrection comes on through, and your boy Dre picks up the kill. Your boy Dre trying to get himself through the smoke, not quite able to. Spike down for Mirage, 4v2. This one looking a bit tougher for Highgrounds. They might have to wait to pop the champagne on this match.
Yeah, but Pride is making it much closer than it really should be here as they narrow the gap to a one-man advantage for Mirage. And as I say that, Melioski gets the best of Pride. One man standing. It's your boy Dre. Your boy Dre gets one, not able to finish things off. And yes, for now, Mirage Esports has managed to starve off elimination.
They starve off elimination, and then again, probably a bye here for Highgrounds. Everyone above... yeah, almost above 3,000, except for Pride. Pride's going to have to get some help from Venerated. But if Mirage wins this one, they might be looking at an eco round, the one afterwards. So looking pretty good here for Mirage for a possible comeback. Round 22 underway. Remember, one win here for Highgrounds. They booked their ticket to the losers bracket semifinals. And we'll be sending Mirage back on home.
Yeah, but like you were mentioning early on, Highgrounds has to be careful. One round can very quickly balloon into 2 or 3 here for Mirage, and the comeback would be complete. So Highgrounds is going to have to put together the round here, really, to avoid some of that. The spike still hovering over around the B site. No member from either team is dropped quite yet. And as far as ults go, heavily in favor of Highgrounds.
Taking this one slow is Mirage. I like the fact that Venerated not afraid of using the Viper's Pit early on B, but it just meant, hey, we're going to run into it and just outnumber you. You can't see either. And so this time changing it up just a little bit, Venerated in the vents. Holding this one off. Mirage now 30 seconds to go. They're not leaving themselves a lot of wiggle room in case something comes down. Rolling Thunder used early. Hellfire getting dropped as well. Double peek by Millie, picks up one. Vegas gets finished off. Valiate gets finished off right after the other. Not a lot of time if things go wrong, but if things go right, it's a quick strike here by Mirage. Shots going back and forth. Pride picking up 2, then getting finished off. Only one left alive for Highgrounds, and this was the round they needed to win. It's your boy Dre going back to the Bulldog. Let's see how much bite he has in this 1v3. Concussions to the right, looks to the left, has the right idea, but can't see on the scaffolding, and is blocked by the wall. Peeks on through, going for it, gets it. Unfortunately, Nano also peeking. Helpful when you have multiple members still alive. And Mirage Esports break the economy here of Highgrounds. 12-10 is your score, and Highgrounds has to save. This is a round made for Mirage Esports to try and get this thing closer, 12-11.
Oh boy. Oh, this does not feel good for Highgrounds. And you can almost tell based off of how your boy Dre played that round that he understood the implications of losing that round. He had to try to pull something off. A 1v3 generally with the spike down like that, you would see players kind of play back a little bit and maybe save, but the implications of losing that round, well, we're about to see what happens in that instant. Members of Highground Valiant rocking the Sheriff, well, because he can't afford much else, and a full buy for Mirage. They're again so close to completing this comeback. They're going to be forced over onto A as the wall goes up to block members from going over to B, and all that looks like the call for now.
Yeah, like the cheeky play here, giving up mid control, but Highgrounds is privy to it. Good slow by Millie. Venerated hanging close. He gets finished off, and Cred coming on through as well. And so Vegas still left alive, very low on HP. Pride as well, trying to see if he can pick up a gun.
And you got the Sheriff, got the Molly. The spike is going to go down, and that's going to hurt. He sees where members Pride goes down in Cred, and the rest of Mirage Esports comfortably in control here with the spike. Vegas, the last one standing, trying to do something, trying to pull off a heroic play. And I don't know that there's a whole lot left here for Vegas to do. We saw this just a moment ago, but it was your boy Dre who tried to put up the heroics. This time it was Vegas, and Vegas unsuccessful. And holy smokes, folks, there's just one round, separating these two squads. Three in a row from Mirage.
It took a little while for Mirage to remember how they could find their winning ways, but now they're saying "Je me souviens." The French Canadian organization working their way back on in it. 12-11. This one's a barn burner. Again, Highgrounds forces a buy here. If they lose this one, you got to buy it. The credits reset at 5,000 credits, I believe. And so this was the biggest buy that Highgrounds could possibly pick up here. What a fight back by Mirage. Again, same stuff. Starting to focus B. Oh, the orb was picked up. And yeah, they do get it. So Orbital Strike now available for Mirage Esports as they now start to rotate on over to mid.
And that's so key because the ults reset as well when you go into that overtime round. Highgrounds has 3 available. I'm sorry, make that 4. They have 4 ults available. Millie rocking the op. He spots anyone coming across mid as the spike creeps its way over onto A. Members of Highgrounds are rotating over there as well as they sniff out the play. And as they rotate, it looks like Mirage pulls the plug on A and cheat back over to B. Again, Heaven Control is going to be the problem. If they can grab Heaven Control over on B site, that it's much easier of a site to take.
Yeah, this is so cool to watch the chess match without even seeing what is going on between these two teams right now. Here we go. Orbital Strike being used to clear out Heaven and then counter used. So both teams like, yeah, we think you're Heaven, but we're not sure. Buying a little bit of time. Pride does get one though. 14 seconds, 13 seconds left. People fall left and right.
8 seconds left here as Highgrounds looks to regain control. Nano's able to get one. Melioski gets another one, and they're looking to push it to the 25th round. But your boy Dre and Venerated pull off the clutch to win the round, to win the game, and Highgrounds advances.
Oh my God. What a game. What a fantastic game between two evenly matched squads on a defensive-sided map. The attackers are the ones that were bringing it to both sides. That was fantastic by both squads, but only one can move through. And Team Highgrounds coming up huge in the final round when it matters most.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a game. I would do almost anything to see that go to the 25th round just because of how fun that map was. But again, there's only one that gets to advance to the losers bracket semifinals, and commiserations and a tip of the hat. But unfortunately, a tournament run comes to an end here.
Yeah, Mirage Esports did their deed, did the best that they could, fell a little bit short. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things shook on up and what our action looks like moving forward. SoaR Gaming, we saw him against Cloud9 earlier, fall a bit short against Full Focus. This is the same squad, knocked out Sentinels, now have their work cut out for them against Highgrounds. The winner of this match in the semifinals of the losers bracket will face mouseSpaz, not Mouse Esports, the old men of CSGO waiting. And then, of course, the finals, the grand finals of this, when the big boss, Cloud9, waiting there in a best of 3. And if all the matches are as close as that last one, this one is gonna be a banger. Super excited to see both these teams, but just putting a bow on the final round there. What a game between these two squads. Again, Mirage Esports giving it one hell of a college try and getting just touching distance of a massive comeback against Highgrounds.
Yeah, and it, again, came down to the wire, but I'm not going to lie to you, Digon. I'm super excited to see this Full Force team. The body count, or Full Focus, excuse me. The body count, the names that they've left in their wake here is really impressive. It's not just the Sentinels team. They've put a couple of teams down and sent them home packing. So they've quietly, through the losers bracket, put together one hell of a run. And I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, well, we bid adieu to Mirage Esports. We're going to take a short break, give a breather to all these players and ourselves just for a little bit. When we come back, we'll have ourselves the losers bracket semifinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. It's a $5,000 Valorant Invitational alongside Esports Doug Cortez and Daniel Degon Gonzalez. And our last two matches we've had, Doug, have been fantastic, down to the wire against two teams that were equally pitted against each other.
I see what you did there. We saw Viper equally pitted. I respect that. That was that was a good one. No, there was awesome. Both matches were great. That last one could not really. The only way it goes closer is if it goes into overtime. But Highgrounds, the PUBG fellas themselves, walking away victorious at the end there, and I was just so impressed by what I saw out of them. And now we're going to see Highgrounds go up against Full Focus. And I mentioned this at the beginning, but just to highlight what they've done. 303 Esports, see ya. Skyfoxes, bye-bye. Sentinels, SoaR Gaming, and now they go up against Highgrounds. And to boot, the team that sent Full Focus to the losers bracket, none other than SoaR Gaming, the team that Full Focus defeats in the losers quarterfinal to get here. So they were able to exact revenge. They got this far. Full Focus, at least on paper, looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, let's take a look at that bracket on the loser side to outline the journey that you said they've taken. The winners bracket here, because winners bracket first, Cloud9, the big boss, waiting across, as you can see exactly where everyone got knocked out. Cloud9 got knocked out by Highgrounds. Where is Full Focus? Full Focus all the way over by SoaR Gaming. And so Full Focus, I think already by knocking out the team that knocked them out, show a lot of resiliency even through the losers bracket. Let's take a peek at that one real quick, because the winner of this matchup in the semifinals of loser bracket will face mouseSpaz in the loser bracket finals. Again, all these matches on the losers bracket, best of ones, rotational map sets. So the next map that we'll be on will be Bind, and the one before and the one after that will be Haven, I believe. So it'll be, Haven. And then in the best of three, the teams will confer and decide which maps will be going off of a win-lose basis. The winning team, obviously Cloud9, in the winners bracket, will get side selection first. Teams getting ready, getting sorted into the lobby off of Agent Select. But Doug, I wanted to touch on something that you noticed that I brought up real quick. Viper finally getting selected here. And not only was it, hey, look, it's a Viper on the map that's novel, it was also Venerated playing very, very well.
I mean, we saw him take that A site by himself, right? It was early on in the map, the fact he dropped the Viper's Pit, and that just goes to show the level of expertise that player has on that agent, knowing that he can drop the Viper's Pit on the bottom of the ramp, and it carries all the way through to the site, allows him to get the take, and then dropping up the wall at the top of the ramp on A site to get full access into there. The only entry points left are Heaven and back at spawn, and because of that, the team's able to focus on those 2 points. It was just an easy take. That Viper was played super, super well. I've only played Viper once, and it was a horrible experience. I had no idea how to play her, but that was inspiring, if nothing else, for me to try to pick her up again.
Yeah, for sure. On the opposite side, I want to take a look at, because we had the top two players from the Highground squad in the form of your boy Dre and Venerated. Your boy Dre is, I think, second in damage only to the greatest North American Valorant player of all time ever, Tens. Just kidding. Tens is great, but he's only second to him. But in the who were the focal points here for Full Focus? Did a little bit of research, and it's actually the guys that we need to keep an eye on are Austin, IRL, and Zaf. Those are the two guys that have been leading the way here for Full Focus through the losers bracket right off the bat. Remember, they lost their round one game, and they haven't been fazed by anybody they've faced so far. And so off the back of Austin and Zaf, that's kind of like what we're looking at here. Average round damage of 242 for Austin, 246 for Zaf. So they're at least taking down 1.5 guys every time.
Well, and look, this might be early to mention some of this, and we'll see whether or not it comes into play in this match. But you start to talk about, especially when you make a losers bracket run like this, some of the fatigue that comes with going through a gauntlet like that, and you've played so many maps. You've been not only are you playing all these maps, but you're playing all these maps with your backs against the wall, for facing elimination time and time again, and you wonder how taxing that can really be. Obviously, Full Focus has shown to be very comfortable in this situation, and some would argue maybe they thrive in situations like this. But now they face Highgrounds, and now they face a bunch of very good PUBG players, and this might be a taller mountain for them to face.
Well, the I'm Zaf aim mouse emote starting to pop on out. Let's see if he can back this one up here. Highgrounds, they'll start on defense first. Full focus on attack, and there they go. Spreading on out. B-side focus here for the team that has had to do the longest run out of anybody through the loser side of the bracket.
And the spike back. Still over by the spawn. Not being too aggressive with that quite yet. You know, it's interesting with pistol rounds. We've seen so many different varieties of ways to play this, right? You either spread yourself fully thin and wait. You bunch up and go for more of the brute force entry, if you will. Here we see full focus with a bit of a hybrid. They waited a bit, and now they're going to turn more attention over to B. They've got 3 coming through long, and they might just dip the heck out. And yeah, they've done just that. You hear they're heard through the teleporter, and members of full focus start to cheat over that way. They've been given away.
Yeah, I like that play. I usually like the rotation. Look at Austin waiting. There's no way they're going to know. And there it is. Austin picking up the kill. Unfortunate observer bug there. But yeah, Valley 8 getting caught on out. So Cypher down 5v4. And this might be a little confusing. And the whole full wrap. You love the play here by full focus. Taking control of B long. Teleporter, and they give him the whole okey doke. This time the Galaxy Brain goes on the side of full focus, but Highgrounds with the guns, they're just gonna brute force their way on in. 10, 15 HP, retake possible here for Highgrounds.
And we've seen this okey doke on top of the okey doke at 3 or 4 times this tournament, and it hasn't worked every time. This might be the first time we see success as Tem and Natural get the last 2 kills to pull it off, but Digon, we've seen this fail far more often than succeed.
Bro, Zaf is the ultimate frag god in the new FPS game, Valorant. He's so much better than anyone else in the NA, no aim region. Zaf will be #1 in the world in no time as soon as he gets off of bottom fragging for his own team. Holy moly, what a play by full focus to kick things off in our semifinals. They went all the way around. I would have loved to hear the comms last time. Let's hear the comms this time by full focus as they have guns to buy and they push their lead looking for the second round win.
Yeah, pushing here.
Left side long.
Two, they're down to bathroom.
Nice.
They're pinching you guys. Nice.
They're bathroom. Push bathroom.
Nice. Oh, how did I not?
Could be one more here to the right or something.
Okay, I'm gonna breach right. Watching your left. I'll grab orb.
Get it. Could be inside somewhere. I'm checking side. Close clear.
Planning truck.
Get the bomb down.
I'm falling back. I'm gonna watch the short A push.
They can't come behind. I have traps.
It's only one.
Yeah. Sage, you shouldn't go probably. Yeah, Bulldog. I'm checking heaven. Clear heaven. They shouldn't be able to. He shouldn't be able to flank. He should be like.
Probably like mid side or something.
Yeah, flank.
Nice. Good job, boys.
Nice.
Let's go.
Fucking go.
Nice.
Yeah. I can get hit once the entire time.
Perfect.
So Brim has no smoke.
So
Brim
we
has no
have.
smoke.
Okay.
Possibly no smoke. So you can have
Careful
one.
aggressiveness, guys. Careful aggressiveness.
I don't think they can jump over this, can they?
What do you guys think about our
they
bathroom hit?
Bathroom? Sure. Like 5 minute? Like 5 minute?
The
or like 4 minute?
the 5. We can 4-man it, and then I can short lurk or whatever.
Yeah,
No, we don't have to do off rip. Don't we default first? Default first. Trust. They have guns.
Okay, I'm just holding short push then.
Yep. We're good. Just saying we should default.
Like here,
Just
trying to
like
grab orb, I think.
Yeah.
He only has 1 smoke, I think.
Jiggling like outside hookah.
Getting the orb. Spam it.
I'm gonna go hookah.
Turning TTP.
When the smoke
I'm
clears,
leaving you.
swing with me. Okay.
Okay, I might start working over to bathroom here.
Yeah, they got orb.
I'm gonna work over to bathroom.
Jump out window.
One U-hole.
If he had any traps in hookah, it's gone. I think you guys grab bomb and we do bathroom.
Here.
I'll grab it, Austin.
I'm meeting with a flash.
Or do we want to
here.
do A split? Do we want to do A split?
No. We should go bathroom, I think. I'm just gonna smoke U-Haul here.
Okay. They stunned it. They mollied it. They
arrowed?
Good arrow.
Alright, just walk. Everybody remember what to do. You wall right
They
here.
smoke bathroom here.
Right here,
Well,
right here. And right
Yeah.
here. You smoke those 3. And then you wall in the smoke.
They have 2 U-Haul. 1 short, 1 U-Haul.
Yeah, perfect. And then you flash us out, Mike.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do
And
it.
also,
they're
don't-
committed. One heaven.
Don't plan. Wait.
Yeah.
Don't plan a cubby.
30
Plan
seconds.
outside cubby. Ready?
Go.
Go.
Smoke's on.
Close, clear. Back box.
Outside as well.
We're slowed.
We're
slow.
slowed here. We're slowed.
Get the bomb down. Try to
Get
get
the bomb
down.
down. Get the bomb down.
Yeah.
Cover him.
Kinda get it.
Nice.
Nice.
One run away. Run away.
Get him
It's
on
planted
it.
in the middle. I'll mark it.
I'll stay here.
I'm going back. I'm going back.
Just walk, Mike. They can't flank.
You can heal Mike.
Nice
No.
one.
They're on it. Not on it. Not on it.
One flank. Far flank. One's
1v1.
behind you, Zaf. Nice try.
Oh, nice try.
Kept their
bro.
money.
Nice try.
What a round there. Back and forth. And, Zaf was on 6 HP. And he got the immediate dink with the Bulldog. I was like, oh no, he's really going to do this to high grounds, isn't he? But unfortunately, fell just a bit short. We kept it for 2 rounds because Full Focus won that second round very, very quickly. It was awesome to see how they coordinate and give information to each other even after they die, and what information they do give and what information they don't give.
Yeah, and we've seen, especially on that site, we've seen the wall off to essentially split the site into a tiny little fraction. Over on A, as Zaf gets cleaned up there at the hands of Pride, but this time the spike is normally planted on the teleporter side of that wall. This time it was on the bath side, and it was not as successful as we've seen in the past.
So Full Focus have to refocus after dropping the high grounds by round 4. Opening pick early on here. 5v4 high grounds. Playing this one decidedly more conservative. Only 2 here on A, and A looks to be the play for high grounds. Now Vegas looking to slowly rotate. You can see this on the top left of your mini map here. He peeks, and should be heading on over to CT very soon, whereas Stealthy Mike has so much real estate. High ground's giving so much real estate on over to Full Focus, basically asking them to plan it short.
Yeah, and there's going to be, it looks like Stealthy Mike is about to walk up on someone through U-Haul, has spotted him as the spike goes down. There's the orbital strike as it gets onto neutral. Pride able to get one. Gonna get concussed, however. Pride's still alive. You see members of High Ground slowly moving their way up as they get flashed. Again, from U-Haul, Pride knows there's a player there, and they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger and push their way in, regrettably, because Tem is on the other side. Stealthy Mike gets one as well, and your boy Dre stops the bleeding.
Yeah, damaged leader able to get a flash there, but Tem with the answer. Crosshair placement, huge. Vegas, the last one left alive, 1v1. Baiting him around the corner is Austin IRL, and in real life and in game, he's cool as a cucumber. The reason why Full Focus has found success is because he and Zaf have been leading the way in terms of damage, in terms of kills, and he does exactly that here in round number 4. Full Focus up 3-1 on attack.
Very strong start out of Full Focus, and they still have 2 ults available to them. We saw the Raze ult being used there in that last round, and resulting in a frag, which is what you love to see if you're a Raze fan or a Full Focus fan in general. But if you're on the side of High Grounds, you have one to your name as well, but surprising to find yourself this far behind on the defensive side. We'll see if they can turn their luck. This time going for way more aggressive on A. Digon, you talked about how much real estate they were giving up on that site. Take a look at how they're playing it now. They regret it as Austin IRL takes care of Pride. Venerator trades it back out, but far more aggressive this time around.
You can see all 4 of them, the Goon Squad. Quick, get the gun. What do we do? They toss the gun backwards. Give that one to Vegas. I believe Vegas now with the Vandal. And 4 members onto short A. And they realize A is wide open. Tem gets one. Wall bang onto the head of Venerated. Sight compromised, and the plant will be going through. Spike planted. Tem gets a quick visual of someone coming down long. Yep, that's Valley 8. Valley 8 gets taken down. Your boy Dre, the next one to fall. Last one alive is Vegas. And there's a reason why Vegas is shuttered right now. It's closed on off just like he is from all of Full Focus's coverage of the A site.
And at this point, you save, right? I mean, there's no way you take that bike back. Excuse me. The spike is down. You're down 3, heavily outnumbered. It looks like that's the play here. He's just going to hang out over on the B site. And if you're Full Focus, it looks like you're starting to hunt a little bit. TP's come through. Yep. You might find him.
I love the fact that he hides inside the site. No one ever hides inside the site because you can wall bang through that. So everyone would check probably elbow first before they did anything. Either way, Full Focus taking it straight to Highgrounds, punching them right in the mouth, and Highgrounds has to figure out how they want to respond. Another buy here. Vegas doesn't need to buy because they did pick up the Vandal, but no op for anybody on that squad. Vandals and Phantoms, full armor for everybody. But you're looking at that credit count for everyone on Highgrounds. 2 members with 100 credits or less. Highgrounds need to start putting something in, otherwise they'll start getting ecoed out.
Oh, looks like a pretty aggressive push here from Highgrounds over on B, and it works. It pays off as Valiate and your boy Dre get 1 apiece to give the numbers advantage to Highgrounds. And while they're down on this round, this is why Full Focus, like we're seeing firsthand, Stealthy Mike drops as well. We're seeing firsthand how Full Focus got this far in the tournament. They're fragging out of control.
And truly popping off here, Zaf. A little bit of a window to work his way on through. Yeah, he's able to. Oh, but gets taken down there by the former Wild Card Gaming man, Pride. He picks that one up, and Highgrounds, they needed to respond. They do respond. Pick up an operator as well to help boost the economy. Everyone looking good here. Vegas now with the op in his hands. Maybe can find a little bit of consistency here.
Yeah, great performances out of Tem, out of Austin. We've called his name a couple of times, but Tem leading the lobby, and obviously leading the stat line for Full Focus as well. Look at the ults for Highgrounds. Highgrounds has 4 available, so we'll see if they opt to use those here. You've got. It's really just the Sage that's missing, and with how well things have gone, you'd love to see that one. The Hunter's Fury is going to be used early on, and it's going to connect.
Now one more for Venerated.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah.
Natural gets put down. Tem answers back though, and then your boy Dre gets an answer to the answer. So overall 4 for 3. Full Focus need to figure out where they want to focus their efforts. Right now, it looks like Highgrounds leaving 1 on A, 1 in this flex rotation, 2 on B. B seems to be the call here for Full Focus.
Yeah, and they're going to walk, unless they rotate away, walk right into the unexpected hands of a Sage on this B site as they check mid. Yeah, and it's going to be Vegas with an op as well, and they're going to walk right into his crosshair. Stealthy Mike, the first one to come through, see if he's stealthy enough to get past this op. No, he's not. Vegas is able to get 1, and that's certainly going to stifle the push, at least temporarily. The wall is certainly going to help too.
Now Vegas sitting on the bottom frag position coming into this round. Hasn't had an op in his hands. Once he gets that in there, changes things pretty much for all of Highgrounds. Looks like Full Focus going to look for a save here. Spike and op in the hands of Austin RL as they work their way on back to the spawn. And it doesn't look like Highgrounds is interested in chasing and trying to take this op out of his hands. Another round in the books for Highgrounds. A little bit more money in their coffers as well, so that they can continue to save a little bit for some rainy days.
And that is definitely going to bridge the gap. And now just 1 round up for Full Focus. Highgrounds needed that round. Austin is able to rock the op here. Again, on the attacking side. If Full Focus is not careful, the economy situation for Highgrounds, the economy situation in general can very heavily tip in Highgrounds' favor. And put Full Focus a few rounds behind. But yeah, overall, I think both of these teams have played this very well. All of the rounds seem to be going down to 1 or 2 narrow picks that prove to be the difference maker.
Yep. Tem and Austin RL leading the way right now for both of these squads. Or for Full Focus. I want to take a peek at some of the stats coming on into the game. Both of them looking pretty good, about a body and a half, 241 and 231 damage per round average throughout the whole tournament here. So normally at least trading life for life. As Full Focus fully in showers. They're going to work their way on through.
Oh, man.
Inside the orbital strike. Pride picking up 2. 4 guys, 1 shower. Not a good ratio for everybody there in Full Focus. Molly coming out as well. Spike currently down, so Full Focus can't even go pick up the spike.
Yeah, that orbital strike absolutely ruined it. And this is the blessing and the curse, if you will, about a gambling in a situation like that. Full Focus stacked 5 onto A, and as soon as there was a hint of sniffing of it, the orbital strike comes out and just wreaks havoc all over the place. Now they're able to pick up the spike. Some nice shots out of Zap onto Venerated to keep this round alive, but in a 4v2, that's a tall order. That's a difficult thing to do.
I couldn't hold my excitement in there. That was an insane flick there by Zap, and he does it again. Your boy Dre with optimal positioning picks up the kill, and it looks like it'll be just a save here. No spike available. Vegas and Dre stay alive, but decent amount of damage done to the economy of high grounds by Full Focus in a 4v2.
And thank you to the producers. We're being informed that it's actually High Ground. Excuse me, not High Grounds. We apologize for that. We'll get that squared up and taken care of, but it's actually High Ground, the name of the team. But name of the team aside, they're going toe-to-toe with Full Focus right now, tied up at 4-4, 3 rounds in a row for these guys. And Full Focus, they're hurting right now.
Yeah, Full Focus need to find a way back on in. It was kind of like a semi-bye in that last one. And so tied back on up. Defensive superiority preserved here by High Ground. 3 members in Garden, though, by our High Ground squad. Making relatively close here. Op shots coming on through. They didn't like that one too much. Get rid of the tripwire. Tem forced it back on off, and Full Focus trying to figure out where they want to focus their efforts to. Stealthy Mike getting burned up just a little bit there, down to 42 HP. Venerated in this corner. Oh, they're looking at each other. No, they're not looking at each other. Venerator to the left. He attacks first, and Stealthy Mike, as soon as the smoke goes down, not so stealthy. And the focus now for Full Focus must turn towards B. That's where they are moving to. Tem, seeing if he can get himself through that tripwire, not quite able to do anything.
Oh, but I respect the effort, right? Like, do I fit? Maybe. He's still thinking about it. The problem is, as soon as you shoot it out, that's going to advertise everything. So they're going to have to flood as a unit. You see them starting to stack up in hookah. And again, once he shoots that out, it's going to be green light. It's going to be go. There's the shot. Now they move. Through hookah, Valiant waiting right under the window. Tem's going to jump right over his head. The clock is ticking. 13 seconds left. Tem, you to look there. The orbital strike is going to drop. Vegas gets 1. If they don't get the spike down soon, this is going to be a problem. Tem gets 1. The Rolling Thunder wreaks havoc. Onto the bomb site. The neutral theft is there. Pride gets the last 2. He gets 3, and they win the round.
What a play by Pride. Huge Rolling Thunder coming on through. Doesn't stop anything. And Pride says, you know what? I got it, guys. Didn't have the greatest game in the last one. 11-6. 3 of those big kills coming in that last round. And High Ground take the best shot that Full Focus has given throughout the day. And they answer and respond. And High Ground rifle off their 4th round win in a row.
Full Focus looked really good, right, in the opening rounds of this map, but again, High Ground showing resiliency. The bend but do not break mentality of the squad is what has allowed them to claw their way back into this thing and for the first time take a lead. Oh, Tem got messed up there too, man. Down to 19 health. He's gonna have to back off. It's Valiate and the rest of High Ground push aggressive there onto their site. Tem's able to get 1 as Valiate drops. spike comfortably into the hands of Raze.
Natural trying to find some wall bangs because they realize Valiant likes to play close there. Decided to shoot a couple shots there, but having some trouble finding the shots. Here we go. Zaf able to get Pride. We continue to move forward. Highground. They've rifled off 4 wins in a row, but number 5 going to be very difficult. Heroic effort, possibly. Vegas gets the resurrection onto Valiate. Wall is up. The play is short A, and Highground knows what's up.
Planted the spike.
Oh, there's that Raze ult. Oh, Venerated! I hate that we missed that. The ult out of Austin came out and either it went wide or he didn't even get a chance. As Venerated gets that kill, is going to get plenty of information too. As Natural's able to clean up Vegas, they're going to have to bust a move here soon. It's a 3v3 and the spike is down. Your boy Dre and Valiate doing plenty of work there. And as I call his name, your boy Dre gets another one. That's going to leave him in a 2v1. Venerated trying to get the defuse.
Oh no!
As your boy Dre drops.
Dre.
Oh, Venerated.
Oh, that was huge there. Venerated hold on to the spike. They use the numbers advantage. Dre goes down, and Highground in a 3v5. Pull that one back. Holy cow. That was close.
Well, the old saying is the 5th time is the charm. And for that, Highground's on their 5th round is able to get another one in the books, and rattling things off like that, that's going to leave full focus in a bit of a dire financial situation here. Stealthy Mike opting to go with the Marshall because, quite frankly, he can't afford a whole lot else. And pistols across the board, it seemed there for the rest of the full focus squad. No, as I say that, it looks like there's an SMG in the hands of one. Oh, but the orbital strike is going to drop as Hellfire rains from the skies. Nothing doing yet.
Love this push here by Full Focus. Just hold W, get it on site, get the plant down, get yourself a little bit of gold and a little bit of credits and an opportunity to at least chunk them a little bit. Temp takes down Venerated, but Pride with the wide peak. Austin goes down. A 4K for Pride. Could we get our first ace of the tournament? No, your boy Dre is a terrible teammate. Takes that one away. Highground, though, takes the round. They go up 7-4 after rifling off 6 rounds in a row.
Can you trust somebody who steals your ace? Like, I mean, can you?
To be fair, a little bit of the background of there. Your boy Dre, part of the Tempo Storm squad in PUBG. Venerated, part of the Envy squad. They were rivals, now teammates, but going pretty well. So your boy Dre 9-5, continuing his nice KDA streak. But Pride 15-7, waking up the lion within him. 68 credits, 6,800 credits, and Highground turning this one around. We were worried. Heard it in your voice. Little worried that maybe Full Focus were going to be able to buck the trend of defensive-sided maps after rifling off a ton of round wins. But Highground have responded in tune, and now looking for their 8th round win here on the first half.
And once again, it looks like it's going to be a play towards A, but it's going to be stopped. At least delayed with the orbital strike, and Austin IRL is able to get 2 to give the Full Focus numbers give advantage, numbers advantage to Full Focus. The neutral theft is going to come out as well and give away all locations. No sneaky secrets or plays here. Vegas pushing and the chaos ensues. Stealthy Mike is able to get one. The spike still hanging around the B site. There are only 2 members left of Highground. Rolling Thunder gets one, gets both. Stealthy Mike, what a play.
Yeah, and so they were able to rifle off 6 in a row, not 7. But I think Highgrounds will take it after what could have been a very, very difficult half. 7-5, though. I think both teams are happy, right? Highgrounds with the lead, but Highgrounds happy because they feel comfortable with the fact that they responded in the face of adversity. Full Focus happy because they got 5 rounds on attack. Let's listen in on how happy Highgrounds are as they set up their attack.
I can push through B.
I'm gonna go hookah quickly, okay, Evan? Like after like 5 seconds, I'm gonna come hookah.
Yeah. Droning hookah. One left side. I marked him. He went right.
That's their breach.
You can shoot through the wall, maybe.
You saw his camera up top. Did you break it?
No. I'm gonna shoot another arrow. I'm gonna shoot an arrow.
He's right here. My ping. I think.
Yeah,
I need you there.
And I called.
I'm waiting for smoke. Yeah, I'm smoking. It's easy.
Freaking hill.
Where he has bar? Vertigo.
Got him.
One
I need heal. Oh, yeah.
No heals. I'm dead.
I'm playing inside. I'm playing inside. 1-0. We need to take out together.
Yeah.
I'm planning for hookah.
I'm 1 HP. I'm literally 1 HP. I'm just playing for 1 tap.
Take Alva.
Come hookah with me, maybe. I think we can double hold hookah.
1 CT.
I'm going now.
He's smoking.
Yeah.
1 CT door.
One back off. One more back off.
CT door.
Yo,
He's out.
Val.
He's in inside.
Last one, backside.
Lit. Nice.
Okay, it's not a big deal about, but every
I mean, I
time
called
they
what I
have,
was doing.
no, I understand that. I'm just saying for the future, whenever there's one.
Dang it.
That was a little hectic. I don't know how Highgrounds does it, but that's a lot of information all at once that they're giving each other.
Oh, and even like constructive at the end, right? Like it felt a little bit tense, but coaching each other up in the middle of a match and working out some of those communication issues. Obviously, communication is such an important aspect of this game, and being able to play as a unit, as goes most things in life. So I loved what I heard.
Well, immediately right off the bat, Venerated trying to stop the cute little play from Austin and Tem, able to do so. So our TP play gets stuffed. And that's the round that you try it. You know, you try it on round number 2 after you lose the pistol round. And full focus now down to just 3 members. The big rotation over to A. This might be a little sneaky, though, from full focus. Zaf has rotated all the way around through spawn. I don't think he'll get the opportunity to get the jump on him, because now, look, already Valiate checking their back and making sure that all of the high ground members are safe.
Oh no, Zaf is going to show up before his team's rotating away from him, and Zaf's not going to be able to get anything. Vegas cleans him up, but they're going to continue to push onto the site. Natural and Stealthy Mike, no stealthy plays out of him as a flawless round comes out for High Ground.
High Ground getting the 2 rounds that they expected. 9-5, full focus now at full power. Everybody with rifles, full armor. Again, not the greatest if you lose here, with 400 credits among all 5 players left in the bank for full focus. Whereas High Ground, they'll have to change up their strategy just a little bit to throw full focus off. It looks like it's going to be a B play. High Grounds focusing on that side. Full focus in the right spot as well. 3 members on B.
An aggressive push. Venerated seeing if he can spot anyone going through hookah, very highly contested area of the map, and he spotted one. And that looks like that's all the information that they needed. You see the push coming up through B long. They still have the option to duck out through TP if they need to, but not taking that path, that exit quite yet, as Valiant's able to clean up Stealthy Mike. Venerated pushing through hookah, looking to see if you get any additional information, but you don't need them if Pride's able to get the kill for you. That's going to allow them to take the site. They're going to be able to plant, and that's going to leave 3 members of full focus to take against 5 of High Ground.
Yep, Tem now. He's been the guy that's been leading the way here for full focus today in this specific match. Trying to get any type of wallbang, any type of information, but nothing doing. Venerated, gonna shoot the recon bolt, gets blown up, but does get 1 scan off. Tem inside CT, looks like it's a save from full focus. They know, again, 400 credits amongst all 4 members. Oh, and your boy Dre, he's a Viper, snapping Tem right in the back. And that's 2,900 credits plus the armor, so 3,900 credits going by the wayside for full focus. And High Ground take a commanding 10-5 lead in an awkward round now for full focus, where all the less than half the members have the credits to buy. Valiate goes down at the very end. Either way, full focus starting to feel the pinch.
Down 5 rounds here, and again, a pretty financial spot for High Ground, and that's great. They've rattled off 3 rounds in a row, and they've really left full focus without much. As far as answers go, They need to regain their composure. They need to regain their focus here. But how do you do so when you've got no money?
You don't.
We'll see how they opt to play things here. Looks like it's going to be a long push towards B, and that's going to help. Valiant able to get the first one. Yeah, he's going to get CC'd a little bit, but can just back off. Stealthy Mike waiting in garden around the corner, but he's going to walk into 3. He's going to flash himself. Unfortunately, as Vegas cleans him up.
Wall on up. Look at this, just full focus. Don't have the answers quite yet. As Highground's just methodically moving on in, and it's almost like maniacally as well. They're doing whatever they want. And Zaf trying his best again to see if he can get any picks. Look at that, Austin has the information of where they're at. He doesn't want to give away his information. Now he's stuck because your boy Dre, yet again, just like he did in his times on Tempo Storm, the 3-time MPL champion, cleaning things up with his triple kill, and Highground starting to spin the screws on the coffin for full focus. 11-5 here. Not seeing a lot of NAF mice spam anymore in the chat. Maybe they need a couple more because full focus starting to run out of focus here as Highgrounds are pumping at full steam.
Yeah, and it looks like they might have to, some awkward mixed buys here, right? Like Natural's not going to be able to buy anything. Zaf and Mike both with SMGs, no armor on Austin. Like this is scraping the bottom of the barrel here if you're full focus. The problem is they don't really have a choice. It's been so good out of Highground really on both sides of the map, and they've outclassed full focus every step of the way.
Austin taking a peek here on the corner. Natural as well, holding his showers. Smokes go down A. Call is A. Highground starting to focus their way on in against full focus. Pride keeping his eye on U-Haul as the spike gets planted. Again, no combat in the entry for full focus.
Free entry, but also no wall. Keep an eye on that. They weren't able to set up like that short A to block off the entire... Oh, it is up. Sorry, it looks like it came up a little bit late, but yeah, I'm able to do so very successfully. Your boy Dre with the Rolling Thunder, and that's going to be the cue to go. Valiant gets one. Your boy Dre gets another. Valiant with the third, and Pride as the kill feed bleeds red. Oh, Austin! That was filthy. He's looking for a second one, though. Not able to get it. Venerated just narrowly winning that gunfight. And Highground more than narrowly putting the finishing touches on this game.
Yeah, I think Tem, he went flying in the air from heaven, dropped straight to hell because he died. You know, some of the plays that he's done have been a little dirty, so, you know, he wasn't going to heaven anyways once he died. 15-3, backs against the walls, full focus, need to find something, and they probably need to take it one round at a time here. 12-5, you got decent buys, you got full armor here, but no rifles. Let's take a listen into the comms of full focus as they go into their possibly their final round.
Good drone. Shoot the fucking drone. You ready? Flashing. Flashing up the drone.
They're taking long.
Here. Good trade, good trade, good trade.
To the right.
I'm falling off. I'm falling off this.
Could be up close long. They broke my camera. Could be long. I'm smoking.
I have ult, boys. I have ult.
Okay. Smoke say.
I'm gonna rotate.
You should rotate.
You will not kill
They're rezzed mid.
Call bomb plant. Call bomb plant.
They belong.
They TP'd.
One TP'd, right?
There's old hookah in the site.
Side dead bomb.
Old hookah in the site.
They jumped out. They jumped out. 2. One more out.
I need the ult, man.
I literally asked if there's one TP or what.
Calling it, dude.
I said TP'd.
I only heard one.
Planning. CT. 1v1.
Smoke's down.
Nice.
Nice. Good job, Zap.
Nice.
Alex, did you not hear me call for?
Woo! That was a little spicy there on full focus, and you can hear him. The tension of being down on match point starting to get to the comms of full focus, but Zap, he wins those.
But he's going to have to win them significantly more. Here with as behind as they are, that tension that you mentioned, you can hear it in their voices, in the comms, in the chat. But they're going to have to find a way to get past that because they're far from reaching the end of this road here. If they want to mount a comeback, this is going to be a long process, not just one round. I'm concerned for full focus if that's how tense things are now, whether or not they're going to be able to have the mental to get back into this thing.
Yep, one round at a time is the way that you should take it if you're full focus. They do have 3 ultimates to use on this defensive stand against Highgrounds. And here we go. Venerated using Hunter's Fury. Shoots one, shoots the second, tries to find the third. There it is. It's good. Stealthy Mike. Not so sneaky when you can see through walls. Of course, without hacks, legally. And nice ult there by Venerated. Vegas stepping on forward, putting Austin in a body bag. Only 3 members left on up for full focus.
Oh, and make that 2 as we're watching their tournament hopes dwindle, slip between their fingers as the spike is planted. Zap once again, the last one standing, this time in a 1v4, a much more difficult situation than the 1v1 he was just in. And Venerated and the rest of the folks on high ground, they're just hunting. Right here, they can they're just waiting. It's just bait, unfortunately.
Yeah, I love how Venerated was just trying to find a spot where to camp. That's all he's looking for. Oh, Zaf hides underneath it, finds one, tries to wallbang the corner, in a bit of trouble, uses the incendiary. It's out, but that's the wrong corner. Goes for the second transfer, gets the headshot, but the downfall of the Phantom is that the damage is different at different distances. Win there for High Ground to lead themselves into the loser bracket finals. Great attempt by Full Focus, starting right off the bat into the losers bracket after their first game, but did a fantastic job getting themselves all the way to the loser bracket semifinals.
Just coming up a little bit short, running out of gas in the tank. And again, with such an early visit to the losers bracket, you wonder how much of fatigue had a role to play there. Things were obviously tense at the end, but an unfortunate exit for the boys there. And if you're Highgrounds, if you're a fan of Highground, excuse me, not Highgrounds, Highground, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Yep. I'm sure they're feeling great. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how far their great feeling has brought them so far. Here we go. High Ground against mouseSpaz. So we got PUBG against CSGO. Super excited to see how this matchup works itself out. mouseSpaz has been waiting for a little while. They've been sitting there after a pretty great winners bracket finals against Cloud9. Now High Ground had a close one early. Then in the semifinals, handily, I think, took care of business there against Full Focus. And again, the winner of the loser bracket finals will play against the big boss. Waiting in the winners bracket, the North American fan favorites, Cloud9, sitting in the best of 3 battles. So this loser bracket, only best of 1, and it will be played on Haven. Maps are played in rotation, so Haven is the next one up. We'll get to see how that action unfolds after a short break. Make sure you stick around. This one's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl.
as I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door. I saw myself rise with the water. They thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did is push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay until it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight. It's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, the stand will never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will challenge. It's not over till it's over. I don't feel this is right. I don't know, should we let go? Diving into your mind just to overflow. Are you feeling the signs? Feel the cold in your bones. Looking up to the sky to see a silver sun. I can't be the only one who
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl, the $5,000 Valorant Invitational alongside Esports Doug Cortez. I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and Doug, we're down to 3 teams.
16 teams kick this bad boy off, and like you said, we've whittled it down to the final 3: mouseSpaz, Highgrounds, and of course your North American favorites, Cloud9. Awaiting the winner of these two. This match has been highly anticipated. We saw mouseSpaz go toe-to-toe with Cloud9 and just coming up a little bit short. And Highground, we've seen them a few times, and man, they look good too. So this is going to be a good one. I'm excited.
Let's take a look at the journey that the teams have taken to get to this point with the bracket. On the winner's side, it's been smooth sailing for Cloud9 up until the finals, where mouseSpaz, who also took care of business relatively easily, met and finished 13-11 in the form of Cloud9 in the best of 1 winners final, where Cloud9 now currently sit as the grand finalist, waiting for the winner between these two teams. Whereas Highground, they ran into Cloud9 early, ran into them in round 2 and had to work their way on through the losers bracket. They got seeded into round 3 against Mission Control, then took care of business against Mirage Esports, as we just saw, and now will face Mirage Esports and then Highground, and then Full Focus. We got to see both of them, and then we'll get to see them now against mouseSpaz. And this is a good one. This is actually a clash from teams from different titles. We got to see the Overwatch CSGO mix earlier with Sentinels. Didn't work out so good today. I'm sure they'll have more success later on. Whereas the straight up old guard of CSGO in the form of mouseSpaz now taking on the basically this mixture of PUBG pros that have been hyper aggressive throughout their career. Highground's looking good in the last couple matches.
Yeah, and I do think it's a little early, but it is worth mentioning that Cloud9 has bested both of these squads. So yeah, they're going to have to get through each other, but then they're facing a team, whichever team gets through, is going to be facing a Cloud9 that has beaten both of them. And Cloud9 has a lot more film to watch on them. They're probably sitting in the, I know we saw Tens in the chat earlier. He was watching, hanging out, and there's so much information to be gained. And while that's important in a best of one, that's so much more important in a best of three, where you get to see all of the different takes. We talked about this a little bit during the EU bracket, Digon, but in a best of one, you can't afford to hide anything,
right?
Especially when you're coming from the losers bracket. You got to show all your cards, and Cloud9 can kind of just sit back and mine all the info they want.
Yeah, that's definitely the case there. And the fact that if Highground wins, you've seen Highground play on stream all 3 maps, right? We've seen them play on Split. We just saw them battle it out on Bind, and we're going to see them play Haven here against mouseSpaz. I think in this case, though, if you're judging who's going to win and judging who has the advantage, it feels like you've got some prior information based on the fact that you brought up they've both played Cloud9. And in the most recent matchup that Cloud9 played, mouseSpaz looked better. 13 to 11 in terms of score compared to, I believe, 13 to 6 is what Highground put up earlier in the tournament. So I feel like you got to give a slight edge on over to mouseSpaz, but you never know until you get into the game. You never know until you see what the agent lineup is. And we're on Haven, which has those 3 sites that just spreads out the defense.
But no, Digon, I gotta agree with you, man. I do. I think when you look at these two teams, as good as Highground has been, you've got to give the slight nod, the tip of the hat, if you will, over to mouseSpaz. They just showed us a lot more, and I think in their wins they've looked better, and even in their losses they have looked really good. So it's tough to kind of root against them here. The map may prove to be the difference maker, though. Especially, we've talked a bit about how. Which team gets to select what side. I believe mouseSpaz is going to be selecting sides. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I imagine they're going to go on the defensive side. That's going to give them a good advantage early on, which can prove how deep of a hole is Highground's going to find themselves in at half. It's tough to say.
Yeah, big question there. I think the other thing that you have to note is the mouseSpaz boys have been playing together for quite some time. They spend some time on mouseSpaz, spend some time over in CLG as well. Some of them. Drone spent some time over on Envy, I believe, in his CSGO career. And Wardell most recently spent time over on Ghost Gaming. And so this is a roster of pros, definitely trying to figure out, bounce around how they want to play together. But you could see they have a little bit more chemistry than the one check-in in comms that we were able to pick up from Highground. Highground was still learning together. And as soon as we cut off, you could hear how, I don't know who was talking, but one of the members was saying, hey, Venerate, this is how I want to get that information from you. They're still working out their comms together.
And kudos to them for adjusting on the fly, right? Like that's so difficult to do in the middle of a map, but they're showing the desire, the wherewithal to tweak those things as they go, which I think is really important. But getting through mouseSpaz is going to take more than just some fine comms. But, again, that said, we've seen Highgrounds and we've seen them play really well. I think when you think about a couple of members on mouseSpaz, we talked about them some on the last series, and some had some performances that left a little bit to be desired. But I think the unique thing about mouseSpaz, and I think we talked a bit about this yesterday during the EU broadcast, a championship caliber team is able to have any member step up at any time. Right? If it's not one person who's carrying things, it's anybody can pick up the slack. One player's having a rough map, someone else is going to pick it up. And that's what makes it a roster like that so scary, is that there really are no weaknesses when you look down the line.
Yeah. I guess the only thing you think of is maybe Wardell. He kind of cooled off a little bit there in that last game. He wasn't able to find the economy to get the op in his hands consistently. So he was switching between rifle and op, and he ended up being bottom fragger in the match against Cloud9.
But even, you think about the previous match, we've seen Wardell play really well, right? Like, economy proved to be an issue, yes. But I think what we saw out of Wardell in Cloud9 against Cloud9, in my opinion, is more the exception than the norm.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Teams currently still getting themselves underway and getting themselves into the lobby as we're super excited to see the final 3 teams. Who's going to be the one that takes a shot at Cloud9? It is still a best of 1. So as you touched on, no cards to hide anymore. You got to play it out here. And yes, Cloud9 gets a little bit of information, but I think one of the cool things here is it still has to do with a lot of gunplay. Maybe you can focus on, hey, what sites do they hold and what angles do they hold? But that always varies based on round to round. You can see what some of the favorite spots are to hold, but really how much information do you mine from a team other than some overall big strokes of things?
Yeah, it's fair. And then even as much as I would like to say, we watched this film and on the 11th round, this one player was watching this exact angle along this hallway. Are you really going to remember that? In the clutches of a moment that's difficult to recall, that's difficult to plan against, especially it's not like Cloud9 has been able to watch his team for weeks. It's a couple of hours at best. So you make a really good point there is, yes, there's information, but how much are you really going to be able to mine? And then more importantly, how much are you going to be able to apply?
Yeah, that's a big question there for Cloud9. But the other thing that I think is interesting about this Cloud9 roster, and we've talked about it throughout lightly in the tournament, is the fact that this almost feels like a developmental phase of Valorant esports. There aren't many rosters that are fully signed, and in this case, Cloud9, only one player signed in the form of TenZ, rightfully so. He's been the KDA leader, the damage leader, the kill leader throughout the tournament so far. But they're still trying out other players, and we've seen glimpses of high level play from Infinite. We've seen Shinobi shot calling and what he brings to that roster, and I like the fact that across this whole tournament we have teams that have mostly signed players but not fully signed players, or maybe unsigned teams here where they can really test things out.
Well, and that's the beauty of this game in the early stages that it's in, is people are still, well, yes, there's bread to be had at the end of this tournament. People are still feeling each other out, feeling the game out, rosters, whether or not they fit. And I think the cool thing about a platform like this is that it offers players a chance to shine that maybe have not had a chance otherwise. I think another name that I've done a disservice to, and I haven't called out enough, is Relix. The time that we saw Cloud9 play, he was quietly like the cornerstone of that team. He wasn't leading the team in frags or anything like that, but he was consistent. The man was like a foundational piece to that roster. So I really like what I've seen out of Relix as well.
Yep. Well, wait is finally over. Both teams loading on into Bind. Bind will be the map that we're watching here. So not Haven. Bind is what the two teams decided on. And here we go. Highgrounds, mouseSpaz, loading on in. I believe mouseSpaz has side selection, so I would be surprised if they pick attack, because most of the time we've seen teams opt for defense, try to rack up as many rounds as they can, and then close it on out. It seems to be like that front runner strategy if you watch horse racing or any type of track racing here. Get the early lead and then hold on. Try to hope that the morale is a little bit lower for those that have to attack first.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot. There have been a couple of teams here today, in particular, that have bucked against the trend. But yeah, by and large, it's a race to build off of the analogy you just made. It's a race to see how far ahead can you get before the halftime and before you give another team the opportunity to claw their way back into this thing. But with that in mind, and with this map in mind, as we start to load in, it looks like that is going to be mouseSpaz on the defensive and Highground on the attack. We saw with mouseSpaz the ability to play both sides very well. Highground still has a little bit to show us.
Excited to kick this one off. Again, winner books their ticket to the best of 3 grand finals against Cloud9, where TenZ, damage leader, kill leader, everything leader currently awaits with the squad. Highground, they've been through the gauntlet so far. And mouseSpaz maybe could be a little bit cold. They've been waiting for a little while because they had a banger of a matchup against Cloud9, but been sitting for a little while. Your boy Dre focusing up towards Hookah's. Highground pushed towards the site. And Sub Rosa, hey, look, it's a Sub Rosa sighting. He didn't have the greatest game in the last round. Double peek here. Sub Rosa picks up one, but your boy Dre gets one. Venerated gets another. Valiate hopping on in. 3 in a row here for for Highground. The shock bolt coming through for Wardell, clearing out U-Haul. One final member left alive. It's your boy Dre. Pulls out the pistol a little too late. Wardell doesn't need an op to have an impact here. mouseSpaz kicks things off. 2 members alive, 1 round in the books.
Well, and that, we mentioned this in the pregame lobby, if you will. Wardell had a rough game when we saw him last. Yeah, we know. But Wardell kicking things off here with a strong start. This is what I wanted to see in Sub Rosa too. Another name, when we saw them last, it was Drone who felt like he had to step up, and we saw a light performance out of Wardell and Sub Rosa, but strong starts out of both of those players here to kick things off for mouseSpaz.
Quick movement there by Cutler, placing the tripwires, now placing the spy cam as well. And so Highground after the round 1 loss, let's see how they rotate around. We've seen a lot of teams when they lose the first round, they're like, yeah, we're rushing. We're rushing. We're going to just see what we can do, plant the spike, and we'll call that a win. That's exactly what we see here. Your boy Dre getting the opening kill onto Drone. He's down, incendiary out, buying a little bit more time, and Sub Rosa just picking him off up short. Aftershock not going to land. And so the push has been stunted. Highground trying to find fights that they want to find. Sub Rosa picks up multiple, and Hayes also getting in the action. A quadra for Sub Rosa.
This is the Sub Rosa that we've grown to love and what we're used to seeing. And yeah, gun advantage, but Sub Rosa with a very strong performance. They're 6-1 already has his ult available, and that certainly doesn't feel good just going into the 3rd round here. Now, we've talked about this some, but now I want to see what Highground can do here. Now that they have guns, now that things feel a little bit more even. Wardell once again on the op, but can Highground respond a little bit here on the attacking side, down 2-0 already here in this losers bracket finals? Venerated gonna spot one.
Rifles. Phantom in the hands of Venerated uses the owl drone. Gets a little bit of information. Recon bolt out. Sees 2 here. Useful. Your boy Dre picking up 1. Your boy Dre getting the other one. But Wardell with the big boomstick coming on through, as well as shots coming through teleporter.
Yeah, you got a member trapped in there, and Venerated is able to wallbang his way through it and clean up Sub Rosa. You hate to see that. Now the attention is going to turn over to the B site. The spike is down, and Wardell with the shots. He's able to hit 1, unable to hit the second as your boy Dre and Valiate clean up members of mouseSpaz to get on the board here. We talked about good against good, and in that instance, it was Highground who was the better squad.
Yeah, pick up rifles. They feel a little bit more comfortable, only losing 1 in the form of Venerated, so feeling pretty good here. Oh, I guess no, they lost 2. Vegas went down as well, but still feeling pretty good here in terms of economy. Your boy Dre buying a rifle on over for 1. So only 2 members down to 0 credits. Whereas mouseSpaz, even in their wins, they lost a couple. Now you're on sheriff duty for the top fragger.
Oh,
bang, 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 bang. Not sure if you could hear audio yet. We're working on the audio. Should be going in just a little bit. Just wanted to clarify that one on up.
Hey. Boy Dre spotting 1. Oh, Venerated getting a nice 2-piece there, and that's going to allow them to push in to the site. That's a Vegas was able to trade 1 back. Yeah. As Cutler gets cleaned up, the spike is going to go down. Beep. Beep.
Yes, I hear the spike. I hear the spike sounds. Wow, that sounded realistic here as Highground take control yet again of B, and it looks like it's save time for mouseSpaz. They win 2. Now looking after 2 L's. Wardell backing further up. I don't know if that's the safest spot. Sub Rosa definitely looking to pick up a couple here with the sheriff.
Yeah, let this thing go. Highground's going to tie it up at 2 apiece as the clock expires, seeing if they can snag any frags on the way out. A parting gift, if you will. Venerated is able to bang Sub Rosa through the crates. Turns out a wooden box, not much of a formidable foe against an assault rifle. Big kill there at the end for Highground. But again, tied up 2-2. Drone, the hero, well, almost the hero. The last time we saw mouseSpaz rocking the bottom of the barrel right now, 0-4.
He's cracked. Venerated, shooting right on through.
Take flight.
And keep a close eye here on Venerated because he does have the Hunter's Fury as well. He's going to spot one player in Hookah, and as I call it, there it is. The Hunter's Furies doesn't look like he's landed on either of them yet. No, he may have whiffed all 3, even with the information early on. Unfortunate if you're Venerated, but that's going to provide a little relief if you're mouseSpaz, because mouseSpaz, excuse me, they have a Hunter's Fury of their own. Venerated and the rest of Highground starting to push through Hookah. Valiant able to get the opening frag, and that's going to allow them to push their way in. But as I say that, Cutler trading one back.
Yeah, Cutler trading one back. Now Vegas on the site, though. mouseSpaz again forced in the back. They've got to figure out how they want to play through this one. And the wall goes up. You're immediately blocked out. Highground's just decisive going throughout here. Looks like they'll have another round in their books up. Rosa might have something to say about that. Picks up one, but Venerated has the answer. Chilling in Hookah. Vegas has the information. And they will force on through. Drone gets one. Economy hurt just a bit, but another round in the pockets of Highground.
Yeah, 7-4 out of Sub Rosa. Great start out of him and Wardell as well. The rest, excuse me, of mouseSpaz dragging behind a little bit. And then on the other side, Highground Venerated. We've called his name many a time, and your boy Dre not far behind. Pride, not a whole lot to be proud of, at least so far, at 0-3. And then if you look at Alt, Highground has 2. mouseSpaz has 1 more to boot, that Hunter's Fury that I mentioned early on. As it looks like the play is going to be B. There's the Hunter's Fury. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more successful than the last one. Yes, it is. Wardell's able to clean up Venerated. Drone and Cutler get 2 as well. Vegas is able to pick Venerated back up. And Hayes is going to say, whatever you can do, I can do better. He picks one up as well. Wardell with the snipe onto Pride, and it's a 5v2.
Yep, 5v2 here. As mouseSpaz get a much needed response. Venerated drops the recon bolt. I think he's going to play this one a little bit slower. It's been interesting to see how teams decide. Do we try to hurt the economy here and force this out, or do we save? As Highground now continuing to push through Hookah. Hazed with the corner peek, and Hayes gets dazed and knocked out there. Vegas also taking advantage of Wardell all of a sudden. 2v3, a little bit more winnable here for the Highground boys. They put the wall on up for a safe passage. Haven't jumped out yet. And Vegas trying to bait out the last member. Hanging in CT. There's the peak. Shots come on through. TP coming from behind as well. So a lot for Highground to do and work with. Vegas still pushing on forward. Now currently in sight. Spike going down. No one trying to stop him yet. He gets it down, and Highground might make something out of this. Still peeking through the corner. Drone sees him through the sight. 1 left up for Highground inside the site. Venerated gets 1. Cutler goes down in the tight corner. Venerated gets 2. Is it time for the hero play? Up on top on the wall. Sub Rosa shows up in time for mouseSpaz, and that one looked a little dicey. 2v4. Highground put in work, and mouseSpaz get the round.
Highground wanted the heat. They wanted the heat, and they went for it, and they almost pulled it off. Sub Rosa picking up that op there, likely to go into the hands of Wardell, I would imagine. Yeah, we see him there drop it. But Sub Rosa, the hero, there in what would have been a disastrous situation for mouseSpaz. And then again, you give it up to Highground, right? The way that they played that was just filthy. Vegas with a couple of frags and Venerated, I believe it was, in there as well, to make things interesting and to make mouseSpaz sweat a little bit.
Holy moly, I'm still coming down for that. It's the same. Like I said, it's so weird, and every team is different to hear when they decide to save and when they decide to push through. Here we go, Venerated, Hunter's Fury trying to find one. The hookah lineup not going to ring true here. No truers here, as Drone actually picks up the first kill in Belong. So Highground's push halted just a bit.
Yeah, Venerated 0 for 2 there on the Hunter's Fury performances, and he's going to get messed up by that shock dart force to back off. It looks like they might want to maybe rotate over to A, but it's not like there's nothing waiting for you on A either, at least for now. They've made their way back halfway. Again, not opting to take any teleporters. You don't want to, if you're new to the game, as soon as you go through a teleporter, everybody and their mother within this zip code and the one next to it can hear you. So you got to be cautious about when you decide to take that route. Subrosa waiting on the other side of the smoke. 4 members coming through. He gets one. He's able to get the second one as well. Venerated trading that out, and the spike is down. Now it's going to be picked up by Venerated. No wall to keep him safe here on the short A side.
What a cute little play there. They fake the plant. The call comes through by mouseSpaz, and a quick rotation by Highground gives him the space here on B. Venerated will get concussed here with the Rolling Thunder. Won't go up in the air. We've seen him pop that one before concussed. Not able to this time. Drone with the ult, with the kill. Looking good here.
Yeah, that play. Your boy Dre able to get one, a parting gift. Maybe looking to get another. Yeah, that's going to help. Tased. I promise he was there a second ago in hookah and has been since eliminated as the clock expires on the round. But mouseSpaz up one with some 2 big rounds needed there to get the advantage over Highground.
Yeah. An L, but a slight win there for your boy Dre. He did all that on 1 HP. That was crazy. So, again, another round win. So streaks only, 2 or 3 for both teams here. Will Highground stop the trend or keep the trend going here by taking a win, or will mouseSpaz be able to fight back? Phantom, a full buy here for Highground as they continue to work this B side. They constantly do this. Venerated shoots out his owl drone to get as much information as he can, tries to jump through the slow. Hayes might be in a little bit of trouble here. Not caught tying his shoes this time, puts up the wall, but falls off the ledge, loses his accuracy, and Venerated takes advantage.
Yeah, big fight there. You know, we've seen him, either he whiffs on the Hunter's Fury or they finally break their way through. And Highground, that, you know, they've put a couple of okie dokes, and this time a bit more decisive as Drone gets up close and personal onto Venerated, gets your boy Dre as well, and Pride finally on the board, getting 2 of his own onto Drone and Wardell. Here comes the orbital strike directly onto the site, and that's going to mess up Cutler. You can't do a whole lot there. The 3rd kill onto Pride, and it seems like it's feast or famine. Either you show up with no kills the entire map, or you drop 3 in a single round.
Yep, mouseSpaz now on the backside. It's just Subrosa, the last one left alive. Clearing out the wall. Everyone knows where he's at. Has half armor and a Vandal. Look at that. Incendiary coming out as soon as the wall goes down. Subrosa still forces his way on through. Still trying to find a peek here. Subrosa gets one onto Vegas. Still an opportunity. Has orbital strike, so we know he's going for it. The retake possible. Trying to wall bang through the site. Not going to be able to. Switching to the classic. Never a good idea when you have a full auto. And Pride, rifle beats pistol.
And again, 4 kills, and I guess you can count the 5th one if you count him killing himself with the spike there. But a good round there out of Pride to remove himself from bottom fragging, if nothing else, as Valiant takes over that spot. But, you know, you mentioned whether or not they're going to be able to break the trend of multiple rounds at a time. At least in that instance, it was Highground who was able to walk away victorious. They've got plenty of money, and on the side of mouseSpaz, this is an awkward financial situation to be in. Looks like just pistols across the board.
Here we go. Highground answer back. Will they continue their trend of winning 3 in a row? Pride working his way on in. Subrosa in the smokes. He's worked this over and over again, but the wall comes down, and a pretty decisive short A ice wall trap has already been laid here for Highground. What's the retake plan here for mouseSpaz? Well, that's not part of it. SoaR getting wall banged by Vegas. Your boy Dre holding U-Haul. Anyone coming from behind will get spotted out by multiple members. Pride stepping on up, trying to continue that same form that he had in the last game. Hazed and Drone get taken down. So one member left alive, 2 members left alive here for mouseSpaz.
Before you can even finish the sentence, they were dropped. And again, Highground expecting to win that, right? That was a save round for mouseSpaz. Now they're able to purchase a little bit more, at least enough to get some armor. Cutler drops all the way down to 0 credits, as the SoaR. So this is going to be a bit of a go for broke here. High risk, high reward. Wardell's going to have that up, and not a ton of money to go around here for mouseSpaz. And if you're Highground, you've got plenty. You can freaking share. You can buy enough for this round, the next round, maybe the round after that if things continue to go well. But Highground, at least for now, they have the lead. We're going to see a similar play. We've seen this a couple of times. The drone's going to come out. It's going to spot the Sage. And then a tale as old as time. We're going to see that 1v1. Oh! Drone with a nice snap. Vegas cleans it up, trading the kill and getting Valiant back up. Numbers advantage, at least for now, in favor of Highground.
mouseSpaz trying to work their way on through a whole couple of entry frags here by Highground. Only one left alive. It's Cutler as the spike carrier knocked on down. So buying a little bit more time, but they know where he's at.
Yeah, Cutler, the last one, standing down to 5 health in a dream up against Venerated. And, well, the dream was short. Maybe more of a nightmare as Cutler gets cleaned up.
SoaR having himself a game here, 12-8. Getting back to the form that we saw earlier. Didn't quite see that in the Cloud9 match. Drone second there, 8-10. On the flip side, Venerated, as he did when he was on Viper over on Split a couple games ago. Top fragging for Highground. He had a middle-of-the-road game in the last game that went almost the distance there. Oh, Vegas, he's ice on the roof.
Well, if the roof was on fire, you got to do what you got to do.
Venerated now. Clearing this out. This time actually getting the Owl drone all the way through Hookah. Spots 2 outside of Garden and B long. But what they don't know, there's one more still inside. There's the boost, and Wardell gets taken down. Venerated with the opening frag.
And your boy Dre able to get one as well as Hayes drops. That's a second one for Dre as he's been lighting up the kill feed. Now 2 members left on the side of mouseSpaz, and Highground looking to get to increase their lead here in the losers bracket finals. This is a best of 1. The spike has gone down, like we mentioned earlier. If you are just tuning in, there's no reason to hide things here. SoaR, unfortunately, on the wrong side of that ice wall.
Yep, and you can see the ping going down. They know he's there. Oh no. And oh god, there's a firing squad there, plus the stim beacon. As everyone heard the TP coming through, Cutler tries his best. Your boy the Dre waiting for the kill. 3 kills for your boy Dre, the second place damage leader in the whole tournament. Might be him and Venerated now because of the way that Venerated has played in the last couple of games. As mouseSpaz drops another round, 7-5 in the final round of the half.
And not to mention 4 in a row here for Highground. And if you're mouseSpaz, yeah, you can fully buy now. They're going to be rocking 2 ops. But with things having gone the way that they have, Highground has just been really impressive on the attacking side as they've been able to get a considerable lead here over their opponents. The smokes are going to drop down. SoaR considering the molly and opting against it as the play is a hard push onto A. The ice wall goes up and not before Pride drops And now we see the spike going down at the hands of Vegas. The Hunter Fury comes out. Has it connected? Not anyone quite yet, but Sub Rosa gets one. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. It's going to come through, not connect, as your boy Dre gets one. Cutler trades it back out. And it's going to leave it a 4v2. There comes the Orbital Strike. Sub Rosa looking to get through the wall. Wardell somehow managing to hit an op there as Venerated gets Cutler as well.
Yeah, Venerated now. Last man left alive, gets 3, going for 4. Actually, pros don't fake. He's on the spike. Did he stop?
Yeah.
Maybe he stopped? Yeah. Sub Rosa continued on through, and Venerated picks it up a little late, but the round, much needed round, goes on over to mouseSpaz. 7-5 after a defensive start for mouseSpaz. Highground in the lead.
Venerated 20-8. The man is on a mission here to get back to face Cloud9. Your boy Dre 13-7 as well. Valiate, I mean, a paltry 3-6. But across the board, really a good performance, a great half out of Highground. Again, on the attacking side, if you're mouseSpaz, you've got to be worried about how that first half has gone. And now you're on the disadvantageous side. You're going to look to try to replicate the success that Highground has had. But that's going to be no easy affair.
You know what to do.
Big first round here for mouseSpaz. They start the attack. B-sided focus as one member's already pushed all the way through showers. Your boy Dre turning the corner, picking up 2, but Cutler picking up 3, slicing on through everybody in the back of the spike, in elbow actually. Currently sitting in the corner is Venerated, looking to see if he can get anything through here. Has a shock dart, perfect spot, and taking down Cutler as soon as he plants it. 2v2 Highground against mouseSpaz in the crucial first round of the second half.
Well, it's tense. We're about to see one of them come through. First win going in favor of Venerated. Drone falling just a little bit short. That's going to leave a 1v2 in favor of Highground. The last member there, Wardell, with a beautiful skin on his Ghost. But a terrible situation. He's going to hear the defuse start, but he's going to be heavily outnumbered. He's able to get one, not able to get the second. Venerated coming up big there to take care of Wardell and get the defuse. And that's another round in favor of Highground.
Yeah, that was pretty crucial. 8-5, plus all the credits of winning that first round of a half. You can full armor yourself, plus get yourself at least something nice. Bulldog in the hands of Vegas. We'll go half armor and a Phantom if your boy Dre for Venerated as well. And an Ares in the hands of Valiate. On the side of mouseSpaz, they're going to go light here and just stick with pistols, an upgraded pistol here for Drone. But clutch Gene being on display here for Venerated. 23 kills so far.
And I mean, we still have so many rounds to play, right? Venerated is going to have so many more opportunities to boost his stats. And it's going to help when you're getting this level of information. He's spotted 3, so he's going to know exactly where they are. Smokes are going to drop, and it doesn't look like a spike has been decided just yet. A little bit of damage has been dropped onto a member of mouseSpaz. He's going to get healed right back up. But the take onto A looks like it's in full effect here.
Yeah, double there by Highgrounds, and immediately Wardell chunked to basically 0 HP, but has a little bit, so still alive. Heal coming through in just a little bit. Hazed, getting the slowdown, but location revealed, multiple members shown. Here it is, the tight cubby box. Pride wall banging it on through, but Sub Rosa picks up 2, buys a little bit more time. Now playing peekaboo inside of U-Haul. Gets a headshot, but not enough. Valiate with the Ares coming through. Sub Rosa gets taken down. Highgrounds pick up the round.
There's again the advantage of winning the pistol round, and then more so for Highground. We've seen time and time again their willingness to even with the pistol round when they go for broke every single time, and they buy fully instead of being a little bit more conservative. And every time we've seen that, it's paid off. As we see another round going in their pockets. Highground now in comfortable control in the losers bracket finals. Now members of mouseSpaz, they can buy a little bit more now. They're going to have a little bit more money to spend. Hayes, unfortunately, sitting at 1-13. Hasn't had much to show here on this map.
Smoke's down.
Smoke's going down early. Pride going to fight for the ulti orb, but has a little bit of resistance, I believe, in the form of Hazed. Hayes will back on off. Ulti orb in the hands of Highground. Early Ranger's Fury being utilized. Doesn't quite connect with anybody as Wardell continues to move on up. Venerated in U-Haul, currently in Lamps, seeing where he can go. Slowed off, though, with that information, and the spike has been planted. mouseSpaz have an opportunity here. 3v3 pushing on through the slow. Venerated gets one, but it gets traded out by Drone, and then Wardell coming on through with the operator. Just Valiate left alive. Nice little sidestep by the former Optic Gaming man. Can he continue the push here? Trying to wallbang on through, but Drone comes on through from the TP, and when mouseSpaz have rifles, they show up. Get themselves the third round of the half to close the gap to only 3 rounds.
And they needed that so badly, not just because they were down, but because of the finances that come with it. They're going to be able to save a little bit more as they had 3 members stay alive at the end of that round. And Highground, it looks like surely not. They're not fully saving here, right? We've seen so many times them have a little bit of money and fully spend it, and now they're going for what looks like a full save. Interesting approach here out of Highground.
Oh, Highground go with the triple peek out of Hookah. And SoaR not able to get any damage down. Does not get dinked himself. And immediately Highground's like, yeah, you know what? They must be going A because we showed 3B. And they're going to stack A and double down on this.
And it looks like their gamble might not pay off. You see on the mini-map, the spike is rotating back towards B. Pride spots a couple, and Hazed and Vegas trade out kills of their own. The spike is over on B, and there's 0 resistance right now. It's going to go down without so much as a lift of the finger as the spike drops.
They pick up, I think it was a Spectre that Hayes had. He picked up the kill with. Wardell in comfortable position watching CT. Yeah, that looks like an Opera's dream right there. A very difficult spot to peek from if you're on the retake position. Vegas and Highground going for a full wrap here. I'm not exactly sure what the thought process is here. Maybe it's just a save. Maybe just get exit frags as they got okey-doked on their eco round. Valiate, he's hanging around the CT side, but 3 members here preventing the TP play. Will they be able to get themselves anything? Nah, looks like the TP play is good. Vegas and the rest of Highground should be safe. Oh, Drone almost got himself one, and Vegas runs into the spike explosion for funsies.
An unfortunate end, but for mouseSpaz, 2 important rounds to close that gap. Things felt like they were getting out of control in favor of Highground, but mouseSpaz showing resiliency, responding, and putting up 2 rounds to close the gap here in the losers bracket finals in the second half to mouseSpaz and Highground, waiting to see who emerges victorious, and the winner advances to play Cloud9 here in the grand finals. Highground sitting comfortably, though.
So early on here, mouseSpaz trying to work Hookah this time. Valiate drops. They know there's at least 1 here to mouseSpaz. And early wall bang. Great play by Drone. Not sure if there's 2, and your boy Dre catches him with the surprise. Drone goes down 1 for 1 in Hookah. Spike still hanging around the B side of the map. They're going to go back and pick that one up. 4v4 gives a little bit more room for mouseSpaz to work, though.
And the spike is still down back over on the B side. Hasn't been committed either way. Venerated looking for some information, and before he even gets a chance, the bolt is destroyed, which is, I mean, at least some information. You know, there's at least 1 person there. You look on your minimap, you see Highground starting to rotate out, and again, they may, it looks like they're guessing incorrectly here. Now they're starting to pull back as the spike creeps its way onto B. The orbital strike drops and is able to connect onto Wardell. No opting out of him here in the closing moments of this round. The spike is going to go down. Shots are going to come out from Venerated as SoaR gets dropped. The Rolling Thunder continues. Drone with a nice 2-piece of his own. Vegas not able to connect it, but Vegas gets the shot anyway out of the classic to get the kill, and that's going to leave things in a 2v2.
Yeah, Vegas was like, this op's broken, give me a phantom. Oh, wall banged on through, and Vegas gets a headshot onto Hayes inside the site. Venerated knows exactly where Cutler is, and Highground takes this one back. They'll get the defuse. What a comeback here in terms of a site retake. And Highground now 2 games away from match point, 3 games away from booking their ticket to the grand finals.
Valiant's going to be able to rock an op here in this crucial round for Highground. 5-9, not the sexiest of stat lines by any means, but a respectable one nonetheless. And again, it's going to be a delayed push out of mouseSpaz with the spike. All right, Drone and the rest of mouseSpaz starting to push through hookah, but it's going to be walled off. It's going to be difficult to work their way through that, and it looks like they're just going to wait this thing out. Again, the drone is still down. Valiant with the op, looking down that hallway. Not spotting Cutler just yet. Oh, Cutler wins the fight. On to Valiant. He had the shot. He had the angle. He had the more powerful weapon, but it did not matter as Cutler besting his opponent.
Prepare for hellfire.
When mouseSpaz is able to get themselves the rounds, he gets the opening frag, and it just makes it a lot easier for the rest of the team to come on in. So Broza now taking control of the spike, dropping it towards a short. The wall's up, the play has been set, and Wardell catching Venerated. Haven't said that too much, as Venerated's had himself one heck of a game, but we know that Wardell can pop off. Sabrosa picking one up. Wardell forced it back on off now, 18 HP, but the spike is planted, timer's going down.
4v2. One member of mouseSpaz basically has no health, so it's even less. Vegas gets cleaned up. Pride falls as well, and mouseSpaz puts together a very needed win.
Yeah, it was another slide here for mouseSpaz. Highground, though, again, 3 rounds away from victory. Let's take a listen in on their comms after that last setback.
Let's just walk through towers, bro. They never go there.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I'm gonna smoke it then, and I'm just gonna walk through it.
Let's create it.
Putting my
I'll
camp.
light box. I'll sit light
You
box.
want me to do arrow? I think I should do arrow.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit AC.
Alright.
They might arrow, but
If they self arrow, I'm just gonna break it, okay, Ben?
Okay.
Just lower a bit.
Put a sim beacon lows your camera.
Okay, no, we're doubled up here. You want to just chow this guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna get the orb actually. Screw it. I hit him for 60.
Hit him 405.
they have a camera deep long.
Here's zeroed on A.
I think we full commit.
You guys probably just died a bomb. To be honest, you can.
Yeah. I don't need it because I have orb bomb.
They're not planning it.
Probably gonna come from CT, you know?
I have camera on it.
Okay.
Unless he crossed like way earlier, but I should.
I'm gonna go walk my dog.
CT1.
I'm ready to peek. 3, 2, 1.
He's lit. Nice.
I'm healing you. Let me get the gun. You guys got a bomb.
Yeah,
I don't
go.
know. Go.
It's on me. You
One
got
close, one close. I'm stunning. Headshot it. Nice.
Kill. Save the gun.
Nice, good job, guys.
Good. We are killing.
You can hear Highgrounds, even on a eco round, how they decide to play that one out, just playing to hurt the economy of mouseSpaz. mouseSpaz, though, looking pretty healthy. Look at that. No one less than 3,000 credits. So they're probably good for 3 rounds, which is exactly what Highgrounds is looking for. 4 rounds here for mouseSpaz as we head into round number 20.
Yeah, 3 ults here in favor of Highground, Venerated, Vegas, and the Cypher are going to have them as well. So we'll see, whether or not they opt to use that here. It's still early, only 10 rounds to their pocket. You wonder whether or not they save that for something a little bit more crucial later on, or if they decide to use them now. Venerated, one of the ones with the ult. We saw his Hunter Fury a couple of times go through hookah with mixed results. To say the least, it looks like it's going to be a hard push onto A. 3 members stacking through Bath here. And the resistance on the side of Highground is going to be relatively low, at least for now, before they get a chance to rotate.
Oh, here we go. Rolling Thunder coming out from mouseSpaz. They continue to move forward. Hazed able to find Pride. That's the first kill that we've seen from Hazed in a little while. Probably do him a lot of confidence boosting here. Goes in and tries to check U-Haul. Venerated, able to take down Cutler, who's been the open frag specialist. Valiate picking up Wardell. So 2 members already down for mouseSpaz, but they don't have the spike planted yet. They do have control of the spike, but don't have the spike planted. Valiate and your boy Dre getting wall bangs, and now mouseSpaz down to 1, down to 0, and Highgrounds take this round on a retake without the spike being planted. I feel like that's one you want back there. Drone using Rolling Thunder, and Breach's ult so strong, but mouseSpaz not able to capitalize.
Yeah, no spike down, no problem if you're Highground, as they inch that much closer to sending mouseSpaz home packing. A 30-11 performance out of Venerated. This is one of the better performances we've seen the entire tournament. The man is playing out of his mind, possessed here in the closing rounds of this losers bracket finals. Of course, Venerated, we got to take a look at him too. He's not going to spot a whole lot early on, it doesn't seem, as the action, at least for now, seems pretty spread across the map. The spike is down and hasn't made any movements quite yet. We saw that was not an issue, that was not a necessary requirement in the last round.
Smoke's down.
Smokes down into showers. That's where the focus was last time for mouseSpaz. This time the focus, though, on B side. Nice little sidestep of the fault line by Drone. They don't know he's there, but now they do. Gonna pop the wall early. Vegas trying to get some wall bangs. Will not be able to. Rotates back on over to Elbow. And the chess match continues. 11-9. Highgrounds. Currently 2 rounds away from meeting Cloud9 in the best of 3 grand finals of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. mouseSpaz now looking like they're ready to go. 30 seconds left. A rotation of Highgrounds has moved 1 member on over to the opposite side, so it should be 5v2 once they move themselves onto site.
It is just that. The orbital strike is going to drop onto Hookah, not connecting onto anyone, but Valiant gets 2 of his own. Cutler and Subrosa trading them both back. The spike looks like it's going to be down with about 10 seconds to spare. Hayes able to pick up Wardell to try to even up the numbers and get the advantage over Highground. And along with picking people up, he's able to drop members of Highground down. Pride gets dropped. Venerated trades it back, and he gets cleaned up by the hands of Cutler. Your boy Dre not able to get anything going as Cutler gets the 3rd kill of the round for mouseSpaz, and they're getting one round closer. You mentioned it earlier, just 1 round at a time to get this thing tied back up, and freaking A, they're doing it here in the second half.
Yeah, that was a much needed round by mouseSpaz, and I like the way they executed it. They took their time. They broke the wall immediately. If you break the wall immediately, it doesn't mean you're coming through. You break the wall, and then you spend some time there. It makes the defensive team think a little bit too long, and your boy Dre rotated off of B. It only left 2 left alive on the site. Valiant did a great job taking down 2, but wasn't quite enough here. It's now 11-10. We're getting close to crunch time. Hayes through the smoke. Vac anyone? I guess Vanguard, anybody? Hayes able to pick that one up and get an opening frag here. 5v4 mouseSpaz with the numbers advantage.
The spike still kind of hanging around too. They get a pick and they don't flood the site as you see members of Highground rotate over. There's only 1 left over on the B site. The wall's going to come up and it looks like it's going to be the short A play again. Remember, your boy Dre up in heaven goes down. And again, no plant yet, and that's because they're going to try to pull the okie doke. They're going to go through the teleporter, flood through hookah. There's only one member of Highground waiting, and yeah, he's going to be in garden. You can tell he's there, but oh, he looks at just the wrong time. Valiant's able to get one, and that might be just what he needed, just enough time, right, to delay and give his team a chance to rotate. They're going to be 3 deep coming through there. The Rolling Thunder hits through onto the site, but doesn't connect onto anyone. Your boy Dre gets one.
Yeah, your boy Dre gets one. Venerated down to 5 HP. The heal actually has to go to Vegas. Vegas heals himself. Your boy Dre gets the opening peek, and Hayes has no answer. Coming around from behind from CT's Cutler. Cutler gets one, Cutler gets two, but the bomb is defused in Highground. 1 round away from knocking mouseSpaz out of the tournament and up to face Cloud9. I was worried there for a second that Vegas wasted his revive. Instead, uses it, gets the numbers advantage after a heroic move by Valiate, who was holding Garden 11 and 12. Hasn't had many of those moments, but that was a big one. And take a look at the top of the leaderboard. Venerated, 33 kills so far in this round. He's been popping off. Wouldn't be surprised if you see him in the leaderboards of damage and kills after this round.
Yeah, but mouseSpaz just trying to find their way back into this thing, try to force an overtime round to maybe punch their ticket to the grand final. But Highground not looking to deal with that at all, as much as they can help it. Hayes peeking and is not able to get one. Pride gets that opening frag. Numbers advantage once again to Highground.
Yeah, Hazed down. 5v4, Highground have control of the map. mouseSpaz kind of still waiting to see where they want to focus their efforts. Your boy Dre getting traded out. Cutler gets one and then traded one. Sub Rosa reloading. Their information has been given on over by the recon bolt. 2v3. Vegas venerated on site here. And they are still holding as I think Valiate's still on site over at B. Wardell with the op in his hands. He's been dominant with it when he has the opportunity, but it's crunch time. Can he be the one that is the answer for mouseSpaz? Do they have the spike? Yes, they have the spike. Sky's being dropped on here. Sub Rosa catches Venerated, peeking on out quickly. TP being used, and then TP by Sub Rosa. So both members using the TP. Sub Rosa on a mad dash to B will be able to get there first, get the plant down. Big brain play by mouseSpaz.
Yeah, but is he going to be able to fend off the onslaught that's coming from Highground? They're coming in from 2 sides. Yeah, the spike is planted, but they know where he is. The neutral theft gives away his position. Vegas is just going to wall him off. He doesn't have to take that fight if he knows where he is. Traps him into elbow, and you know that's where crosshairs are going to be pointed. One member in the Sub Rosa just narrowly missing that. No way!
The big brain play. Valiate holding the corner. Vegas with the sneaky defuse. Pros don't fake. And just like that, we have ourselves our 2 finalists after a fantastic back and forth game between mouseSpaz and Highground. Highground take the victory, and the PUBG boys showing they're just a little bit more than a one-trick pony, showing how good they are in 2 different games of shooters, as the old men of CSGO gave it a great run. Cutler had a fantastic game, I think, constantly with those open frags, making sure there's an opportunity there. Everybody on that roster had themselves a moment, but they fall just short in the loser bracket finals.
And you know, before the map started, we gave the nod, subtle, but we gave the nod over to the boys at mouseSpaz and Highground, sticking it back in our faces, showing they were the better team, albeit slight, but the better team nonetheless. And that's going to give them the chance to rematch against North America's Cloud9. This thing is going to be spicy.
Yeah, let's take a look at the journey that it's taken to get us to just 2 teams remaining. As Cloud9 and Highground go back and forth, a rematch of their game in round number 2, as Highground got knocked out into the losers bracket. From there, as we take a look at their journey from the losers bracket, they dropped down to round 3 of the losers bracket, beat Mission Control, Mirage Esports, Full Focus, and now mouseSpaz. I think Highground battle tested for sure. You wonder how the wear and tear of game after game after game, especially with this team that is trying to work together, how they want to communicate, how they want to figure things out here. But fantastic stuff by Highground, and I like the way that this matchup sets us up. Doug, final thoughts before we kick to a break?
I wonder whether or not Cloud9 is going to be cold. They've been waiting for a long time, and Highground just almost went the distance there in the last couple of maps. So that's something to keep in mind. But again, Cloud9, these guys are no strangers. The players on this roster are no strangers to this environment, to this atmosphere, to be waiting in the winners finals, or the grand finals, excuse me, from the winners bracket for a little while. So I'm freaking excited. Let's get this break over as soon as we can to get back into this game.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching so much all day long. Only one match, a best of three. Big difference here. Best of three match between Highground and Cloud9 to decide who will be the champ of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Come on.
I never know when to go. Don't even talk, but you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right. I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. get chaotic and say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stand till we fall.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. It's the Valorant $5,000 Invitational. Digon here alongside Esports Doug, and it's been a long road, but finally we have our final two teams.
It has been indeed, and always a pleasure to share the desk with you, good sir. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. But yeah, 16 teams, and we've whittled it down to 2 finally, and it's Cloud9 up against Highground. So look, Digon, when you looked at the rosters of teams that were playing, is this the finals you predicted?
No, I thought my Highground boys were going to get to the loser bracket semifinals, but you look at Sentinels, you look at mouseSpaz. Also, Dignitas had a much shorter run than what was expected. The Tempo Storm boys, it was their Rainbow Six guys. You thought maybe they would be hanging on in there, but the PUBG pros, former PUBG pros, showing what they got and testing their mettle, and a couple of grinders of matches finding their way on in to the finals. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick to see the journey that these teams have taken to get there. Cloud9, it's been pretty straightforward, winning multiple games in a row. Haven't lost a game, and now find themselves in this best of 3 finals. Highgrounds already faced Cloud9 once earlier and didn't fare too well, lost 13-6 to Cloud9, and that forced them to go to the losers bracket, where they got to test their mettle and try a couple different strats here and there, beating Mission Control, Mirage Esports, Full Focus, and just recently mouseSpaz in a close one, 11-3. And so these guys now playing for their chance at the pot of $5,000 here for the Invitational. And biggest difference so far in terms of overall game competitiveness is best of 3. Now they have themselves at least 2 games, possibly 3 games to work with, where they can change up their agents and change up their strategies.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm most excited to see out of Highground. Look, much like you, I expected Cloud9 to be sitting in the grand finals, but I've been very impressed with Highground and how well they've played this tournament. And now the first match between these two didn't go so well for Highground, but again, they're going to have the opportunity to shift things around if they need to because of the best of 3 format here for the grand final. So I want to lean a little bit more towards Highground than I would have normally beat just because of the best of 3 format. But again, without it's difficult to pick against Cloud9 here. It really is.
Yep, definitely is. And we just got word that Cloud9, they have map selection here in this best of 3. So everything before this in the knockout stages, the best of 1s, was a map rotation. Everyone just rotated through the different maps in order. That's the way that it was supposed to go, in the rule set at least. And now in the best of 3 here, it's map chosen by, at first, your grand finals or your winners bracket winner, which was Cloud9. They select split. So actually we're going to split first, a very normally lopsided map, but that's what we're going to first. After this, the loser of this map will select the next map for match number 2. And if we got to go to a match number 3, well, the loser of map number 2 will make that happen. So that's how we will select both the sides and the maps going forward here. Super excited to see. We've got comms of both of these teams, as both of them will be open. So we'll be hopping on in every now and then to see how chaotic that's been. And I've loved the fact that we get to hear what's going on inside their communications.
Yeah, that's been a treat. That's probably been one of my favorite parts of this entire tournament, of the entire weekend. We got to see that some of the EU bracket yesterday as well. So it's been a blast. This North American bracket has been no different. Now we're going to get to do so with Cloud9 and Highgrounds. Again, folks, if you are just tuning in, this is a best of 3 map rotation. Not the case anymore. It's going to be selected, and this is for the bread. This is for all the marbles. The 5,000. They're the chunk, a big chunk of the $5,000 prize pool here up for grabs between these 2 squads.
You can see all the faces starting to show up here. The PUBG fans supporting the team that is made up of guys from multiple different teams in the competitive PUBG space. You also see C9 Jack showing up supporting the team. So a lot of big faces showing up to see who comes out on top here in our Invitational. The teams are in agent select and we'll be ready to go any moment now. And I think
this should be a Cloud9 win. Should be a Cloud9 win. They took care of business against them. They took care of business against mouseSpaz. But you never know because the PUBG boys seem like they're starting to figure it out. They're figuring out how they want to communicate to each other. They haven't played Split in a little while, but we'll get to see how they play in just a bit. They have a coach. They do have a coach in 17. Coach Tanner is former coach of Team Liquid's PUBG team, trying to get the comms in order, keep the nerves together. But, you know, at the end of the day, can you stop Tanner? Bro, have you seen Tanner, only the best Valorant player signed in North America? Whatever the copy pasta is.
They do get more creative every single time I see them. I love them. I do. I secretly love them. But here's the thing about Cloud9 that's so scary, in my opinion. It's not a one-man show. Tens will likely lead the lobby in frags. We know that to be true. But Cloud9 seems to be the most complete team, right? Everybody on their team can pop off. It's not just about how they play the frags as well, but the way they play the map is really impressive. Cloud9 across the board just looks like the most complete squad.
Well, they get the opportunity to do that here for a second time against Highground. Again, remember, Highground, Cloud9 met in round number 2. And it was on this map. I do believe that Cloud9 took care of business 13-6. So they're going to run it back. Maybe a little bit of mind games being played by Cloud9. We don't have to show any secret strats here. We already know what you do on this map. We've seen you play it even in the losers bracket. And so Cloud9 said, hey, do you remember this? They start on defense first as we follow along with Tens, the man himself, holding mid, backs on off. Infinite, though, trades went out on Valley 8. First blood struck by Cloud9.
And we've got 2 Vipers this time. We've already doubled what we've seen. I'm super excited to see it. We saw that out of Cloud9 the first time, but Highground opting to go for a slight change in their composition with the Viper pick. Your boy Dre picking up 1 kill on the other side of the map, and the Spike very quietly hanging out by B.
Yeah, I like this play here by Highground. It's a 2v1 once they get themselves onto site. They hop on over the tripwire, slow out CT. I don't think they realize a member Cloud9 is there. And they do get the spike down. Cloud9 now figure out there's one down after they traded 1-for-1. 3v3 on the site, retake Infinite. Kick things off here against Vegas with a kill.
Yeah, Tens shows up. The cavalry has arrived. He's able to get one as well. He's going on the defuse, the last member of Highground. I don't know that he's going to get there in time, and even if he did, it didn't matter because Tens was waiting just around the corner to take care of business. First round going over to Cloud9.
What a way to kick things off here for Cloud9. Cheeky start, cheeky strategy here by Highgrounds. Going with a 2-2 split and putting a lot of attention at A earlier. But unfortunately not able to hold off. Infinite doing his job, buying time, getting the opening kill. And they stunt the early plant, now take control. Full armor buy, as well as some SMGs.
And this time we're seeing a bit of a different look out of Highground, as for now, it looks like they're heavily considering an aggressive push towards A. But the drone may have spotted out more than one member there. Or excuse me, yeah, the dart may have spotted out more than one member there. It's going to be smoked off. Relics around the corner with that molly. If he shoots it, it's going to drop and cause serious problems. Yeah, you see him jumping across the way, bunny hopping the heck out of dodge. Get me out of here. Took some damage, and yep, that push is no longer going to A as they rotate back.
Yeah, everyone able to heal on up from Highground if they buy a little bit more time. Relics does get shot by the tracking dart. And Highground gonna change their focus over to B. Actually, no one currently at B. You've got a trap, the camera set up within the garage. But if they rush this, it's one, it's open. And 2, it'll be a rotate on over by Cloud9. You could see 3 on A, 1 in mid, 1 in heaven. And now the Highground boys using their elephant feet, stomping around. Infinite there, rotates over quickly, picks up Pride, picks up the second one as the trap in the air, as well as the tripwire, plus the slow. Oh boy, things looking tough here. Venerated able to pick up 1, but Shinobi, the shot caller, able to answer back. Only 2 left alive for Highground.
And it looked so good, that entry onto B, but it was Infinite who delayed the push just long enough to let other members of Cloud9 show up. 7 seconds left. There's really not enough time here or much license to move around to even get the spike down, even if you wanted. Relics getting the last kill as Vegas drops 2 rounds in favor of Cloud9, but now we see Highground with money. Now we see Highground with guns. We'll see if Cloud9 is able to fare as well when it's an even fight.
Infinite. He had a big game. He had a quiet game. There's Ten's been leading the way. Take a look at these compositions. Big change here. No SoaR for the side of Highground. They'd rather use Breach, Rolling Thunder, one of the best bolts in the game. Whereas SoaR's Recon Bolt, so annoying, gives you so much information, as well as the Owl drone. You're kind of forced to shoot it, otherwise it shoots you, starts tracking you. So Highground going to work without a lot of that information.
And Mitch seeing if he could catch anyone trying to squeak by, onto that A ramp, and it looks like it's going to be a bit delayed. You see your boy Dre and another member of Highground, partners in crime, trying to push through here, but the spike is cheating over onto the B site. This may be very similar to what we saw last time. The camera in a different spot here, but either way, the information that they gain if they push through that is going to be the same. It's been spotted. Mitch is able to get Pride on the other side of the map. Your boy Dre trading it out as Relics falls.
Tens turns, peaks at the right time. Oh, but he whiffs his shot. How often have we seen Tens do that? Not often. Your boy Dre popping him straight to the face. So your damage leader of the whole tournament currently down, capped off by your 4th top damage leader. You actually have 4 of the top 5 average damage leaders per round in the game here. As now Valiate moves on forward. He wants to climb that damage chart. Picks up 1, picks up 2. Infinite. No match for Valiate. This might be the first round win for Highground. Time running a little low, though. Sov on the opposite side of the map. He's going to save.
Yeah, we talked about what would happen when it was good against good. And again, at least this round, advantage Highground. As they're able to put the spike down, they have the numbers advantage. And they're going to be able to put this round away. Now, with that said, I want to take a look at what Cloud9's economy looks like after this round to see how they opt to play this next one.
Mitch going to look for some exit frags. Currently sitting in terms of average damage per round. Here you go.
Mitch is going to get a chance
right here. Oh, peaks 1, peaks 2. There's 300 damage this round. Looking for 4. Bluffs his shot, gets 4. Valiate answers back. 3K for Valiate, 4K for Mitch. The round is won by Highground.
5-1 start out of him early on. And again, like this is what I was talking about before the map started with Cloud9. If it's not Tens, it's Mitch. If it's not Mitch, it's Infinite, or it's Relics, or it's Shinobi. Anybody can step up at any given point in time and carry the lobby. And, maybe it's the Mitch show this time around, or however it opts to play out. The fact of the matter is, this is what makes Cloud9 so scary and so versatile.
So good win there by Highground, but with so many members dying, when they had so many up at the end of the round before the timer ran out, their economy going to be slightly chunkier. I want to make sure that they can get another one back to back. Otherwise, they might lose 2 in a row easy. Focus here in the mid lane. As Sage rotate on through, Vegas going to focus towards A, and a lot of space being given up by C9. Your boy Trey and Pride stepping on up. Relics gets chunked just a little bit there. Wall banged, but will be safe. As Vegas now, 4 members of Highground ready to turn the corner. Only 2, I believe, so far. Kirk here on the A side.
Yeah, Mitch able to get some information. Again, still 5-on-5 right now, but the spike, the play, looks like it's going to be a call on to A. The last member of Cloud9, the Cypher, hasn't rotated over quite yet, but it's not going to matter with Mitch on the site. He opens up with the frag onto Venerated. Looking to get another one, but Valiant trades him out. Relics and Shinobi have arrived However, and Relics gets another one, Tens gets the last one, and Highground gets picked apart.
Yeah, Highground spent a lot of time on that upper ramp, giving ample time for Cloud9, who spent extra members onto the B side to rotate around through and clean things up. Oh, I know Highground wants to make sure they got all their ducks in a row, but that wasn't necessarily the best usage of their time. Just a lot of Cloud9 to move on in, clean things up. Also, Mitch opening frag from the box. Box made out of paper, so he doesn't have a lot of cover. But he gets the first one, stops the push. Now sitting on top 6-2, and eco round forced out by Highground. Oh, Infinite misses that one. So nice play by Valiate. He knows it's an op, so tries to push on forward.
Valiate, look to see if we can spot anyone else coming to the combat sim, and they stack up. Well, when you have pistols, there's not really a whole lot else you can do. Infinite's still watching. He doesn't miss twice as he catches your boy Dre right in the cheeks as he tries to escape. He gets taken out.
Yeah, Dre didn't want any of that. Backs on up. So Highground looking elsewhere to try and hurt the economy of Cloud9. Cloud9 well stocked up right now, so should be okay. Mid, the next move here for Highground, starting to run out of time. You're seeing a little bit of movement by Cloud9 over to the A site, but not too much. They do sneak their way into Garage, haven't made noise yet. No one watching Heaven, so this is a 1v4.
Oh man, they're going to come in by committee, and they're unfortunately met with the wall, and now they're going to know exactly where they are. Shinobi gets 1, 2, 3, looking for the last one. You don't need a cavalry when you got Shinobi.
Yeah, Vegas able to come on through, get one, but Shinobi with the 3K makes up his death with multiple kills here. Cloud9 on defense as expected, taking an early lead against Highground, especially on that eco round. So Highground can buy out. They also have 4 ultimates to use. Don't have the Viper's Pit quite yet, but with Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike, it'll look good. And no counter Rolling Thunder here for Cloud9 because you got Mitch using Sova instead. A bunch of guys with 6 kills here for Cloud9.
And Venerated, worth noting, just 1 point away from having the Viper's Pit for Highground, so it's very possible that that becomes a wrinkle in things as this round goes on. 10's getting tapped here by Vegas early in the round.
Smoke's down.
Pride now. Taking a peek here. They have an idea. There's a member close by, looking at the wrong spot though, because it's Shinobi within Heaven. A shot caller now for Cloud9, makes a step, puts the wall up in a great spot. They decide to break on through it. Here comes the Orbital Strike. Which way is Highground going? They will back on off, but multiple members chunking. Brimstone and Breach both untapped away. Pride continues to push, steps on the guy. Rolling Thunder to come clear the site. Will, but Infinite still hits the shot through. But Infinite's still alive, able to get 2 here. Nice little slow Venerate. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, finds 1, maybe just 1. Pretty good. He can dive up onto Venerated as they get the spike down.
It's a difficult ask here to win this 1v3 with the spike down, but it looks like, yeah, he's just going to rotate away. Again, it's a difficult take. It's a difficult number situation. No reason really to push it. Let Highground take the win. Try to keep some money and maybe catch a couple of exit frags as you go. A bit of a parting gift, if you will. But round going in favor of Highground.
That was a big play there by the squad. Highground really needed a round. Mitch trying to take a swing at it, wasn't quite able to. Nice play by Highground to stunt the growth of Cloud9 there. Oh boy, I love the wall there by Shinobi to buy time. Orbital Strike coming through from Relics as well. Just inches off. And that's a big ult already used there by Relics.
And it's so cool to see that synergy, that ult synergy, and obviously a team side of Cloud9 communicating and able to get that together. It's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel there. Again, like you said, just an inch off, but cool synergy nonetheless. there from Cloud9. Highground, able to get a round up. Oh, but Valiant is not going to be getting up or going anywhere as Infinite opens the round with a dirty snipe.
Yep, Valiant chunked. No Cypher to deal with here for Highground. Stim Beacon ready to go. We've seen this last time from Venerated. They use it onto the A site to force their way on in. It makes things difficult for Cloud9, but not if an Incendiary comes out on the short angle. There goes the Viper's pit. See you later, Infinite and Mitch rotating on through. Relic's able to trade one out. As now Vegas, last man alive with the spike.
In a 1v4, and Infinite opping right down that alley. You can see where he is. Delays just a bit. Not able to connect, but again, the information is there. They've got the numbers advantage where if they wanted to, they could hunt him down. And Ten's able to get the kill onto Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas kind of sat on that one. It was like he laid an egg and the egg shocked him. So the shock bolt, not very comfortable to sit upon. And now Highground forced to back on off. Gonna save on this one. No one more than 3,200. I guess 3,700 there on Pride, but you have too many members low. So Cloud9 breaking eco here of the Highground players.
We'll take a look and see how Highground want to play this one. Vegas rocking the spike for the time being, at least. And we haven't seen a ton of attention over to mid here in the opening half of this map, and this looks like it might change here in these very moments. You see members of Highground starting to funnel through. Cloud9 sniffing that something feels off here as they send two, but yeah, it's going to be a 5-stack all the way up mid. Relix gets one, he gets the second one. Oh my gosh, he gets the third. Vegas is able to trade it out. But Carnage, they opt to go up the middle and they get gutted for it. Ten's getting another one. One member left standing for Highground, and it's going to be Vegas with the spike. Looks like he's going to try to go for a cheeky rotate away over to A, but there's a member of Cloud9 waiting there for them too.
Yeah, easy lineup, easy knockdown. So Cloud9 stuffing the eco push here from Highground. Vegas gonna do his best. Might actually get onto site for free. Will also get an ultimate orb. Not going for the plant yet. He's gonna clear heaven first, I suppose. And Mitch ready to go. Gonna peek the corner very soon. Mitch might be getting a little bored. Vegas, quiet. Yep, uses the road quietly. No latching. Quiet back on up. Might be in a bit of trouble here. Picks up the gun in the corner. As you see Shinobi and Tens holding that. Vegas going to hold the tight corner. Oh! Tens is around the corner. He's not looking that way, looking closer towards mid. He's going to hold. Shinobi gets himself an ulti orb and a gun after this save round. And so Cloud9 taking a 6-2 lead here. Multiple ults, lots of credits. Let's hear how they want to deal out this last round.
I'm looking mid from Zip.
Okay, yeah, let me know. And don't put it up in SSA, Tyson.
Well,
unless they're like rushing me.
Just start yelling.
They smoked me at A. I threw a smoke in front, bro. They put the wall up. Viper walled.
I'm in front of his wall. They're on the right.
Two here.
I'm sitting inside.
Yo, Viper threw something over A. He smoked CT
yeah,
and A.
They threw a Viper smoke, but they're not even main yet. They're not main.
Oh shit.
They have ult. They have Brim ult. Careful of heaven, Gage.
They put the wall back up.
It's fine. I'm backing up.
They poison heaven.
They smoked again. They might pop on this.
Yeah, I smoked you guys.
I left heaven, Josh, entirely.
You have your cam?
Careful,
you want to do that thing? Put it down below heaven. Remember, like we. Okay, sorry.
Maybe
poison again.
Smoked again.
Maybe coming. Re-exit. I don't hear anything.
They can't walk mid. There's a trap unless they jumped over it.
Yep. I'm gonna wall in front of myself if they come B.
I'm gonna
drone.
Yeah.
Well, they just smoked. They just smoked first.
Droning A. They're droning A.
Coming heaven.
I slowed it.
They're in heaven.
Okay.
I'm off
heaven. I'm ulting heaven right now.
Two more heaven. They're out.
In heaven. Fuck.
Yeah,
two beaking. B. They're walled off though. They're walled off. They have to run around the left side.
One male.
Done.
Nice.
Underneath heaven.
I'm late. There's no way.
Front side's walled off. Front side is walled
We're
off.
caged right now. We're caged. Hold on. That's tens. I swear I heard one mid, bro. Show myself heaven. I'm going.
Mid's clear.
Okay, pillar, and I think one's here, and then
Yeah, I'm poisoning under. I'm poisoning under.
Could be here, yeah.
I'm gonna dart in sight.
Yeah, pillar.
Ready?
Pillar, you saw him.
Pillar?
Lower. Lower's walled, but I can break it.
Two pillar.
One in the cage. Under.
Dead. Last two were pillar.
Two pillar. I'm holding.
Last guy, back right.
No.
Wow.
Ooh, a little hectic there as Vegas comes up huge. Less than 50 HP, but High Ground's bucked the trend yet again and get themselves another round win on attack.
Yeah, and it really looked like Cloud9 had what they needed there to retake that site and get the round win, but High Ground, the slays, the frags out of them were just too good, and Cloud9 not able to convert. But that said, they've had a very good first round here on defense. We've talked throughout the weekend about the magic number. If you're on the attacking side, we've come to the conclusion, the consensus, if you will, that it's probably 4, maybe 5. So High Ground just a round or two away from comfortably going into halftime here.
So Cloud9 now, 6-3, currently in the lead, getting ready to for the push here. High Ground taking a little bit more time now, haven't lost anyone quite yet. Focusing 3-4 now in mid, as Infinite now realizing, Valley Age should be around here. It's been Cypher on Cypher action all be long. Infinite pretty far on up. He should have the hop here on Valley 8. Oh, here we go, crossing. Valley 8 actually gets the opening pick here. Venerated works his way onto heaven, but gets taken down by Shinobi.
And you can drop the combat sim as Vegas gets one back here onto tens. Numbers advantage, albeit slight, well, certainly larger now. Over to High Ground as one is left standing on the side of Cloud9. They're going to be able to take this site with ease, but they don't realize that the last one is standing right below them. Relics goes down, and that's another round for High Ground.
Yeah, Relics tried his best, but with so many teammates falling right spot, but too many numbers there for the High Ground boys. Taking a look at the ult economy, your boy Dre 1 point away from getting himself another Rolling Thunder. 3 ults ready to go here for Cloud9, and Mitch also 1 point away from getting Hunter's Fury for Cloud9.
You know, pretty even buy across the board for both teams here, so it should be a really good round. Neither team having a distinct advantage. Even the ults are, yeah, they're in favor of Cloud9, but it's subtle. Mitch looking to see if he can get any information. It looks like it's going to be a heavy push on to A, and right now Cloud9 does not have the numbers. We've said that many a time, though, and members of Cloud9 have stepped up in different occasions to fend off the push single-handedly.
Nice.
We'll see if Relics is able to do that here. No, he's not. Valley 8, your boy Dre get the opening frags, and they're going to be able to take the site.
Yeah, 2 huge flashes there coming from Breach, as Vegas will get the spike down. And so High Ground in control. Tens, he's going to try some fancy Viper's pit plays. Going to use it from the corner. It'll get him to at least on site, slightly on site, as he's going to peek in and out, work that smoke integrity just a bit. Uses the Viper's pit to his advantage. Here comes Tens again, putting down the screen, tries to get the shots in, and Valley 8 ready to answer right on back. Good attempt there by Tens. Viper pit gone though. No more ulti there for Tens.
No, and you know, we mentioned this, but how well played was that out of High Ground to get those 2 opening frags, allow them to just work their way in. And there was the rotation just took a little bit too long from Cloud9. It wasn't like they didn't have the 5th member playing right in the middle of the map. They were cheating over a little bit towards B, kind of like what we see here. And that really proved to be the difference maker and how long it took Cloud9 to get over to rotate onto the site and have try to equalize the numbers.
Interesting quick stat here. Venerated and your boy Dre, both 5 and 3 on their own team in terms of frags, and your frag leader of the whole tournament, Tens, the man that we're watching right now, currently bottom on his team. So the normal guys that have been leading the way all tournament long, getting help from their teammates. A lot of jostling for position here by Highground. They're going to focus in mid. Again, Cloud9 have the ult economy. Lots of ults ready to roll here. Rolling Thunder available for your boy Dre, and Highground still have not made a very clear statement on which way they're going. As now it looks like they're focusing up towards A. Cloud9, only 2 members on A. You do have Tens holding mid, but it is outside of ropes. All 5 there, and here we go. Push coming in.
Yep, the Rolling Thunder is going to come out. The Orbital Strike follows, and the Hunter's Fury and Relics gets 2 to fight things off. Tens bottom fragging, but certainly making a case for himself here in this round as he cleans up your boy Dre. Shinobi gets 1 as well. 1 member standing on the side of Highground, and Cloud9's looking to put together a flawless round.
Yeah, Vegas, he was trying to wrap around, now realizes, oh no, not going to make it. This is the last round of the half. It goes down. I'm going to love to hear the comms on that one. And that's maybe a little bit of an oopsie there. Also, a great win by Cloud9 using their ult economy and making sure they take the lead after the first half.
Yeah, and like you said, no reason not to as you're going into halftime. Very well, like the synergy, the synchronism with which they used it was just beautiful. And again, it ended in a flawless round. So Cloud9 playing very well here. And now that they're on the offensive side, Highground, we talked about the magic number. They hit it, right? They hit the magic number. You got to be feeling good, at least decently good going into the second half.
Yeah, Highground 7-5. Remember this, the way that the winners bracket winner played out is they both picked map and side. So this is the map Cloud9 picked and the side that they picked as well. No one usually picking attack first. So 7 rounds out of the 12. Not normally what you're looking for. And I think, again, Highgrounds probably feels good about stealing away 5 rounds. And if they can win this first one, you're probably looking at a tied 7-7 game as we kick things off here. Still taking a little bit of time is Cloud9. They break the wall up mid. They made some noise B. And behind Relics, can't see it on the screen quite yet. They're rotating through sewers on over to A. But it feels like Highground has this one covered as both Brimstone and Cypher rotate onto that side and are holding heaven.
As is customary with pistol rounds, it looks like the attacking side is going to stack up with a 5 push, excuse me. And yeah, the smoke's dropped. That's the green light to go as they go in. Infinite's going to get concussed. The combat sim is still there. Mitch getting the opening frag onto your boy Dre.
Yep, Dre goes down. More fights coming through. Relics able to answer back on the Valiate. And so the plant should be down in just a second. Yep, there we go. So Cloud9 now in control of the site. Retake opportunity here for Highground. Infinite already spotted out Vegas. Vegas forced to back on off. Changes angle of attack. Relics with 3. Can't get more because Vegas is there in a frenzy. Gets shot through the wall. Another one peeking through ramp. Another one peeking from behind. There's just too many to count. Infinite picks up the kill. Cloud9 wins the round and pushes ahead 8-5. And with the economy boost, almost looking like 9-5 right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they play it, whether or not they're going to go for broke like we've seen Highground do so many times. Infinite definitely is. As he goes for a full buy, with the exception of the half armor, and drops himself down to 0 in the bank. And for the rest of the members of Cloud9, it looks like a relatively conservative buy. Still getting pretty low, but nothing like what we've seen out of Highground in these situations.
So Highground, the team made out of former PUBG pros, on the back foot here in this best of 3 finals. Valiate gets the opening swing, but Shinobi picks up 3. Venerated answers back. Now has his toxin screen to go on up by a little bit more time, but B wide open through heaven, and the 3 members of Cloud9 will work their way on in.
Smoke's down.
Yeah, you even see the Viper not necessarily wanting any of the heat and just kind of waiting to see if they can catch an exit frag. A good round here for Cloud9, although Do you see that one member of Highground up on the top of your mini map starting to cheat over? They might try to make a play here. It is a 3v2. It's not totally out of the realms of possible. The problem is it's a 3v2, but the clock is their enemy as well.
Yeah, can't see it on the mini map, but in the back corner, couple members. There we go. Your boy Dre had a chance. Infinite hunts down Dre. Relics finishes off Venerated, so no Bulldog for him either. So no guns for Highground. They lose the second round in the half, as expected. And now a 9-5 lead here for Cloud9.
And again, Cloud9 with a semi-conservative buy. I mean, Mitch and Tens both not spending there. They're going to save some for the next round. And then on the side of Highground, you got to go for broke. You've dropped 2 in a row. You can't afford to drop a third and let this first map of this Grand Finals best of 3 get out of reach. See Pride starting to push forward.
Oh. Yeah, Pride probably biting off a little bit more than he could chew as Venerated picks up a kill over at B. A open, rotation necessary, but the bomb actually being held in market right now at B with Shinobi.
Guys. Now he's going to pick up the spike and start to cheat his way on over, but you wonder if the opportunity that was there is gone. They had a window and it seems to have been missed. And now Cloud9 is spreading themselves a little bit thin too. No heavy investment in A, no heavy investment into B either. Now we see a bit of a cheat over to A.
Here.
Cloud9 still waiting on their opportunity to move on forward. No ults for either side here. As Highground just rotating back and forth. They think outthought themselves. Multiple members on B, only one currently on site A, and it's Valiate. Valiate gets taken down. Heaven now under control of your boy Dre. He's able to dink Infinite, alive with 10 HP. Vegas around the corner should be able to give the heal on over to Dre in just a second. But a retake opportunity here for Highground. Cloud9 take control of the site.
And it looks like Highground is going to move in bunches. They have all 3 members that are left standing, stacked up on the top of your mini map. Tens going to get CC'd a little bit. He's going to be met with 2. Doesn't even get the chance. Taking one of them out is your boy Dre. Cleans him up. Shinobi trades that out on the other side. It's still a 2v2, but it looks like they're going to be able to sneak the defuse right under their noses. Oh. Yes, the spike is defused like thieves in the night. They sneak in, they get the spike, and Vegas gets a couple of frags on the way out. What a well-played round by Highground.
Yeah, not sure what the information relay was there for Cloud9, as it was pretty clear that the defuse went off and the sound was made. But Highground get themselves a win, and Vegas knocking off some of the economy here against Cloud9. And that's one of the strains here of Highground. They constantly force buy. They are full buying. They're not afraid of going broke. They trust in their guns. They'd rather give themselves a Phantom and light armor than save with a Spectre. And I think it's that kind of gameplay that changes the dichotomy of how some of these gunfights go.
And that's unexpected, right? Conventional wisdom says, don't have a ton of money. Let's go ahead and save, get back on track for the next round. But Highground giving the finger to conventional wisdom here. And so far, it's paying off. Pride getting the opening frag.
Vegas now holding ropes. Still no push out of anybody yet here. Mitch gets an opening frag onto Venerated. Will this change things up? B kind of open, so now Valiate forced to slide closer to the site.
Deploying drone.
Mitch going to use the Owl drone to take any information he can. Valiate rotating around, and now Highground realizing, this is probably a B play. Screen going to go down in just a second. Oh, Valiate trying to take a peek here. Will get an opportunity. Dinks Mitch, but Mitch wins the gunfight. 10 showing up here against Vegas. Oh, accident. That was an accident. Nobody saw that one. As the recon bolt not going to be that useful. Doesn't matter. Spike planted.
And a numbers advantage heavily in favor of Cloud9. Relics taking care of Pride, leaving one member left here for Highground with the spike down to, yeah, get the heck out of Dodge. I don't want this heat. Your boy Dre running for the fences. Might get an exit frag right here. He's able to get Relics. Take that as a parting gift on the way out. But this round, very handily in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9, I don't think they're too worried about economy right now. 10-6 is the score, 3 rounds away, plus the revive by Shinobi to make sure Relics picks up his gun. Sometimes you just do that because you've been sitting on revive for such a long time. And you get yourself 2,900 credits on back. Here we go. Yeah, they're not going to go hunting too hard here. As a decent save by your boy Dre. But Cloud9, that's what we should be talking about right here. 10-6, 3 rounds away from getting a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 match here against Highground. Highground, unsigned team comprised of PUBG pros. A lot of the PUBG community out supporting them. Cloud9, the biggest organization in all of esports, as they continue to find success in almost all their endeavors. They have the lead here in trying to put another trophy in their coffers.
Relics getting the opening frag here across mid, and there's chaos happening from both squads. Your boy Dre and Pride get 2 to even it up. Cloud9, however, still in favor from a numbers advantage. Pride trying to cheat his way around as he sits on the slow. But while all of that is happening across mid, Shinobi says, I'm just going to go ahead and play it. I don't need to deal with this. He gets the spike down over onto B.
Yeah, and I think this hesitation here by Highground bodes well for Cloud9. They put the steam beacon down, and Shinobi gets the peek. And it's a 1-for-1. Out from behind comes Infinite. And Cloud9, being decisive, catches Highground with their pants down. 11-6 here. I like the play by Shinobi because you have information about everything being all over the place. And all of a sudden, wait, the spike's B? I thought we had 3 members over in mid, 1 in CT. It's very confusing to take all the information back.
Yeah, big map so far out of Relics. 20 and 12. Infinite also putting together a very good game at 16 and 8. Cloud9, like you said, just a couple rounds away from taking the 1-0 lead here. And for now, it looks like they want to do something over to B. Ult advantage for Highground here.
Venerated.
And numbers
going
advantage
wide
as well.
Woo! Taking 2 here, and so a little bit of life here from the PUBG pros. 11-6. 3 members up for Cloud9. You do have Orbital Strike. Do you want to save that for a round when you have multiple members up or not?
I think if they manage to get the spike down, I would love to see the Orbital Strike being used here. But again, that is a difficult task as it is with the numbers so heavily in favor of Highground. But Tens with the op, able to reduce that at least just a bit as he gets the best of Venerated. Viper on Viper, Tens being the better one.
Oh, I like how Infinite and Pride are playing footsie right now. Oh, there it is. Finally, Pride shoots first. Infinite now taking a much slower approach, puts the cage down. Pride has no idea where he is. Coming through, and Infinite with the outplay, using the cage. Vegas getting the revive down onto Venerated over in B. They're going to rotate on over. Op coming through. Tens opening up the map, and this is the Tens we've been waiting to see for quite some time here. 3v3, Cloud9 get the spike down.
And I believe this is the first time we see Tens with the op too, so I expect him to come online a little bit more here. But again, it's not like he's had a bad game by any means. As we hear, the Viper pit being used, Venerated watching as the Orbital Strike harmlessly falls in front of him, and now he starts to cheat forward. Cloud9, numbers advantage. Infinite just on the outside, looking to see if he spots anyone. And nothing doing quite yet. Valiant's able to get Relics. Tens trades it back with this 3rd frag of the round as Venerated drops. Tens looking for more. Just narrowly missing the 4th shot. He's going to challenge with the Ghost. Gets cleaned up as Valiant gets the best of him. It's going to leave it in a 1v1. Valiant with almost negative health. Infinite, 3rd frag of the round, getting them the win.
Yeah, you could see Valiate. He thought about saving. He thought about going. He gets the frag onto tens and's like, I guess I gotta go for the spike here. But then he's like, no, I got pros don't fake, but I gotta fake because I know someone's here. He goes down anyways. He does get the kill at the last second onto Infinite due to the spike coming through. But economy now going to be an issue for the high ground squad. 2 ults in their hands, but Cloud9 1 win away of going up 1-0 in this best of 3 grand finals of the Elite Esports Valorant Invitational.
And keep a close eye on Cloud9 and their ults. They have Viper's Pit and they have the Hunter's Fury available. Tens getting the opening frag onto your boy Dre. He'd love to have that gunfight back.
Smoke's down. Out of charges.
Big rotation from Cloud9 early on. They spent a little bit of time over at A. Now outside of B. Opening frags, not going to be good. Vegas and Valiate, the Vs get taken down early on. Only 1 V left. Invenerated as Pride now forced to back on off. Give the side up over at B. This is looking like Cloud9's game to go up 1-0. Recon Bolt goes down. No information given on over to Cloud9. Venerated and Pride both on site, but they don't realize someone's coming from heaven, and it's the Angel of Death very soon. Infinite trying to get his chance on in. Not going to work out. Venerated goes down as well. Cloud9 takes it.
A very good performance out of Cloud9, rattling off 4 rounds in a row there to put this thing away. Again, Cloud9 taking a 1-0 series lead over Highgrounds. We expected Cloud9 to be here. Highgrounds surprised many, myself included. And while they were able to trade things back and forth a little bit early on in the first map, ultimately Cloud9 gets the best of them.
Yeah, kind of a repeat of what happened in round 2. These two played on this specific map and finished with the same score, 13-6. So you saw the back and forth between the two teams. The biggest difference, though, it's best of 3. So Highground has a chance to take a step back, take a breather, talk with Coach Tanner to see what's up, how they can play better, what map they want to go to, which they can decide any map that they want to go to, and then figure it out from there. We're going to take a short break, allow the guys a little bit of a tactical pause. When we come back, game 2 of the best of 3 of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. One game in the books of our grand finals, and Cloud9 takes it 13-6. But the Highground boys have their opportunity to battle back here. Degon here, along with Esports Doug Cortez. And what are your big takeaways from that last game, Doug?
Biggest takeaway is a lot of what we expected out of Cloud9. Yeah, it wasn't tens. But across the board, I mentioned this a few times. If it's not tens, it's Relics, and it was Relics this time who had a really good performance. That team just across the board looks very complete. They look very scary, and Highgrounds, while they're able to step up toe to toe with them a little bit, there was just a little bit lacking from them, and unfortunately, that's what led to their early demise. But Cloud9 poised to take a 2-0 sweep here, unless Highgrounds does something drastically different.
Yeah, well, one thing that they get to do is pick the side. Cloud9 actually is the team that gets to pick the map. They pick the map, side selection. Cloud9 picks side selection, the losing team picks map. I believe that's how it works. I'm taking a peek at what we have in our rule set. And it's... All right, next game, loser's winner picks side, winner picks map. Got it. Yeah, there we go. So took a little while there, but figured it out. Should be Cloud9 the one picking the map, as Highground will pick the side. And you assume they're going to pick defense first. A lot of the time, again, we've seen it time and time again, bank those points on defense. We thought maybe 5-round wins for Highground was going to be good enough. Wasn't quite able to, though.
Yeah, and I want to clear something up. Degon, I feel comfortable saying this for you as well. I don't think that just because only winning 7 rounds is not enough, right? Like, I think naturally, and people have been very outspoken about this. Yeah, maps tend to lean towards the defender side. They tend to have that advantage. So if you're on the attacking side, you expect to go into halftime at a deficit. The question is, the game you're looking to play is how big of a deficit can you keep that down to? And I think if you go into halftime just 2 rounds down, that's a huge win.
Yeah, big win there for them. Let's see how these guys have made it to this winner side of the bracket into the grand finals. Cloud9, if you're just joining us, has been undefeated throughout, defeating Elite Esports Highground earlier in round number 2, SoaR Gaming and mouseSpaz, whereas Highground, they lost early on, as you saw in round number 2, had to work their way through the loser bracket, trying to battle their way on back here in this best-of-3 match against Cloud9. They're super close into getting into the game. Agent select underway. As the guys had their talks, they had their halftime oranges, pump-up talk. Mom and dad, supporters should be ready to go. Cloud9 still waiting for one here. So as we have a little bit more time, what is one thing that you saw from Highground that they did well and that you want to commend them for and they should lean into more to try and find more success against Cloud9?
It was a lot of resilience, especially early on in the map. They didn't seem phased by who they were playing against, and that can be difficult, right? For players who maybe have not been on a full roster before, and I'm not saying this is the case for Highgrounds. Again, they're very decorated PUBG players who've been in situations like this, or who've been in situations like this many a time before. But the Highground guys showed resiliency. They showed, yeah, we're going to be able to trade a couple blows back with you, and yeah, we don't care that you're Cloud9, and like we're able to hang with you guys too. And again, unfortunately, they fall a little short, but it's that grit. I think that can prove to be the difference maker. And again, Tens not playing in such a way that would allow him to lead the lobby in frags. He was buying for his teammates a lot and then opt a little bit towards the end. But if you're able to keep Tens down as best as you possibly can, you're certainly putting yourself in a more favorable situation.
Yeah, for sure. There's a little bit of a break in the action, though, as we're waiting for Cloud9's team swinging on in. We want to go ahead and take a second to thank everyone that's been a part of this tournament, the production team, the tournament organizers, the players, the captains, and you guys at home that have been watching. Everyone's been trying to put this thing on for you guys, and so without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you so much, everyone that stuck with us. If you were here for the European tournament as well, Doug and I were casting at 1 in the morning until 10 in the morning. slept and then came back to cast this one today. So make sure we want to make sure that we salute you guys for watching and make sure that you understand, hey, look, we're not in the studio. Times are crazy right now. Trying to put on a high quality product. I think the production team for this event has done a pretty good job, all things considered. Agent Select. Now almost done. We're going to get ourselves into the game. Game number 2. We're going to Haven. Haven was the map that was selected. So split. First map, Haven, second map. Will this be enough to get them over the edge for Cloud9? We'll find out as they are on attack first. And they're playing for the $5,000 prize pool here in the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl Invitational.
It'd be interesting to see how Cloud9 plays this here. And then again, look, if you're Highground, do you play a little bit more recklessly, right? Like you realize that you're down 1 in the series already, and Cloud9 just beat you on the map that they had already beat you once before, but beat you on once before. You wonder how potentially demoralizing that can feel. Like, damn, these guys beat us on the same map twice in almost identical fashion. Do they really have our number? Maybe a change of scenery can prove to be the difference maker here for Highground. They're also going to start on the defensive side. So again, if you're Highground, you need to jump ahead here. And while it's just the pistol round, this pistol round is important, right? It allows you to have that first round advantage. Generally speaking, converts into a second round advantage as well. So if you're Highground, you got to get a hot start here.
And you got to see that there from Tenz's point of view. Shot caller Shinobi having a couple of internet issues, so I'm going to make sure that we start things off fair and square. Wouldn't be as fair if Cloud9 missing not only their Sage, but their in-game leader. That's something I want to touch on. We have a very clear, distinct difference between the two comms of the two teams. When we listen in with Highground, it's been a lot of information given from a lot of different people all at the same time, and they do a great job picking that information up together. Compared to Cloud9, it's been Shinobi, cool as a cucumber, just directing everybody and everyone kind of giving a little bit of information, but it's been one big voice there.
And look, I've had the privilege of working on a number of different esport titles in my career as on-camera talent, and I think one of the distinguishing factors, regardless of the title, is calm communications, right? I think about League of Legends teams and Call of Duty teams and Halo teams even that I've had the privilege of casting. The really, really good ones, when you listen to their comms, it's calm. There's no extra jabber. There's no franticness in voices. It's just, here's the fact, wham, bam, and that's it. And that's what we're hearing out of Cloud9. Again, very calm, very collected, only the most important information that's necessary. And when you put that up to Highground, it can be a little chaotic. And like you said, that's difficult to process all at one time. And then furthermore, it's not just that it's a lot of information at once, but it's a lot of information that's very tensely communicated. And that, that can have an impact on things too.
Yeah. Well, I will say, coming from the PUBG community, all those guys got thick skin, especially this specific roster. These 5 guys have thick skin, and as well, touch on a couple times, former coach of Team Liquid PUBG 17, Coach Tanner, is there facilitating a lot of the communication between these guys and making sure they don't kill each other post-game. And they've got all the way to the grand final, so something's working, right? Something's working. Beyond the guns, one gun that I think needs to wake up a little bit more is Venerated. He's been one of the best players in the tournament when he's on. When he's off, kind of lackluster, and what you need is some consistent performances. And as you noted at the very top of the show, it's been super cool to see how multiple members of Cloud9 have taken the time to step up, make plays, and go huge there. As it looks like it's going to take a little bit longer to get Shinobi fixed on up. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have that finals for you. See you in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. We're super excited to get into this match between Cloud9 and Highground. Teams deserved of this grand final spot. Digon and Esports Doug Cortez here. Still waiting on some connection issues with Shinobi. Trying to keep you guys as updated as we are. But before we get any more updates, and we'll pass them on to you. We promise. We want to get this match started and followed through as Cloud9 on the brink of taking home the lion's share of the $5,000 in the prize pool of the Invitational. Before we get to that, though, Doug, one more time, let's set the stage for everybody on what Cloud9 did in that last round compared to what Highground did and what they need to do to close it out against Highground.
Yeah, I want to start with your last question there, and I think this is something we didn't see a ton out of Highground here in this matchup against Cloud9, but we have seen a number of times throughout the bracket. Is Highground has the willingness, the gusto, if you will, to be aggressive, to play aggressively in situations that you wouldn't normally see. You see that when they win a pistol round, they full out buy to try to get another edge, get a little bit more of an advantage there in that second round. But another thing we haven't seen from them, at least we didn't see it on that first map, is one on defense. I want to see them take a couple of risks, gamble a little bit, especially on this next map on Haven. Now that you have 3 sites, push one side. Send a couple of members down, see if you can catch them sleeping with their pants down, what have you. I think that can be the difference maker. And look, if you're Cloud9, you're here for a reason. You've really kind of cruised your way through most of this tournament, winners finals notwithstanding. So it's just been do a lot of the same, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. And Cloud9, given given Highground not able to make a change, this should be a pretty easy 2-0 for Cloud9.
Yeah, expecting Highground to make a couple more changes here as they try to fight their way on back. And again, remember, you had top fraggers throughout the tournament on both teams in the form of Tens and Mitch for Cloud9, for your boy Dre and Venerated for Highground. And 3 out of those 4 were on the bottom half of their team in terms of score. So it's been a lot of a team effort for both these squads. Once those guys get firing, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the gunfights between the 2 teams. We'll keep you guys updated as we get our updates. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have that game kicked off for you. See you in a bit.
Keep it going, like the night is never over. From tonight until the morning, I just wanna get to know you. I just want to, maybe get to know you, if you want to. I just want to, maybe get to know you. I just want to, maybe get to know you. Get to know you. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause, press I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
All right, the wait is over. Shinobi fixed his internet, and now Cloud9 can move one step closer towards their championship. 1-0 is the score. Cloud9 against Highground, and we're getting a step closer and closer to seeing if they're able to win it all. Digon here, along with Esports Doug. Thank you guys so much for all your patience with everything that's been happening here on our end, but we're excited to finally get these guys back into the game, aren't we, Doug?
Yes, we are. And again, as soon as we are able to, we'll get back into this thing. But Digon, map 2, we saw Cloud9 really kind of handle Highgrounds up and down, especially in the second half of that second map, or the first map, excuse me. And now with their backs against the ropes, Highground looking for answers. Do you expect to see much different? Maybe composition, agent selection. What do you think?
Yeah, different map, obviously. I think Viper probably going back on the shelf here. Viper better on defense than it is on offense. And with multiple sites, multiple choices for teams to work and rotate on through, I don't think Viper's effectiveness is the way to go here. You might see a raise because you have a lot more of these small corridors to work on through. I'm thinking garage. I'm thinking front and side of B. I'm thinking heaven on top of A. I'm thinking short on A. So Showstopper has a lot more effective areas to absolutely blow people up with one usage here. So I expect to see maybe more Rays coming out for one of these teams.
Yeah, and for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned, I think Rays can be such a more oppressive pick, especially on a map like this. Not to mention, Rays is just fun, right? Like the frags, the showstopper can be a blast, and has historically, and by historically, I'm just talking about the 4 weeks that this game has been out, but historically has proven to show highlight reel after show up in a number of different highlight reels. So it's always a lot of fun. Yeah, I like the idea of a Raze here. I think you're right. As much as I love Viper, rest in peace. I don't think she's going to make an appearance here. Maybe I'm wrong, but that will likely be the case. And look, again, for Highgrounds, they've had a great run. They really have, and now they need to get just past the finish line. Unfortunately, there's this huge final boss at the end. It happened to go by the name of Cloud9. In their way. I think if they can play a little bit more aggressively, they might be able to catch them off guard, catch them slipping a little bit. But other than that, I think if we don't see a bit of a change in how Highgrounds plays the map, this might be a little bit more of the same that we saw on map 1.
Yeah. So I'm getting a little bit of confirmation here in just a second. We get to see that the teams had a little
We're working some stuff out.
Yeah, had a little bit of an issue here. But apparently the reconnect issue solved itself. Shinobi was able to get himself into the game. And then they proceeded to move forward and play 2 rounds off stream. Highgrounds won both those rounds in the opening. And we will get to watch them win those 2 rounds as we get our game back into the stream. So they're about to play it on out. Should be good to go here as the C9 boys just going to line up. Take the L's in the first 2 rounds, and Highgrounds will start with 2-round wins in their pocket as we move to game number 2 on Haven. So that's what some of the clarification has been for. We thought we were ready, got word that we were ready, but after a strong push, both teams agree. Those 2 rounds they played competitively out, so they're going to give the 2 rounds over to Highgrounds. That's good sportsmanship by both teams here.
Yeah. And look, either way, it's behind us. It's in the past. We should be able to get into this thing as soon as possible. What I am excited about, though, is that's what we needed to see at Highgrounds, right? Like a 2-0 start off the bat. That feels good. As we head into round 3, Cloud9, they're going to have the guns, the pew-pews to be able to respond. But you wonder if that's going to be enough. Highgrounds with a great start. Again, as soon as we load into this, we'll get you guys into the action as soon as possible. I'm seeing a little bit of love for the mustache. As much as I would love to keep it up here on stream for you guys the entire time, I'm sure you'd much rather watch the Valorant gameplay.
Yeah, I think the Tenz's play just slightly more attractive than mustache.
That's fair. I'm willing to concede to that.
So we're going to take a peek here. You're going to see all the you'll never see this in competitive before. We're going to see them rotate on in. I think we're just going to get some knocks here. And yeah, we're going to come back for a second. I think we're got to set the score here between these 2 squads. They're going to just firing line it on up, pick up the score at 2-0 as we load back into this match. We'll do that one very quickly. And again, 2 opening round wins here for Highgrounds on the defensive side. Again, losing side picks the side that you start on because we think that side selection is more important than map selection. And so the map selected by Cloud9 was Haven, giving themselves, I guess, the most open opportunity with 3 different sites to attack when they're being forced to play on attack.
And what I was mentioning around wanting to see a little bit more aggression out of Highgrounds, this is the perfect opportunity for it, right? Especially on this map, you're starting off on defense. You want to kick things off with a bang, and that they're poised to do it, right? Now that they have that early 2-0 lead too, you can kind of gamble a little bit. And the thing about this best of 3 is when you're down 1-0 or 0-1 technically, when you're down in the series, you kind of have to risk it, right? You kind of have to take a gamble. You have to push it a little bit.
Yeah, and we've seen teams, including in the tournament yesterday, we saw Skyfoxes do this multiple times against both Demise and NIP, where they were stacking a site on defense and just kind of gambling with their numbers. And it feels like you have to do that. The normal setup on defense for Haven is 2 on A, so that you can cover long and short, 1 B, 1 garage, 1 C. But multiple times we saw a big gamble where it was 3-1-1, leaving one of those entries open, 1A, 1B, and then everyone stacking on C and hoping that they got pushed and catching the attackers off guard. So I'm excited to see if the aggressive play of the high ground players will show itself, or if they're just going to sit back, play a little bit more conservative. I think it's important that they change it up throughout.
Yeah, and you know what? It wasn't even just that they would stack. Like in that scenario that you painted, it wasn't just that they stacked 3 on C, but they also pushed it. Like they pushed back into their spawn with the 3 members on C, trying to catch them off guard. And there were many times that proved to be really successful. The thing is, however, it is high risk, high reward. You don't want to find yourselves down 3 early on in a round. And now you know the opposing team has open free reign onto that site. It's going to take a while for the other 2 members of your team to rotate over. So it's just a difficult situation. But if it works, and it's worked for high ground many a time, it pays dividends.
Yeah, would have loved to seen how the first 2 rounds played out. Again, just quick clarification and update. Cloud9 and the high ground squad played it off stream. They just played the first 2 rounds off stream. They started the game without our observers getting in. 2 rounds were played. They're going to repeat the score that they had in those first 2 rounds that were played off stream to kick things off. That's what we're waiting for them to do. And there we go. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we're in high ground and Cloud9. Overall map advantage 1-0 to Cloud9, trying to close out this series, this best of 3 series. But high ground have 2 rounds over Cloud9.
Yeah, and I don't know if we can trust the stats. I'll confirm with the producers as soon as I can. But if this is true, Venerated 4-0. Yes, please. That's a great way to start things off.
Yeah, we'll kick it off from here with high ground up 2-0. Looks like the timer yet again. Oh no. Looks like we've got another DC that we're waiting for. This time it's Cypher. It's all right. Game's in beta, everybody. Valorant in beta. Oh, he's moving.
Yeah,
he's
and
moving,
look,
and now we're back to the stash cam.
We are. Well, and look, like, here's the thing, too. You mentioned this a little bit earlier. As much as we would love to be able to bring you guys the show from a studio where we remove some of the elements of this, that's just difficult, right? It's not a possibility in the reality that we live in right now, unfortunately. But again, huge thanks to the producers, huge thanks to the observers, to Degon for joining me on the desk here, for everyone that's hung out in the chat from the 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m.s to now. Thank you to all the partners who have come together to make this thing possible. We will get you guys back in as soon as we possibly can. But again, I wanted to thank everyone, even the viewers at home who have hung out with us, who have caught up with us. This has been a blast, and it wouldn't have been nearly as fun without you guys. So thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're getting word. Another DC. That's why we saw the timer pause there. Should be, I think it's on the Cloud9 side again. And they'll get that one up and running in just a little bit. We've talked a lot about the tournament. I think we've talked a lot about the game. And so one thing that we can do, though, is talk about what rank everyone else is at home. Guys, what is your rank at chat? Obviously, we've gotten a lot of feedback from the chat, which is why it's great. That's why Twitch is great. Live streaming is great because you guys can communicate with us at home. So what is everyone's rank? I want to know. Doug, what is your rank? Please tell me you are at least silver.
I have not finished my placement matches. So I can't answer that for you. I've played 2 of them. But I can't answer that. I've got nothing for you. I'd be lying to you. What about you?
Valorant, I just wanted to hear all of these Valorant fellows in the chat saying, "Oh, Jet's unviable. Why are people playing Jet? I don't get it. It's not competitive. Meow, meow, meow." We just saw a lot of people play Jet today.
Meow, meow, meow. Are they cats?
Yeah, that's how it goes. If Twitch chat doesn't agree with me, I just hear meow, meow, meow. It's just cats everywhere. I'm gold. I'm a proud gold, and I think that's where I'm supposed to be. I grew up playing CS. It was before CSGO. CS 1.2. A lot of people are like, yeah, I played 1.6. Nah, I was a 1.2 vet. We Looks like the DC issues are finally resolved. Yeah, they're finally resolved and we're underway. As Cloud9 start on attack down 0-2. As Highground got their first 2 round wins off stream. As the dart stuck on top of 10s. And finally, let's settle it in here. As Highground holding the high ground on defense.
I keep kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, to be honest. But we're back in it, and it seems like we're back in it for good. It looks like it's going to be a play on over to A. I hear out of Cloud9 on the attacking side in this second map of this best of 3 in the grand finals of the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. 30 seconds left, or just over 30 seconds left here. The clock is ticking. They're going to have to make a move.
Infinite, he's had one hell of a tournament so far, and 10's pretty far on up. Hellfire going down, holding off the CT connector, so high ground only in a retake position. Pretty crazy that Cloud9 has taken this spot and no one has died. No one's died, and it's a clean plant here for Cloud9. Recon Bolt coming on over, giving good information to high ground. But I think there's 2 members up top in heaven. They don't recognize they're both there. Vegas and Pride trading it out. Infinite getting 2. Relics getting 2. Mitch cleaning it up. And Cloud9, after the long pause, doesn't delay them at all. We're able to pick up the round win and bring back the economy to their side.
You know, maybe they just play a little better when people are watching. I don't know, but a huge round out of Cloud9 there. Again, they had the guns. They were able to fight back a little bit, and the economy for high ground is left in a very awkward spot. Venerated with 2,100, Pride with 2,100, your boy Dre with even less. Vegas the only one with much to show here, and I imagine this is going to be a full save for high ground.
Yeah, long pause doesn't deter Cloud9 at all. Lost a couple of rounds there. Oh, it's a shooting gallery! Relics! Able to pick up a couple. The V's go down. Your boy Dre as well. C wide open now in a big rotation of high ground around A, seeing if they can pick up 1.
Yeah, heavy numbers advantage here for Cloud9. Spike is creeping its way onto A, and there's really no reason not to. Both members of high ground are on the entire opposite side of the map. Now they're going to start to rotate over, but you wonder if this really is a fight that you want to take or if you just want to concede here.
Yeah, Valley 8 should be okay. Using the spy cam. Gonna see if they can catch anybody here, but looks like high ground gonna play this slow, probably use a double peek strategy and see if they can pick one off. Man, that was an explosive eco round there for high ground on a losing effort. Oh yeah. Just smelled that one. Valley fried on with the stinky cheese, but not too stinky there for Infinite. He's seen that one before. And the score tied immediately up right as we joined back on in.
Yeah, Cloud9 with a great start out of the second or third or maybe even fourth gate there with a couple of restarts, but yeah, we're back in this thing, and it seems like we're back in it for good. Cloud9 back in this game as well. Tens and Shinobi both yet to get a frag here in the opening moments, opening rounds of this match. But again, a 1-0 lead for Cloud9, and they're looking to build off of that, give the sweep, the hands to high ground and go home as the Rivalry Bowl champions. But first, they're going to have to put this thing away. They're going to have to get through high grounds on this map. Shinobi looking to see if he spots anyone. Again, a passive start from Cloud9, and more importantly, more of an aggressive start out of high ground, but really not what we were talking about, not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, they've been playing pretty patient here. And Cloud9 rotating over to A with 1 minute and 5 seconds still left on the board to decide, are they forcing A here? About to find out. Valley 8 going to see a lot of unfriendly faces here. And the owl drone going to see one. But Valley 8 able to work his way on away, and immediately Cloud9 pull off of A.
Yeah, 43 seconds now left in this round. The spike is starting to cheat up as Tens gets one onto Vegas. Tens and the rest of Cloud9 mean that they can go. However, the neutral theft might sniff them out. Yep, enemies have been compromised. They've been revealed. Shinobi's able to get the spike down. And it's going to be a 4-on-4 square up, mano a mano here between Highground and Cloud9. Infinite's looking to see if he's going to be able to spike anyone peeking through as the orbital strike drops. It doesn't look like it's going to connect onto anyone, but now we see Highground show up for the retake. Will they be able to take it?
Yeah, playing it for long. Oh, Tens gets spotted out. Not quite able to frenzy it in time. Nice peek by Pride. It's 1, it's 2. And Pride courageously clears out Mirage. Cubby. Oh, Cubby almost cleared out. Tens almost lines up both members. And now it's just a 1v1. Tens going huge, but Pride, bigger, gets the defuse, gets the kill. And that was a much needed round win for Highground.
Yeah, with how well the last couple of rounds have gone for Cloud9, they really did need that. And they deliver when the moment is at its most critical. Now, I want to take a look at economy. Yep, thank you so much, producers. Yeah, you know, if you, on the side of Cloud9, that's going to hurt a little bit, but it's going to hurt even more on the side of Highground. Pride, again, down to 0. Your boy Dre, with not much money to show for it. And Vegas is going to go for broke as well. This is a very important, a critical round for Highground.
Highground have been aggressive with their economy. They always feel comfortable when they put weapons in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
So... Not really one for saving. Definitely at the beginning of the round, if there's an opportunity to give 2 of their guys rifles, they're more than happy to take that.
Oh, Tens, how did he hit that?
No idea. Tens and Haven have been pretty good as we've seen, especially on the jet. Orbital strike coming down, blocking off the C connector to B. The 5 coming through by Vegas, and it gets a little bit of time.
Yeah, Vegas is able to get a kill of his own with the op. It's still heavy numbers advantage to Highground as Venerated backs off. Realize there's a member of Cloud9 who's hunting for him. There's the dart. Going to reveal him as Relics and the rest of Cloud9 start to push forward. It looks like they're going to want to make a play onto C. There's the Hunter's Fury. They know exactly where he is, and Venerated makes it connect onto Mitch.
On Tens able to answer back though. How will they play through this? The second revive of the round, this time for Cloud9. Shinobi get that one. Tens with a great flick on the Venerated.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder's gonna come out. Your boy Dre is able to pick one up, but Shinobi getting 2 of his own, 1 member left on the side of Highground, gives himself away. Tens with the nice shots to put the round away.
Is that him? Is that C9 Tyson showing up right there? Massive op plays by Tens. And we were bugging him a little bit about being the bottom fragger. He puts on the aggressive play with the aggressive agent and Jet, and Tens right back on top. 4K in that last round. 3-3 the overall score.
Again, economy feeling relatively even. Maybe a slight advantage over to Cloud9, but I think if not careful, this can be a breaking point for both teams. Tens popping up, getting a little bit of information, and dropping himself right back down. Nothing aggressive out of Highground here, like we've talked about before. But I'm sorry, as I say that, they decide to push through right through mid. Infinite and Tens sniff it out as Venerated and Valiant drop.
Yeah, not the start you want here for Highground. Dre getting one on this save round, but a double peek here as Mitch gets 1, Mitch gets 2. Infinite closes this one out. Cloud9 only lose 1 on that save round by Highground. And now I've hit that magic number of 4 on attack.
And they're definitely hitting it ahead of the curve. There's still so much left this half for Highground to continue, or excuse me, for Cloud9 to continue to build that advantage going into the favorable side in the second half of the map. Highground, we needed a strong start out of them, and the first couple of rounds went well, but since then things have been all Cloud9. Tens, no, again. Don't do it to him.
Yeah. He's trying to get these different angles, the updraft, seeing if he's able to catch someone off guard. Usually pretty easy for an opera to hold the corner, especially from that back post. And you can see Tens again holding the corner onto Vegas, and Vegas has no answer for it, as Tens looking like a smooth operator.
Numbers advantage Cloud9, round advantage Cloud9, series advantage Cloud9 as the Hunter Suri comes out and tries to wreak havoc over onto C. Venerated's able to get one as Shinobi trades it back out. There's one in the corner, and your boy Dre gets the best of Infinite.
Yeah, Mitch ends up getting your boy Dre, though. 3-2. Cloud9 planning the spike. Looking good. Shinobi doesn't have heal for another 19 seconds at 40 HP. That's 2 bullets that he has to work with here. But I think Highground, they're hesitating. They know Tens has the angle on him. Possibly peeking around the corner soon. Oh, no, there's the wide peek. Couple shots landing, and Valiant gets his hand shot right off. Tens still showing why he's one of the deadliest with the op. Top fragger in the lobby. And Cloud9, another round in their pockets.
Yeah, again, we needed to see a quick start, a strong start out of Highground, and they've stumbled a little bit here in the face of Cloud9 as they put up 5 rounds on the attacking side. And again, they're far from over here. Again, a very strong performance out of 10 and 4, really leading the lobby in its entirety. And then on the other side for Highground, Venerated is having a much better performance, but now it's Valiant who's dragging behind a little bit. We'll keep an eye on him as he has ult available. And then as is the case, of course, with Tens, he's got the Blade Storm and the op to boot. So I want to keep an eye on him in this round as much as we can. That's guaranteed to show fireworks.
Oh, immediate peek there. And Tens drops on down, uses the tailwind to the side to get himself out to safety. And the B push, not so good here for the Highground boys. Another one onto Pride. Goes for the third. Vegas goes down, and Infinite there to cover Tens while he was loading the last bullet in. Pushes forward. Is it shorty time? Drops the up down. Tens is cracked. What just happened? Valiant gets popped in the face. And the aggressive play by Highground gets stunted by one man himself.
This Tens guy, he's pretty good, huh? He's pretty good at this Valorant thing. 14 and 4. He didn't even use his Blade Storm there. The op and the shotgun was all he needed to get 4 there. And the guy is a monster. Again, a 6th round in favor of Cloud9. Highground should be winning, and they're far from that right now.
What a play there by Cloud9. Let's take a listen in to their comms about how they're going to roll here in this round number 10.
On this angle.
Honestly, let's just group A.
No, I made it obvious. I already droned it.
Okay. Come back to garage then. Everybody come garage except for fucking Gage and Skylar.
Okay.
Mitch, you're gonna walk garage with Tyson with the bomb. I'm gonna throw the slows here. I'll be right next to you guys in like 5 seconds.
I'm revealing.
Did he arrow from garage yet?
Close.
He did earlier. He droned also. Pretty sure.
I'm gonna peek a
See what
single.
short?
Lower, close one.
Okay, get ready to do the smokes. Oh,
There's 2A, there's 2A.
Go back to long, Gage. You guys can go from long.
No, they already know that we're here. There's already 2A.
Yeah, fine, we're faking it. Yep. You ready? Do it.
Yeah. I can use my ult if I don't have to, but I'm a molly back to Gage. Yeah.
Walk.
Yep.
I'm clearing garage like slowly. I'm peeking it.
Backside on the left here.
I'm gonna peek you. Right window.
Right side.
There's 2A.
He's trapped.
One heaven.
He's inside, C-side, peeking.
Window.
Heaven at A. I hit him once.
Window dead.
Josh.
You're alone with bomb. Alright. Yeah.
I'm dead.
Window. Is she there? Run up B, run back B, Josh.
Window B. I can't.
You gotta get bomb in garage.
One C connector.
You have 10 seconds. Tyson.
Last guy was C. Time.
Can you dash to B? Can you dash?
Yeah, he can.
It's fucking 10 health. I'm just holding this.
It's just maybe get ball.
I can't fucking see the.
Tyson, I'm backside off angle.
This is perfect.
Yeah, you guys are good.
You guys are perfect.
Just watch the C walk in, bro. He's not gonna come from A. He's not gonna come from A.
Well, you could technically.
Yeah, you can go spawn.
Nice.
Wow, you could hear all over the place with these comms. It's so aggressive. Even after that pop-off round, they're constantly communicating and trying to direct the attention of Highgrounds from one side to the other, aren't they, Doug?
Yeah, they are. And look, I've got to tell you guys, Valorant hasn't been out for very long, but it is a treat to watch Cloud9 and how they play, and then even how they communicate. The fact that TenZ was able to get the spike down with maybe a fraction of a second left on the clock and still win that is just impressive. Cloud9 has been a blast to cast so far.
Holy moly. I'm still reeling from the 4K that TenZ had there. Oh, Shinobi peeks and it's the firing range down C yet again. It's the old let's get this eco round over for Highground as they get chunked. Rotations on over to C, and it should be the brute force. Your boy Dre picks up a Vandal and able to take one down. But neutral theft now being popped. Information about where Highground is being utilized here. 4v2. Retake's gonna be very difficult for Highground.
Yeah, but they're so far behind. Yeah, it's an eco round. You wonder if they try to push it anyway, see if they can get anything on the way out, but it doesn't look like it. They might try to catch a couple entry frags as Cypher and company rotate out back towards A. Another round win in favor of Cloud9. That's going to be 8-3 here on this potentially decisive match of the tournament.
Yeah, just trying to save, make sure that they have at least something Phantom in hand for Valiate. Looking to possibly get the jump on someone here. Short A, Pecan through. TenZ is the wiser one there as Valiate tried his best, but again, TenZ just peeking in the right place, right time. They pretty much checked every other spot on the map. So no save for any member of Highground, and it looks like they'll be struggling for full armor and rifles. See how they decide to go. Will they go no armor rifles, light armor, some rifles, or full armor SMGs or some other weapon?
This is 6 rounds in a row here for Cloud9 with a couple of montage type plays sprinkled in there. It really looks to me like Highground was hit with a haymaker earlier on, and they haven't recovered. Cloud9 has been able to do whatever they want. Now it looks like they're gonna play the spike a little bit more cautiously. The Hunter's Fury comes out from Venerated. Able to get anything as far as frags go. Relic's still hanging around right on the outside of the garage door. It looks like he's going to smoke off an area of the map and back up a little bit. Again, the spike not decisive on its play yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a chunk. Here we go. Pride backing on off. Shinobi getting the opening frag onto your boy Dre, who was trying to sneak his way through window. Mitch trying to watch for any other flankers coming on through. The spike still hanging back. Shinobi chilling. He'll be the last member coming on through. Oh, there's the opportunity. Peek through short A. Nothing doing, but Infinite turns the corner and picks up the kills onto Vegas and Pride, and A is wide open.
Yeah, Cloud9 is going to be able to march in pretty effortlessly. And again, Highground finds themselves with a decision to make. Do we push it? Do we wait? Do we just try to save Valiant's able to get Infinite there? And it looks like they're going to make a play here onto it. Shinobi looking to see if he can spot one. There's still a 4v2 heavily in favor of Cloud9 as Valiant tries to creep his way up. Venerated is able to get one. And his teammate is going to be up in heaven as the clock ticks. The spike is planted. Mitch spots one. Yep, and he's able to get him with the wall bang. Looking for the second one, but Venerated is able to trade it out as Shinobi drops. It's a 1v2 here. Still in favor of Cloud9. Venerated is able to get it. A 1v1. He's going to start the defuse. We'll see if he opts to pull back on it. He's starting to get challenged from short. He's pushing in now. He's able to get it. Venerated gets it. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Highground's going to win the round.
No, they're not. They didn't have enough time on the spike. No way. A fantastic attempt, but you could saw Venerated gamble on which way he was looking the incorrect way, looking long. Oh, it was so close. Relic's giving away his position with the incendiary. They're not quite able to get it. And after a close round like that, a 9-3 performance, Highground with their backs against the wall. Let's take a listen into what their comms sound like moving into the second half.
Let's take garage control and work A at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get drone. I'm gonna drone garage.
It goes here.
for aggression. I'm gonna hold for B mid.
I'm peeking. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Let's walk up to it.
Put tree arrow.
We might get flanked.
Different tree arrow.
We have no wait. I'm watching C flank.
I'm walking through.
You saw me, bro.
I'm running garage.
Trade that? No. Okay.
I
I'm
can't.
walking through with it.
Yeah, hit him for 80.
One window, one tunnel.
I got 10s.
Nice,
Two
one tunnel, one tunnel. Yeah, I'm gonna push.
I can flash out. I can flash out. Do it. Go. Flash out. Could be
I'm
back
going
box.
backside.
Probably back box. Yep, he is. He is.
Back box, trade that.
I'm getting right click.
He's close, nice.
Nice. I need heals. I need heals.
I need help.
Safer has no armor.
Last guy there. I think.
I'm smoking CT.
Hitting bomb.
Bomb. I got it. I got it. Oh, never mind.
Planning for your molly.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%. Not 100%. You could be long playing.
I didn't see him there.
Thought I heard bullets from there.
I haven't seen
I got CT. I got CT.
Swing, 3, 2. Okay.
Swinging.
He's hit 90. Hit 90.
30 HP.
Oh wait.
What?
Oh no. Not like this. Relics is also cracked. You got 2 cracked players on Cloud9. You heard the clear comms from Highground. They peaked at the same time. And Relics is a beast. Holy cow.
Out of charges.
I don't know. That is crazy. What a round there for Cloud9, winning that one 1v3. You thought the 10's play was pretty good. Relics having himself a hero moment as well.
Oh, Cloud9 firmly in control here, and there's just not a lot that's going in favor of Highground. It seems like everything is just falling for Cloud9, as it looks like it's going to be a strong push out of Highground as they push through Garage over onto the C site. You see the Jets start to rotate over Venerated, looking to see if he can catch any info, but there's 10s. This time, Venerated getting the best of them.
Oh, but Mitch in the cubby, popping out the last second, picks up Vegas, picks up Pride, gets a third here in Valiant. Oh, he's stuck there in the aftershock. Works out. Dre takes him down. 1v2. Venerated not having the answer for the fight there. 11-3. It looked almost okay there for Highground, and not bad in terms of a pistol round. So Highground, all these former PUBG pros here coming together from all different teams in the North American NPL, putting up a good fight here and getting themselves in position. But my goodness, Cloud9 just kind of chugging on a different level right now. Holy moly.
And Cloud9, again, just looking to put the finishing touches on this round, on this map, and on this tournament. And again, 10s with the judge. We've seen this a number of times, and it's always filthy.
Revealing. Nowhere to run. Cage triggered.
Well, Relics trying to take some shots through the cage. It's okay. So far, a 1-for-1 trade. As Highground finding where they want to focus their efforts. Infinite. Pushing up towards mid. 10s, we've seen this before. Shall he be the adjudicator with the judge holding the garage door?
Spike creeping its way up onto B. Unfortunately, it's been walled off as Infinite waits on the other side. Now we see the Spike start to rotate. Back onto C potentially, but there is a judge on the other side. He gets one. Vegas trades it out.
Yep, Venerated gets judged, but traded out, as you said. Now a 3 versus 2. Cloud9 still a little chunked here. Shinobi peeking the corner at the right time, and here we go. Match point. You got yourself multiple opportunities to do this. 10 rounds to clean this thing up here if you're Cloud9.
And Infinite, you know, we've called 10's name a lot, but Infinite also at 18-8. Relics at 14-8. Strong performance really across the board for Cloud9 here on this second game of this best of 3 here in the grand finals. And Valiate 4-14, not a ton to show there, unfortunately, in the economy for Highground in general. It's just looking scrappy, to say the least.
Yeah, here we go. The PUBG boys going to try to work their way through C. No op yet in C long. Nice slow there by Vegas to keep Mitch in the corner, but the call's been made and rotations are being made as well. Aftershock comes through. Your boy Dre picks up Mitch in the corner. Shinobi trades it back on Venerated, but your boy Dre, he's the one coming in currently second in terms of average damage per round, coming up huge with 2 opening kills.
Yeah, Highground with a numbers advantage. We haven't been able to say that very much this entire series, really. But the play looks like it's going to be on to B as members of Cloud9 start to cheat their way forward. Tens, once again, with the judge and the operator, the orbital strike is going to drop and delay the push, at least momentarily. The spike's still on the outside. As Tens gets one, your boy Dre trades it back. The third one of the round. There are only 2 members left of Highground to put this thing away. Cloud9, the last member of the team, still on the site.
Yeah, Relics has done it once before. Can he do it again? No, he cannot. Like, Champagne's got to wait for one more round. Vegas gets the kill, gets the spike down, and Highground, oh, they're on a defibrillator. They need extra life, and they're going to have to do it round after round after round. 12-4 the score here for Highground, who, again, rightfully so, punched their ticket in after defeating multiple teams after losing in the second round to Cloud9 in the winners bracket. They've been battle tested, maybe a little bit weary, but they're going to keep on fighting. 12-4 the overall score here, and Highground need to keep it going. It's just round at a time, just one round at a time here. But now Tens, he's picked up this site. Oh, Venerated. Not peeking on that side. Great job by Mitch, making noise, taking the attention off of the back corner. Vegas getting the revive, and now your boy Dre goes down. That's been the top damage dealer for this Highground squad. And Bladestorm time for Tens.
Tens smelling blood in the water and looking to end this right now with 2 opening frags. Highground back up 1, but still down at a numbers disadvantage. 5-4 in favor of Cloud9. The spike very slowly cheating its way back around, back on their spawn in the hands of Vegas here. And it looks like they're going to want to try to make a play towards A, which obviously without them having a ton of information, this might be the best play for them. They might be able to delay this thing.
Yeah, Highground tensely waiting around A. A lot of members stacked on B and C, so this is their best opportunity, but Relics, we've seen him clutch things out before. Will he be able to do it here? Pride checking the corner, goes down early, traded out by Venerated. Slow coming down as well. Valiate cracked, shoots one through, and it leads to a 3v3 here. Highground not having the Highground infinite. That's not how you want to play that one. Fools the spectator as well. 10 still has that Bladestorm going up in the air. Pull! Down he goes. Venerated with 2. 1 member left alive for Cloud9. It's infinite. Wallbang and Valiate. He's now stuck in heaven with Venerated in hell.
Yeah, and with 35 health, not much to work with here, and the spike has been planned. He's going to try to cheat his way out, see if he can spot anyone to drop onto the boxes. Surely he's been heard. Pre-fire, he manages to get 1. There's no freaking way he does this. He's going to drop the neural theft, and he's going to know exactly where the last member is. Vegas beats him to keep the map alive. The thinnest of margins. Infinite unable to clutch it out.
Yeah, Vegas, he's got ice in his veins. That's the second time the round depended on him to come up huge. He's able to do so, so put your money on Red, because the Red attacking team here still alive for a little bit longer. 12-5. Uh-oh, and look at the economy here for Cloud9. You got a shorty for Infinite. Tens possibly just might be rocking the Sheriff. We've seen him do that before. Relic's showing everybody he's a Bucky boy. And it's a it's a save here for Cloud9. Every round of force buy here for Highground.
Yeah, Mitch spots 1 with the Sheriff. Deals a little bit of damage, but not enough. Shinobi and Pride traded out Mitch. It looks like Cloud9 might be able to do this thing here, but Venerated and your boy Dre want to continue the map. As they get a couple, your boy Dre gets a third. 1 member left on the side of Cloud9. They might, it looked like for a moment they were going to be able to do it on the eco round, but no, numbers heavily in favor of Highground here.
Yeah, opening frag here, but opening couple of frags there by Cloud9. And I'm always a fan of seeing someone get a kill with the shorty. I'm a big fan of being a Bucky boy as well, but Relics had no opportunity to shoot that gun. Your boy Dre with the information on where the final member of Cloud9 is, jumping across his Infinite. He's able to get on over. Shorty time, possibly, maybe. Thinking about it, no one near Garage. With the Shorty, he's ill-equipped to try to work his way up through Garage ramp. And he's going to head back on over to CT, realize he's a little too late. He's going to possibly pick up a weapon here and get himself out. Oh, see if he can get any exits. He's going to go down with a bomb. Oh, your boy Dre, he doesn't care that the round was safe. He goes for the kill. A little bit more money in his pockets. And Highgrounds rifling off 3 rounds in a row. I feel like we're in this weird position of like, yeah, we're ready to pop things off. Crown Cloud9, awesome. They have themselves 2 clippable moments here in this last game. Highground and the rest of the PUBG community and the fans of your boy Dre, venerated Vegas, Pride, and Valiant saying, not so fast, my friends.
Yeah, and you know, that last round expecting to go in favor of Cloud9, but now Cloud9 has been able to buy in full. Now we get to see, with good against good, if they're able to put this thing away. Tens again with the op, doesn't have the Bladestorm available here. So we'll keep a close eye on what Tens is able to do without that, which is, again, he's able to do plenty time and time again. The Bladestorm, just the icing on the cake, unavailable here.
Yeah, just to note, no armor there for Tens. Just went straight up because he didn't have enough credits there. You can see right next to his name, only 100. As they move on forward, Owl Drone now spotting 4 members as Ten's able to pick up 1 on the Valiate. Here comes Orbital Strike in the back corner. Vegas, who's been clutch time and time again in these sudden death rounds. Still doing well. Vegas puts up the wall. Your boy Dre taking down Tens, and Cloud9 now down in numbers. 4 versus 3. 4 versus 2. Infinite able to pick up 2 from CT, and now it's a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, in favor of Cloud9. I can't believe we're saying that, but Vegas ties it up. Left, right, good night. Infinite sent home packing. It's going to be a 2-on-2 here. The spike has been planted again. Cloud9 been looking to put this thing away, but Highground refusing to go away. Relics hits 1, Relics hits the other. He's 1 member away. Cloud9 now has the advantage. Highground down to their last life. Relics gets the kill. The spike's going to be defused, and Cloud9 are your Rivalry Bowl champions.
Yeah, what a way to work for it here by Highgrounds, rifling off multiple rounds. There are long pauses, long layoffs, and a long schedule for them as they had to fight their way through the losers bracket. Rightfully so, coming in second place. But Cloud9, did you ever doubt them after you saw them multiple times on stream? Probably not. Your Rivalry Bowl champions. Congratulations to Cloud9, that whole roster over there, proving their worth time and time again.
No, and you look, give it up for Highgrounds, right? They made that fun at the end, like you mentioned, a couple of highlight plays there to keep the thing alive, to refusing to go away, refusing to go quietly into that good night. But again, Cloud9, when you give them as long of a leash as they had, it's inevitable that they put it away. But even in that last round, Highgrounds made it close.
Yeah, Highgrounds absolutely made it close. And you saw the guns there, the flashes of what made these guys pro in PUBG. Vegas, again, couple of rounds in a row, almost did it again for the 4th time in a row there on site. Wasn't quite able to clutch it out. And Cloud9 are your victors here for the Elite Esports Rivalry Bowl. Let's take a look at the bracket one final time to see how things shook up. You know, it started today with 16 teams all on equal footing, and now we have ourselves the final. Last one standing. It is Cloud9 that have taken down all the top teams. Didn't quite get to see our Cloud9 Sentinels matchup. I think Sentinels, one of the big question marks of the tournament. How will they bounce back from this one? Sure they will. They've got a lot of veterans and pros on that roster as we get to see Valorant Esports continue to grow. But again, surprising here from Highground how many teams they had a rifle on through, beating the other CSGO pros in the form of mouseSpaz and getting their ticket punched to all the way to second place. Congratulations to Cloud9. What's left to say here, Doug?
Thank you. Really is all I have left to say. A personal thanks to Elite Esports for having us out, to all the sponsors who came together to make this possible, to the players, to the fans, and then, of course, to you for joining me on the desk. This has been an absolute blast.
That's right. Thank you, everyone, for watching. It's been a ton of fun. the production definitely been working their asses off the whole time here. The admin team putting this thing together, and expect to see more of these types of tournaments as Valorant continues to grow. Elite Esports want to continue to have these big teams come on out and have tournaments that are this exciting all the way down to the end. I think all that's left is to sign off here. So thank you very much to everybody. We'll catch you guys in the future for more tournaments for Esports Doug, for the whole production team. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you guys next time.